That is Eric Johnson, and he joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. How many teams in the West outside the Avs and the Stars you think have a shot to come out?
I would say Vegas, the way they're playing right now since Torts has come over and the way Carter Hart's played the last few games, Vegas is going to be a tough out. So that's my second team behind Colorado in the West.
You know, that's interesting. I know you played for Torts, but to bring in a guy, I think it was 7 games left in the season, a coach that was outside the system and just be like, hey, go coach us in the postseason. That's got to be weird for the players in the locker room, right?
Yeah, I think they did their research, though, Vegas did, and they know what Torts can bring right away. For me, the biggest thing is Torts knows he doesn't have to do a whole lot with that team because they're a veteran group and they know how to win and they know how to play. He just has to tweak a few things here and there. So, yeah, I mean, he has such presence when he gets into a locker room, and he's so entertaining to listen to, and you just have so much respect for him that I think it was a great move by Vegas.
The deep cut there from Nelly. How long ago was that? Was that like a week before the postseason started?
That was April 15th. That was the Oops All Appetizer Day when it was just you and me.
That's right. That's right. Eric Johnson joined us, though. And look, for one, I had a whole bunch of, I don't know what do you want to call it? I had some reservations about the idea of Vegas, who just made a coaching change, hired somebody from outside the organization, and what the heck they were going to do in regards to, really? This dude who just got here to be the head coach is going to be the guy you're putting your full faith in? Seems really, really odd. And to their credit, everything is lined up pretty well for them. Now, again, I am very, very curious at how Vegas, and more specifically Carter Hart, is going to handle what the Avalanche have brought to the table as opposed to their previous 2 opponents. And no disrespect to the teams that Vegas has played already. Last round, obviously Anaheim, and the first round being Utah. They have not faced firepower in the way of which the Avs are going to bring it to them tonight. Just the truth. And it's because the Avs, and Torts said it yesterday in his press conference, you're talking about the team that's been the best in the NHL all year. And they've done that in large part. Well, they've led in both categories, goals scored and goals against, but it's because you know you have an onslaught that can come your way at any second. And I want to know if after, the entire season of sort of juggling through different goaltenders and who's going to play and who's going to do this and that and who do you trust in the postseason, they played Schmid, they played Aiden Hill, they played Lindborn, they played Carter Hart. Settled on Carter Hart, and to his credit, postseason has started. Carter Hart he's got a 2.37 goals against average. He's at .917 save percentage. Both of those very good numbers, but has not faced what the Avs will bring him tonight. And that's what I want to know. If he can continue to keep that level of play against this hockey team, then Vegas has got a real shot to win this series. If he cannot, then it's sort of like a good luck. Good luck, and then see what happens after. You know what I mean? It's you're facing a different animal. Now, Vegas is still really good. Vegas is still a team that if you give them some sort of advantage, if you put them on a power play, if you give them an edge somewhere, they will take it and they will run with it. So you have to play, and that's why we always kind of talk about the idea of disciplined hockey. And I think they've done that throughout the course of this postseason. I don't have too many question marks for the Avs outside of one thing. And that is a top 5 player on the planet. Is he going to be a full go? Now, the quotes and the things that we've seen out of the Avs and Jared Bednar, and we will talk to him at 8 o'clock this morning to get one last preview on this game before this officially gets ramped up and kicked off. But Bednar yesterday said that he has no concerns yet with Cale Makar's availability for tomorrow. And this is all like sort of mind games, part of the schedule. I don't like that word yet in there. I just would have appreciated if the statement was straight up. No concerns about availability, but it was no concerns yet. I am 95, more than that, 98% sure that Cale Makar is going to be in a sweater and on the ice tonight. That's not the main thrust of my concerns. The concerns is, what does it look like when he's actually out there? Are you going to be worried about taking contact? Because you can't do that in the Western Conference Finals. As talented as Cale is, and God is he talented, in all-time level talent, are you able to go out without that sinking feeling in the back of your head saying, if I take this little shoulder, am I going to have to run off and get some work done? Is that going to affect me for games 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? And the hope is, fingers crossed, it's not. But you don't know what kind of injury it is. Is it an AC joint? Is it a separated shoulder? Is it something that they had to pop back into place and then it just takes time to heal? Will it be affected by more like all that different stuff is the unknown in this that makes it scary. And especially scary because of who that player is. And make no mistake, this might sound barbaric, but we also know this is what the sport is. Vegas knows exactly where the injury's at. Vegas will test that. And there's really no question about it. I would assume that immediately after this game starts, Vegas is going to be out there throwing some shoulder checks into Makar if anybody gets the opportunity. So that is, I think, a given for tonight. The biggest sort of detail is this is only the second time in the last decade that you've made it past the second round. The only other time you did that was the year that you won the Stanley Cup. This team seems to have all of the makings of a roster that rivals 2022 and could get back to a Stanley Cup final and win the whole damn thing again. But there's that quote from Bednar that, if you guys remember, it was from a couple of days ago about what it feels like, what you need to get everything in the proper place. Here's what he said.
And I remember in 2022, we're 16-4, and it felt like when it was done,
hang on, wrong clip. My bad. I think it's this one.
It's partly why I think it's the hardest trophy to win, is just because of the grind of it all. So not only do you have to be good, you got to be lucky, you got to be healthy, you got to be tough, playing through injuries. You got to be mentally tough because it's a grind every day, because it feels like every game is a game 7. I got asked a bunch of questions last round. Well, this is a closeout game at home. What makes it different from, game 1 and the answer truly is nothing. Every game feels like it's game 7 and you need to win it.
That's true. And if you go back to the series that they had against Minnesota, there was all these graphics before the series started regarding Top three for each team. McKinnon, Makar, Natchez versus Kaprizov, Boldy, Hughes. And the question was, which trio is the one that you would take first? And I mean, to me, and I guess we're biased as hell, but it's a silly question because you have an MVP and then you have somebody who is the reincarnation of Bobby Orr. But the difference, I think, in having these discussions is this. When you talked about the leading point getters for each of these teams, against Minnesota, it felt really top-heavy for the Wild. It was Boldy, it was Hughes, it was Kaprizov, and it was Faber. Those were your top guys. Those were the ones that were sort of trying to produce for you every single night. The benefit to something like that is if you can shut down one of them or two of them, it makes it exponentially more difficult for teams like that to get on you. Minnesota had 4 guys in the postseason in double-digit points, 4 of them. And those were the 4 that I mentioned. But the last 2 games of the Avs series, Kirill Kaprizov had 1 combined shot on goal. Matt Boldy, for how great he was during this regular season, the Olympic run, he gets to the postseason, and in the Avs series, he comes away with just 4 points in 5 games. Only 1 goal. Quinn Hughes, I thought, was really good in that series outside of maybe 1 game in game 2. But when you shut down a piece of sort of the top-end guys on the roster, it makes it easier. When you look at what the Avs have done, their scoring is so evenly spread out throughout their first and fourth lines. And it's not to say that guys like Parker Kelly are getting 13 points like Nathan McKinnon has. He gets more time on the ice. But you look at the amount of guys that have all contributed in that sort of manner. It's just not the same. Maybe Marty Natchez has an off night, which, look, most times you can't afford to have top guys have off nights. But you can get that picked up by a Landeskog. Kadri can pick up the slack. Lehkonen, if he's back in the lineup, can. Nick Waugh, who's got 6 points in 9 games, can do that. Jack Drury, who I think's had a fantastic playoff, can do it. You have the ability to rely on others to pick up the slack for you. And I just think some other teams, including Vegas, doesn't have that ability. Their top point getters, you got Eichel with 15, you got Mitch Marner with 18, Howden's got 10, and what did I say his name was going to be for this? Was it Dorfus? I think that was his name. Like Doofus, but Dorfus. He's got 11. By the way, Dorfus, Howden, and Marner all combined for 24 goals this postseason. Vegas has 44 overall. If you have the ability to limit the production of a team that's top heavy of any 1 or 2 of their top people, and you have the ability to spread the scoring out throughout a ton of different people, it's a massive advantage. And that's what the hope is for tonight. As you kick things off, 6 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. The morning sprint is going to be live from the penalty box for morning skate today, and you're not going to want to miss it. Hear the skates on the ice as background for Coach and Raj as they get you ready for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. It's all powered by the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. So they'll give you all the skinny heading into Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, which can be heard right here on 92.5. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Stick around. All right, so game one is tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a game day for the Avs, and you can hear the broadcast right here on Altitude Sports Radio thanks to Backus and Schenker, your hometown injury lawyers. In a car accident, call 303-222-2222. I'll get back to the Avs in a second. I got some audio from Nathan McKinnon I want to play for you. What I witnessed last night, though, is one of the most staggering things you're going to find. What the Cleveland Cavaliers did going on the road against a red-hot Knicks team, and they were absolutely demolishing the Knicks the entire night. They're up 93-71, a 22-point lead with 7:49 left. If you're a Knicks fan, if you're the Knicks coach, you're probably thinking to yourself, maybe I just throw the backups out there and we get guys just more rested for game two because this is a lost cause. If you go by that win probability meter that they have as a running tally on game, the Cavs had a 99.9% chance of winning that basketball game. The game ends with a 44-11 run for the Knicks, who send the game into overtime and then dominate the overtime. They shot 15 of 20 from that point moving forward. The Cavs were 4 of 18. Jalen Brunson had 17 points from 7:45 left in that game. Harden and Donovan Mitchell combined for 3 points on 1 of 10 from the floor. Donovan Mitchell did not have a bucket, he had one in the final 20-plus minutes of that game. James Harden did a James Harden again, which was he had another playoff game in which he had more turnovers than made free throws. 6 turnovers, 5 made free throws on the game for a grand total of 15 points. If the Cavs won game one, they turn this entire series on its ear. Now it feels like there is zero chance that that team is going to come back and win. Zero. It's the most deflating you'd have to feel. You did everything right until you did everything wrong and completely gave it away. Because it didn't just take you to completely fall apart. It took you to completely fall apart in the team to do everything correct that you're playing. That's the only way a comeback like that happens. And it is a collapse of historic proportions. And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't all that interested. I'm still not all that interested. Hate to say it. I still have the Nuggets burn that's going on. That's whenever I watch a basketball game, I get this sort of pissed off feeling. Now, I think that Spurs and Thunder are going to be absolute fantastic television for probably 7 games. But this one, I was like, oh, okay, Cavs and Knicks are on. Well, the Knicks are going to dominate this series. And then you got that only to have the Cavs blow it. I don't know what you do. And teams are, James Harden is in a contract year. And he has another game where this kind of stuff happens. I just don't get it. Even in their dominating win against Detroit in Game 7, James Harden was 2 of 10 from the floor. He shot 38% in the Detroit series. He shot 31% last night. And I don't know how people keep going to this as if it's something you can trust. You can't trust it. Donovan Mitchell, we've seen him. We remember the bubble, the games that he had against Jamal Murray when he was with Utah. I mean, he's a playoff performer. He just kind of melted down at the end of that game. Like, they got 2 guys on that roster that are really good players that I don't know how much you trust them when the games matter most. And it's a really weird thing to have. Now, they've won 2 Game 7s. They won the first round against Toronto, and they won the second round against Detroit in 7 games. But you want to talk about an all-time level collapse that's what you witnessed last night in the NBA. I don't know, and this is something that's so difficult for me. How many Western Conference teams, including the Nuggets, think to themselves, God, if we were in the East, how many finals appearances will we have? Not taking anything away from LeBron in his time when he returned back to the Cavs and he had 4 straight finals appearances between the Cavs and the Warriors. The road to the finals is so much more easier in the East than it is the West. You have to go through in the Western Conference the elite of the elite, which is the Spurs and the Thunder. And then as consolation prizes, you get teams like Minnesota. You get teams like the Lakers that have Luka and LeBron James on them. You get Houston, who's a good team that has Kevin Durant on it. I don't know any of those teams in the West if any of them do what the Cavs did last night. Everything on the line. You have a chance to take the bull by the horns in this series, only to give it up in, I think, maybe the worst version of a collapse that you've ever seen in the postseason. If not the worst, it's damn close. For a huge game, as an underdog, yeah. Texture says, I'm 31 and the East has been weak my entire life. I'm kind of with you. I'm 36. I mean, I was a little too young to totally remember the Bulls' domination of the league with Jordan. But ever since then, it's been what? A little bit of the Miami Heat when they put, the big 3 together. Some Celtics mixed in there with KG and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen and Rondo. But as far as extended stretches of domination, I don't remember a time where I would tell you that the East is definitively better than the West for a long stretch of time. Don't know. And guys, correct me if I'm missing out on something. Maybe it's just recency bias and I'm totally ignoring something. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I really can't remember a time where I would say consistently over the course of years, East was tougher than the West. Because the West, I can tell you, still had Kobe Lakers. It still had Spurs with Duncan and Parker. It still had, OKC had the run with Durant and Westbrook. All these different teams, the Dallas Mavericks were always a tough out with Dirk. Obviously, Golden State. I don't know, dude. It's just crazy. And it's been that way forever. Like, if I'm LeBron, why the hell would I voluntarily go to the West? Why the hell would I do that? So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. With the Avs. And a few other quotes here. This is Nathan McKinnon talking about Brent Burns' longevity. Maybe this is a life lesson for all of us. Listen.
He sleeps a lot, more than anybody. He's like a big bear. He'll nap from like 3 to 6 p.m. and go to sleep for another 10 hours. It's crazy. I think that's a big reason why he's played so long. And also, he's got such a great attitude. He's like everyone says it, he's like a little kid with 3 kids. So he's a special guy. He's super positive and just super great to be around. So, on the day-to-day grind, he's coming to the rink with a smile on his face, and I think that's the biggest reason why he's played so long.
Did I hear that McKinnon say, Nelly, that he has 3 children? Is that what I heard?
Yep, he is a baby, or he's a big kid with 3 of his own, is what he said.
I need to pass this information to my wife. How does a professional athlete who is constantly working out at practice, getting training done, how is he napping from 3 to 6 p.m. and then getting 10 hours of sleep? How is that happening for him? Where's that for the rest of us out here? I'm on a grind. I work early hours. Know what I was doing at 3:52 this morning, Nelly? Putting a binky in my baby's mouth. Because she's I was telling Nelly this yesterday. I was trying to explain when your child, your little tiny teeny baby, needs to have a binky to sleep, but nose is too stuffed to breathe through her nose, it is a vicious cycle for an entire night. It's been like that for a few. So I need to, can you do me a favor? Clip that, send that to me in an email. I will send that to my wife later. She needs to hear this. Secondly, when you discuss like what is the style of play that most benefits the Avs and what they want to do, Brett Kulak was asked a couple of things, but one was what surprised him, and this was on Kreckman and Lindahl. This is back yesterday on Kreckman and Lindahl.
It's just the style of play gives the team a chance to win every night, no matter if the big guys are snapping it around and sniping goals or not. The depth of the team. Yeah, I think the depth and just the style of play the team does and how much pride they take in the defensive side of the game that allows the team, no matter what's going on, to be in a game and have a chance to win every night, I think been pretty eye-opening for me.
That's what surprised him since coming over to the Avs about playing on this roster, and that is, I mean, he nailed the things that I think are most important. Helping out defensively and being disciplined in that department, then having the depth of a number of guys able to step up and do some stuff for you.
And, oh, by the way, that's Brett Kulak, who played in 2 straight Stanley Cup finals with the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah.
Coming in saying they can win any style of game and they commit to defense. You think that's a guy who knows about the long haul in the playoffs?
Well, for sure. And it's the combination of things that makes this such a rarity. And I think what's really interesting about the NHL is that at this point in the calendar, I don't think you see this in any other sport, where you get to a conference final the round before the final round, and they're doing these press conferences that have both a head coach and GM sitting next to each other fielding questions. It's a weird thing. You know, Vegas is having questions surrounding, Craig Berube. Or I'm sorry, Bruce Cassidy. I get my B's and C's mixed up. About Bruce Cassidy being blocked from potential head coaching opportunities, or at least speaking to teams about them, including Edmonton and LA. And they're fielding questions about that as they're getting ready for the Western Conference Final. It's weird. But like, you had McFarland up there, and this is where you give McFarland full credit. And I said this before regarding the Avs. One thing I really appreciate about what this front office does is they're constantly going for it. They aren't selling away the entire farm, the entire future, but they're willing to take very calculated risks to put the team in a position like they're in right now. And when they do swing and miss, because it's going to happen, they rectify the mistake pretty quickly. You trade for Georgiev. You give him a contract extension. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Well, in comes Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood. You take a swing on guys like Middleton or Johansson. Oops, those don't work. Those guys are gone within a year. But then out of that, you get your Kulaks. You get your Ross Coltons. You get your Kadris. You get a number of different players over the last couple of years that you acquired midseason, Lehkonen being one of them, who not only work here, but work here then long term. It's the ability and the courage to take swings and to continue to do it. And so give him full credit for that. Kulak, by the way, on his game-winning goal with Kreckman and Lindahl.
For me, I was kind of in a situation. It was a little bit later in my shift, and I was feeling like maybe I should head to the bench. But for whatever reason, I was like, I'll stick this one out a little longer and go see what we can make happen in the offensive zone. And sure enough, worked out for me. You know, Marty drew a lot of attention to himself, and I was able to find kind of a quiet little spot in the weak side ice there, and good pass, and was able to get a good shot and obviously finish off the series, which was awesome.
So once again, my peak curiosity heading into this game is going to be, can you challenge the rotating cast that has finally settled on Carter Hart in this postseason? Can you challenge him in a way that he has not been challenged yet? He has been good throughout this postseason, but not seen what the Avs will bring to the table. If you go back to the Mammoth series, the Mammoth scored 2, 3, 4, 4, 4 in 1. So in a 6-game series against Utah, they scored 18 goals through 6 games. If they're averaging 3 a game against Carter Hart, then I'd have to imagine that's the floor for what the Avs are going to do. You know, things did change when you got against Anaheim. Maybe he got a little bit more confident. Maybe Anaheim was just less adept at putting the puck in the back of the net. Not going to be the case in this series. So if I had to pick 2 factors, or I guess my top 3 that are going to matter in this series, one is going to be the overall health status of Cale Makar, because he's going to play. Number 2 is going to be, what can you do to put an immense amount of pressure on Carter Hart? And how does he react to it? And number 3 is, how much can your depth be a separating factor in a series like this against Vegas? Those are my top 3. But that Carter Hart question is a big one. So, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured, as a reminder to you guys. Game 1, your only local in live play-by-play of this game tonight is going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, but the only local pregame and postgame shows on TV live are on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. Check out all your favorite Altitude hosts starting at 5 p.m. today for full pregame coverage, taking you up to puck drop, and then, when the clock's hit 0, flip back over to see Avalanche postgame live. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com. Back after this. All right, again, game one of the Western Conference Final. As the Avs take on the Vegas Golden Knights. Should have seen this coming, but, here we are. I love, and usually I can't stand it. I couldn't stand it as we were trying to get here, but the extended break was nothing but a giant help towards what you wanted to do. You wanted to get guys healthy. There was very important pieces. I mean, Cale Makar, the most obvious of them, but even beyond that, your Lekkonens and your Malinskis and your Mansons and your, I don't know if Burns was hurt or if Burns is old. I don't know. And I mean that respectfully. Like, you're a veteran. You've earned the time. But getting a little bit more time off, getting ready for this series, I think has benefited the Avs. Now it's a matter of, can you just pick up where you left off? You've been off for a week before getting back on the ice again during real game competition. It's been close to that for Vegas, but it's also not quite what Carolina's dealing with, where they've been off for 2 weeks before they're going to get their series going. And these are so funny. Like, this is complete and total fan reaction. We got back-to-back texts at the exact same time, Nelly. Here's one. Gotta be honest, I'm really nervous about this series, and I have absolutely no idea why. The very next text from somebody else. I feel like I should be nervous, but I'm not. Heat check. And I think if you felt either way, it's appropriate. Here's like the reason for concern I don't think is tangible. And here's what I mean. I don't think you can point to, when you stack this thing up on paper or given the recent level of play from both teams. The Avs just played what I believe to be the toughest team left in certainly the Western Conference, but perhaps the entire NHL in the second round. And they took care of them in 5 games. Was it easy? It wasn't easy, but you felt like for the most part you had control in the series. When you put things down on paper, who's better in this category? Who's better in that category? I think, once again, the Avs have the bigger sort of advantage in most of those as well. Exception of maybe power play. As of recently, I suppose penalty kill, so special teams maybe tilts over to the side of Vegas. But you've had the better goaltender the entire year. You've had the better goal-scoring team the entire year. You've had the better defense the entire year. You've had you've just been better in virtually every category. The nervous energy, I think, can come from this. You haven't faced real adversity yet in the postseason. And if you do come across it, how does the team react? Like, maybe that's a part of it. Even when you lost to Minnesota, you were up 2-1. Go out, win a hockey game, and then it's 3-1, and it feels like the series was over, and it was. So maybe that's a part of it. Maybe it's just the mounting pressure of the farther you get in the postseason, the more you feel sort of a weight on your shoulders. Maybe you're a little bit nervous about Cale Makar and what his health status is going to be. Like, I think the reason for the nerves are fine. But again, I don't know if it's a tangible thing that you're reaching to. Maybe you're inventing things. Now, for the dude who's not nervous, I totally understand that too. You've been the best team in hockey since November 1st. It's May 20th. You got to the postseason as the best team in hockey and breezed through the first 2 rounds, winning 8 of 9. There should be a level of confidence that you do have. surrounding what is there to be scared of when this team has played well all year? So I understand both sides of the coin. I am somebody that even with a really good team, I'm always sort of I get nervous, angsty energy. Doesn't mean it's a lack of confidence, but I feel sort of the butterflies, if you will. And it'll always be that way. And I'm sure the players feel that same thing. I think you'd have to be dead to not have nerves going into this game tonight. There is just a certain level of going out, knowing what you need to do, and then actually taking care of it. Like maybe the Cavs last night should have felt a little bit more nerves with about 7.5 minutes left in that game. Instead of shutting down their offense and waiting for the clock to expire, maybe they should have kept being aggressive. But I'll tell you what I trust in this team, and this is why, despite some angsty, nervous energy, I feel good. I trust the leadership with Gabe Landeskog back in the lineup. It's been a marvel to see what a difference maker that guy is. We went over the record of the Avs throughout the course of this season with him in and out of the lineup. The only hiccup you had in the schedule was when Gabe was out. The things you didn't accomplish over the last 3 years was because, well, at least in some part, your captain was out. With him being in, it's a huge difference maker. We'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning, but we've asked him multiple times, what is it about Landy that he brings to the table? And he goes, it's not just that he's a great hockey player. He knows exactly what to say and when to say it to his guys. It's what makes him so special. But I trust the leadership on this team. I trust your overall talent level being better than anybody else in the league. That too. No matter what, the key thing to any team being a championship contender is, are you good enough? And that's a resounding yes. You are good enough to do this. So that's another reason for trust. And then another thing is this. Bednar mentioned this a couple days ago at a press conference. I want to bring it back up to him today at 8 o'clock. It's the hunger. When the Avs lost in 2021, there was a different sort of mentality that took place heading into the next season. And I think it's one of those of, I was embarrassed with the way that last year finished, and I'm not going to let that happen again. And I think the Avs have that. There is a focus that feels very similar to 2022. They could have bleeped around and lost a game or two of that Kane series, and they would have been fine. Could have done the same thing against a really good team against Minnesota. Didn't even allow that to be a factor. Took care of it every single night. Went about their business in a professional manner. Nerves are appropriate, but so is confidence. And you can hear it all right here on 92.5 tonight. Nate and Andy are going to be live at Ball Point inside Ball Arena this afternoon, taking you through pregame of Game 1 of this Western Conference Final. Tune in for the only live show from inside the arena starting at 3 o'clock. It's powered by the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. So if you get in that building a little bit early, stop by and say hi to Nate and Andy as they'll be broadcasting from there starting at 3 o'clock at Ball Point. Can always watch a show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We made it, guys. It's been a week, but we've made it. So, all the action coming your way with pregame starting at 5:30 right here on the only station that will give you live and local play-by-play coverage of Game 1 of the Western Conference Final between the Avs and the Vegas Golden Knights. A bunch more to discuss with this. Moser will give his keys to the game, and Jared Bednar will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. So stay tuned all day and keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Moser and Lombardi and Kane next. That is Eric Johnson, and he joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. How many teams in the West outside the Avs and the Stars you think have a shot to come out?
I would say Vegas, the way they're playing right now since Torts has come over and the way Carter Hart's played the last few games, Vegas is going to be a tough out. So that's my second team behind Colorado in the West.
You know, that's interesting. I know you played for Torts, but to bring in a guy, I think it was 7 games left in the season, a coach that was outside the system and just be like, hey, go coach us in the postseason. That's got to be weird for the players in the locker room, right?
Yeah, I think they did their research, though, Vegas did, and they know what Torts can bring right away. For me, the biggest thing is Torts knows he doesn't have to do a whole lot with that team because they're a veteran group and they know how to win and they know how to play. He just has to tweak a few things here and there. So, yeah, I mean, he has such presence when he gets into a locker room, and he's so entertaining to listen to, and you just have so much respect for him that I think it was a great move by Vegas.
All right, we made it. We made it, everybody. Congratulations. It was a long time, but we're finally here. Nelly, when was the date on that again? When did I talk to EJ?
April 15th.
Yeah, that was the extended appetizer show.
My God. That was a long time.
That was a long time ago. And I remember, I'll be the first to admit it, when he said that, my first thought was, Vegas ain't doing this with a coach they signed on to, 5 days before the playoffs. And to their credit, I mean,
Vegas is doing this.
Look where they're at now. I'll say this. Going into this game tonight, there's a lot of audio that we can get to in a little bit. Moj, I guess I don't remember this. Does the NHL always do a press conference with the GM heading into the conference final slate?
I can't remember it being the way it was yesterday where they had the GM and the coach of both teams talk.
It seemed odd to me.
And then a couple of select players. It was Nathan McKinnon and Gabriel Landeskog yesterday. I can't remember it like that. But not bad. I didn't mind it at all. I mean, I thought some very thoughtful answers.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. I'm just saying, I don't remember, George Payton doing a press conference before the AFC Championship game last year. It just felt like weird timing, but whatever.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, but it's fine. It's good to hear from C-Mac every once in a while. He's the architect.
Yeah.
He put this thing together.
Well, Vegas is going into a conference final, and they got their GM answering questions about why they aren't allowing Bruce Cassidy to do interviews with people, and he's like, can we talk about the series?
You mean Tortorella?
Oh, no, Bruce
Cassidy. No, Bruce Cassidy.
I see what you're I thought you meant Tortorella after the last game, not doing any interviews.
No. Bruce Cassidy's being denied head coaching interviews
right now. So the guy they fired in April, Vic.
Yeah, I know what's happening.
Yeah, several teams would like to talk to him, or at least a couple of teams would like to talk to him, and Vegas is saying, nah.
You know what? Vegas comes across as a very ruthless organization. Like, they will go to the extremes on these things.
Yeah.
Is that fair, Moj? Are they ruthless?
I don't know that they're ruthless. I think I have other words in my head.
Other adjectives?
Who plays for San Antonio?
Vassal and Castle and all the...
Oh, yeah, I got you.
They have a lot of good players in San Antonio.
Yeah, they do.
We'll hear from Coach Bednar today at 8 a.m.
He's going to join us in an hour, so we'll get a full preview of this game tonight. And Moj, if I may, if I can play the role of Hockey Brett for a moment with you, can I give you what I think are the top 3 things heading into this series?
No. Sure.
No.
I think he can.
Well,
you don't think so?
That's funny. Vic, I wasn't asking you. I said Moj.
Oh, okay.
Well, ho. Vic was at practice yesterday.
Yeah.
So what amazes me...
Gathering information.
Very important.
Do you know how a black hole just sucks in everything?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Vic is a hockey black hole. He's there one time, and he absorbs it all.
I know so much right now.
See, I mean, his brain is swelling.
Well, here's what I'd give you. Number 1, I think this is everybody's number 1. What's Cale Makar going to be like?
Well, he wasn't at practice.
That's the number 1 thing. Do I think he plays tonight? Yeah, I think he plays. There's a weird Malinsky quote from yesterday that I want to talk about for a second where I don't know if it's just a poor choice of words regarding Makar, but we'll get to it in a little bit. Number 1 is, first of all, is Cale playing? Second of all, how effective is Cale going to be if he does play? That's number 1. Number 2, Carter Hart has been good in this postseason, but he has not faced a team like the Avs. The Utah Mammoth averaged 3 goals a game against him in the first round. Utah is not the Avalanche onslaught of shots and talent.
Correct.
Can you make him look like the rest of the Vegas goalies from the regular season this year, which was a little bit iffy?
We'll find out.
And thirdly, how much of a factor is the depth going to be? In much the same way that the Minnesota Wild, and this is a big thing for me, you looked at the production of the Wild, and they had the graphics up before the series started. Which 3 would you rather take? McKinnon, Makar, Natchez, or Kaprizov, Hughes, and Boldy? Well, Moj, they rendered Boldy pretty useless for a good portion of that series.
They did.
Kaprizov had 1 shot on goal the final 2 games of that series.
Correct.
Hughes was good.
Yep.
If you limit...
Hughes was great.
Yes.
He's all over the place.
If you limit the top end of Vegas's roster in the same way that you did with Minnesota, can that be the big difference maker, considering the Avs throw kind of everybody at you?
Well, imagine us looking at their lineup. Here's what cracks me up. And this is where I want to...
Are those good 3? Is that a good 3?
Those are 3 pretty damn good ones, Brett. Yeah, I don't
Thank
mind
you.
that at all. When you look at, Vic, the Golden Knights lineup, and you say, wow, the line you want to take away. This is Johnny Lyle's big thing. Take away the Carlson line. He's back. He and Mitch Marner have this chemistry thing going on now. Marner's elevated even more, and Howden's flying around. Okay, fine. And you go, well, you look at that top line. I mean, Eichel and Dorofeyev and Barbashev's going to run. Barbashev is like a refrigerator. He's like 6'2", 220, or maybe 210, whatever. He's like a box, right? A hitting box that can score. So you're like, oh, that seems kind of dangerous. Even if you take away or try to take away the Carlson line, well, look at the Avalanche. I mean, look the other way around. Look at the Avs top line.
Look at what they're saying about this team.
I mean,
I know we often get lost in that, but that's sort of, we know this team, so it's common practice. Since we know this team so well, we've experienced this team, all we can do is talk about the other team.
Are there concerns? Yeah. We were talking about Colton Sissons. That guy can be in a coma.
I remember him from Nashville.
Yeah. Vic, he can be in a coma for 2 months. Coma.
Yeah.
Avs are in town, scores 2. I mean, like, he shows up at the rink and he pots 2, and you're like, the hell's going on with that guy, right? Hurdle's a big, thick veteran the centerman now. Hurdle's been around for an awfully long time. Was gangbusters with the Sharks for an awfully long time and so on. And Brandon Saad is not probably what he used to be even with the Avalanche, but he's a body that's going to throw his weight around in that 4th line for Vegas. He's going to throw their weight around too. Keegan Colasar is a hitter. He leads the hitting parade. So they've got a lot of stuff going for them. If it was the other way around, if I was in Vegas looking at the Avs lineup, I'd be going, wow. Damn. All right. I mean, there are concerns when you look at Vegas.
Yeah.
If I was in Vegas looking at the Avs, I'd be going, mamma mia. I'd be doing one of those.
For sure. Now, here's what I tell you. When you head into this series, the good news is this. This is what Bednar said yesterday. We'll talk to him at 8 o'clock this morning, see if there's anything different. He said, no concerns yet with Cale Makar's availability for tomorrow.
That's not how it went down.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. How was it?
It was like this. Cale Makar, any concerns about tomorrow?
We'll see.
And he goes, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
They haven't seen him. He hasn't been in practice. He hasn't.
Not
I mean,
yet.
how do you have a concern unless he gets jostled, he gets touched, he gets hit? I see what they're doing here. You're trying to keep him in a bubble until it's time to go and see how he reacts. It's exactly what's happening. Moj, don't you agree?
Yes.
I mean, like, you're telling him at home, hey, listen, I don't want you using the remote control. Just sit there.
Do you have a designated doorknob opener?
Yes. All of that. Don't do anything.
I would love to have that, by the way.
Like, don't even go to the bathroom.
Imagine you were so rich, it's like, I'm not touching that dirty handle. Open that door.
Well, we had that during COVID, those little things that you used.
What?
The door, the thing on the foot where you had to open the door with your foot.
I don't think I've ever. I didn't use
They have
one.
those,
Yeah,
those
those
public
claws.
bathrooms
Those
now.
claws now at the bottom of the door.
Foot claw.
So you don't have to touch the handle. You can push your foot down.
To be
and pull
totally
it back
honest with you,
like a
I'm not a
claw.
I don't like touching the handle after a bathroom.
Actually, the odds would be, Victor, that would probably be the cleanest.
That's a good point because you
Handle.
wash your hands. But
That's
what
correct.
about those who don't wash?
Okay,
Agreed, but
yeah.
I'm saying that is not outweighed by the fact that every other door handle in the place
You and me,
is
buddy.
filthy.
You and me. I wash my hands. I grab the paper towels, wipe my hand, and then I grab the handle with the paper towel.
I do that a lot.
and then throw the paper towel away as I walk out.
Sometimes I wait for someone to walk in. And I
You
waited
stand
hours.
like an elevator.
You stand in the bathroom waiting for the door to open, and then you just kick.
Where you been?
You kick it open.
Waiting
with
for someone to open
the
the
bathroom door. That's great.
Anyway,
But we're here, dudes. Are you excited? We're here.
Yeah, finally. But again, this break was good. It was good. You needed time for these guys to get healthier.
I was listening to Chris Pronger talk about extended time off. And it was more in conjunction. I don't know how you feel about this, Vic, being a doctor of physiology like you are.
Yeah.
It was more in conjunction with the Carolina Hurricanes having 12 days off. He said, if you're dealing with something, rest is good. So like 4 or 5, maybe 6 days is good, right? He says, but what you don't want your body doing is you don't want your body to be off 9 days going, okay, we're in recovery mode now. We're in off-season recovery mode.
So you don't want to be
and
the
your body-
Hurricanes.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're dealing with anything major anyway, but these things that are hurting, your body's like, okay, we're in the off, it's recovery mode, and then we'll get back to the gym in a month and that kind of thing. So that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
The way I look at it, if you're dealing with something severe or something that's painful or something that, hey, you know what? You give it a good 10 days, you're going to be good. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Wake your body up. Say, hey, we're not in recovery mode. We're in play mode again. Oh, okay. But I thought it was an interesting way to look at it from a Carolina perspective.
So again, we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. So stay tuned for that as he will give us whatever he can, I suppose, heading into this first game against Vegas. It is a very, I think, intriguing and interesting sort of matchup where you talk about two teams that are familiar with each other, both teams big-time playoff experience, especially recently, and this, as Vic would call it, substitute teacher bump that they've gotten from Torts is crazy. Now, if you guys missed it from yesterday, I thought the NHL was going to initially throw the hammer at them for the no post-game availability thing just to kind of walk it back later, send a stern message to everybody else. They did not overturn that at all.
Not yet.
No, I thought it was. What do you mean yet? I thought Vegas is getting docked the second rounder officially now.
I think everybody seems to think there is still a little wiggle room down the line about the pick. Not towards 100 G's. That's hey. Can you imagine?
How much is Torts being paid for this little of a season where he's getting fined $100,000? Like, is that his entire check?
Probably $5 million prorated over the course of whatever. I don't know. Players don't get paid in the postseason, by the way. You get paid in the regular season. Coaches,
Not a dime?
not a dime.
Wait, they don't get extra game checks?
Well, they get money for each round they go, but they don't get. This is not part of the salary. Their checks stop. Essentially.
But
I mean,
yeah,
it's
isn't
like
that the
that.
same as every other sport? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure.
You said that like that was a weird thing unique
with
to hockey.
Torts, I don't know. Did they? I don't know what. It's different for coaches. I don't know what.
Well, Torts
the
didn't get
prorated
paid
is.
for 4 days.
But I understand, but I don't know what it's prorated between now and however long you go in the playoffs. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I get it.
But $100,000, dude. I don't care how rich you are in this planet. 100 G's is 100 G's would wipe me out.
Yeah.
Vic, I'm docking you $100,000. Come up with it tomorrow. What would you say to me?
For you?
No, I'm docking you.
Oh, you're docking me $100,000.
Yeah.
I'd tell kids that are in college, it's it. It's over.
Get out.
Nice knowing you.
Hey, Brett,
over, pal.
Brett, 100. I need 100 G's in the bank by the end of the day.
I have 2 children that I think could go for $100,000. I think
I mean, that's a lot.
What do you think? I get that laying around somewhere?
Could you produce $100K cash by the end of the day?
Not a chance. No, not cash. I'm not that liquid.
Like 100 in a briefcase?
Yes. You have it. You're doing a deal.
What do you think I am?
Walter White?
In the back of your trunk, 100K cash by the end of the day. You have to do this. I can get my hands on 100K.
I mean, I guess I could, but it wouldn't be. I mean, it would be immediate jumping through hoops.
No, because the only thing you
day.
could do is like sell your house. But who's going to give you $100,000 today
But
on the spot?
I'd have to liquidate a bunch of stuff. Dude.
Yeah.
Listen, you got to get it by the end of the day.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to kill me. It's
Okay,
it.
then you
it's
die.
done.
That's
yeah,
also a
it's
very
done.
good
It's over.
option.
What?
I'll take that option.
You know what? I for the sake of my family, I got a decent life insurance policy. If you just kill me, they'll make out pretty good, actually.
As a guy who grew up selling things outside of the Safeway to raise money for athletics and Cub Scouts, I think I can generate 100K by the end of the day.
You and little Timmy? Jingling a mason jar outside the front of Safeway?
Hey.
So here's...
I just go to Nevada, the Moser Ranch.
Vic's just going to start mass producing
next
little
to the Bunny
dinghies and
Ranch?
selling those.
Yep. 100K, like that.
I don't think that's how it would work.
Oh.
So listen, there's a quote from Malinsky, and look, maybe this is like out of context or not translated with the correct tone. I don't know, but it is concerning surrounding Cale.
He speaks English.
No, I mean translated to text without the proper tone.
Okay.
It's about Cale. It's a little bit weird, so I'll give you the quote from this article on Sportsnet in just a second. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Vic Lombardi here for Cutarelli Vision RLE. Mose, you and I have a lot in common, but what is the one thing we really have in common?
That our eyesight is not so hot, but we're not quite ready yet for Cutarelli.
Yeah, we can't read things up close. We're olds. Remember the olds. Now, everybody's eyes are different. Your eyes may be conducive to this procedure. I went in, I got checked out, and he said, you got to wait a little bit longer before you can do it. What is it? It's called refractive lens exchange. Sounds worse than it really is. It's not that difficult. If you've ever had LASIK or know a friend who's had LASIK, it's very similar to that. Dr. Cutarelli's done over 60,000 of these procedures. You go in, you get it done, you take care of it. Not only does it fix your vision, not only can you read the menu in the phone again, but it eliminates any cataract. Thank you, Mose. Turn that off. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com.
All right, Jared Bednar is going to join us in 40 minutes. Can I give you this quote here for Sam Malinsky? And you tell me, am I just reading too much into this? Story on Sportsnet. Avalanche not concerned yet as Cale Makar misses another practice. So they got the quote from Jared Bednar where you quoted him. No, not yet. That's what he said.
Yep.
I'm sure that's what he's going to give us this morning.
And that was the end. I think that was the end of the news conference, or close to the very end.
Let me read you Sam Malinsky from this article, though, and tell me what you think about this. The 27-year-old Makar has 4 goals and an assist while averaging nearly 25 minutes of ice time through 2 rounds. He's a crucial part of their offensive and special teams plans. Asked what he'd say to fans about missing Makar for Game 1, fellow defenseman Sam Malinsky responded, quote, I don't know what to tell them. Obviously, it would be great to have him out there. You can't replace him, and we're going to miss him out there. Yeah, hopefully we can still get it done without him.
That's what he'd say.
Is that a hypothetical?
Yeah, that's
the hypothetical scenario.
They were being asked. I was listening to a lot of these interviews.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
That's a hypothetical. What would you say to fans if he couldn't go?
This was lost in translation.
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Every question that I sort of peeked in a little bit.
Oh
on
yeah,
some of
he
these
was
scrums.
Let me tell you something. You know what Vic is? I've got it.
Mm-hmm.
Vic is the perfect hockey dressing room hummingbird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean? With the long beak, so he's not exactly in the flower, right? He's got the long beak on the outside of the flower, which is the scrum, and he hummingbirds to this guy, hummingbirds over here. You know how a hummingbird moves fast like that? That is absolutely Vic.
So
Lombardi.
wait, look at the camera. Is this Vic? Look at the zoom.
Okay.
Is this Vic?
Master eavesdropper is what you want to call.
He's that a little bit,
eavesdropper.
Just slowly coming in.
Well, he's like a hummingbird ninja, dude. He's really good at it.
I was eavesdropping a little bit Nazem Kadri yesterday, and I thought he had some of the best commentary.
Isn't he a thoughtful dude?
He's great, man.
Yeah, he really is.
And not to misquote him, but some of the stuff he was talking about, common sense stuff, he goes, listen, I don't care who we've already played. This team we're about to play has been here. They deserve to be here. And like it or not, guys, there are still ghosts from the past that exist.
Sure.
Between the Avs and the Golden Knights. And you have to exorcise those demons. Are we on the same page with that?
Well, how many guys in this Avalanche team right now were there when they fell to Vegas in those 6 games in 2021?
Let's count them, obviously.
Nate,
Cale, Landy, Taves.
No.
Somebody just
Taves wasn't on the team?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah, Taves came in before the Cup season.
Okay.
Am I right about that? Taves arrived at the beginning.
Val?
Yeah.
Val was on that team?
Yep.
Was Josh Manson on that team?
No.
He was not.
He arrived in the trade deadline to 22.
So they had a smaller blue line at that time.
Yes.
Because I remember that was the source of a lot of opinion.
Wait, here you go, Moj. I saw this yesterday. I found it. Avs roster Game 6 of 2021. Top line was Saad, McKinnon, Rantanen.
Okay, stop.
It's changed.
Second line was Landy, Comfer, Nichushkin.
That's 3 dudes. JT Comfer was your second line center. Keep that in mind.
Brandon Saad was on the top line.
Yeah. Third line was Burakovsky, Jost, O'Connor.
Okay, so Logan was here.
Fourth line was...
Okay, so LOC was here, but Tyson Jost was your Nazem Kadri. Mm-hmm. Oh, my
God. Fourth line was Newhook, Belmar, Donskoy.
Okay, this is a different team.
Hang on. Let me continue. Blue line. Taves Makar was at the top.
Okay, so Taves was here. Okay.
I know. Listen, I remember Donskoy. I know Donskoy.
You understand
At the same time, who the hell is Donskoy?
Donskoy was the guy who was taken in the draft from Seattle, right?
I remember him. Draft. I know him, and I'm still saying to myself, who the hell is him?
Came from the Sharks. Anyway,
hang on.
So Taser was here. Okay.
Your second was Girard and Graves.
Okay.
And your third was Nemeth and Timmins.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Connor
with
Timmins,
Grubauer and Johansson being your goalies.
You're much.
Kadri was suspended for that game, if you remember.
You're much better today. You're just better.
Well, and
obviously.
Timmins is playing with Buffalo, obviously, but some of those guys are out of the league.
Yeah.
I mean, out of the league, gone.
Yeah.
So I mean, different time, different team, but ghosts, I guess, for the organization still exists, right? Because the way it went down.
I suppose, but again, there are very few Vegas Golden Knights that were part of that team that beat the Avalanche 5 years ago.
Mark Stone was there.
He's out tonight.
I know, but I'm just saying he was there.
Yeah. Shea Theodore.
Break down a lot more of this in 30 minutes with the coach, Jared Bednar. I do want to ask you guys
something.
something.
But just real quickly, back to your that was pure hypothetical type of situation.
Okay, yeah, just making sure, because I figured that was the case, that Malinsky wasn't revealing that he was out.
Let me go logically here. I know he wasn't on the ice for the game-tying goal and the game-winning goal against Minnesota, but he did come back in the game, did he not?
He played no T, yeah.
Why is the little dinghy on the thing?
Yeah, get the dinghy off the screen.
Why is the little dinghy on the screen?
Is that your version of Vic eavesdropping on the conversation?
Oh, that's
what that is?
Yes.
He's been there for minutes. You guys haven't even noticed.
I know,
so chop.
So, but that's kind of the way Vic operates in those scrums.
Jonah Coleman's on Good Morning Football.
Oh, that's awesome. Where was I?
You're talking about the context.
Of
Malinsky talking about Makar, yeah.
We're a little distracted there by the little dinghy, huh? I can't get it out.
And then you said Makar wasn't there for the game-winning goal, but he was there in overtime. So
when the little dinghy shows up, you get distracted. If he came back in that game, if he left for a prolonged period of time and then came back and played hockey, my thought is that in the time he's had off, it's not like a lightning bolt came and struck him again and said, boom, you're even worse than you were. I would think, and this is me just being logically gifted, I suppose, Vic, and you're the doctor, wouldn't it just get at least a little tiny bit better over the course of the days they've had off and rest?
You think the concern?
I'm just trying to be logical.
Concern that I have, though, Moj, if he takes a hit, is he back to square one of where he was?
I couldn't
That's
tell you.
what I'm talking about.
Now,
we'll talk more about this with Bednar in 30 minutes. So I had on my second screen last night, just sort of background, Cavs and Knicks, and I was like, man, can't believe the Cavs are going to win this game. It's very boring.
Well, you're up 22 with 7 minutes to play. You figure it's locked up.
It's 93-71 with 7:49 left in the game at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks are getting worked, which is rare because the Knicks have been beating the hell out of everybody this postseason. Those win probability flowchart things, you guys know what I'm talking about, where you can go to certain points in the game, tells you your chance to win.
99%?
99.9% chance to win for the Cavs at that point.
I'm going to tell you why the Cavs lost. Keep going.
They then get outscored 44-11 for the remainder of the game. They allow a tie game, send it to OT, and Knicks take over from there. That point, 7:49 left in the game, down 22, is about the point where I'm sure the Knicks were thinking, do we just put the backups in and get ready for game 2?
Yeah.
But according to ESPN Analytics, teams trailing by 22 points in the fourth quarter of a playoff game since just the fourth quarter, forget 7:49 left, fourth quarter. There have been 595 games that have happened since 1997 where that has occurred. Teams were 0-594 going into that game.
Wait. 595 playoff games where a team is trailed by 22 in the fourth? That doesn't seem possible. Maybe games overall.
Teams trailing by 22 points in the fourth quarter of a playoff game since 1997 were 1-594 heading into that game. One time.
All right, so I don't know how closely you guys monitored that game. I watched the entire fourth quarter from my sauna. But if I had to ask you guys, why did Cleveland melt down the way they did? What was the reason? Let me test your basketball acumen live on Denver Sports Talk Radio.
I'll tell you this. It was on my TV. By the time I looked back up, it was an 8-point game. I have no idea what happened.
Moser?
I think I know.
What do you think it was?
If I'm not mistaken, I saw out of the corner of my eye in the vomitorium down to my right by the Knicks bench, Hermione Granger went,
no,
suckiest fourth quarterist.
I'll tell you exactly what
Is that what it was? She did a supreme.
This was what you call coaching stubbornness. This was a coaching error. And I'm going to call out the Cleveland coaches here. They were hunting James Harden switches at the end of that game. Jalen Brunson would take the ball up the court. He'd get a pick from OG Anunoby or whomever. They would switch on to James Harden. And literally 7 of 8 times down the court, 7 of 8, they switched onto James Harden, and he went to work and absolutely roasted him. Harden couldn't do anything. He's too slow. They left him in the game because it's James Harden. He's an offensive force, and he did nothing. As soon as you're up 22, in my humble opinion, you got to make changes. You don't need offense anymore. You need defense. You got 7 minutes left. Just make some stops. You need defense. Get him out of the game. Get James Harden. I don't care about pride. Swallow it. There's a reason the guy's never gone deep into the playoffs. Here's why. He gets hunted and hunted and hunted. And Brunson ate him for lunch and dinner last night.
So James Harden had another game. This is about a quarter of his career in which he has playoff games with more turnovers than field goals made. That happened again last night. He had 6 turnovers in 5 made buckets. But hang on. I know that this is, look, we're all going to be prisoners of recency bias, especially when something crazy happens. This is as bad of a collapse as I can think of in recent memory. You know, the Nuggets had a pretty bad one in Game 7 against Minnesota a couple years back. It wasn't with less than 8 minutes left in the game. Yeah. They allowed a 44-11 run from the final 7:45 of regulation going into overtime. The Knicks shot 15 of 20 from the floor. Because to lose that way, you don't just have to go ice cold. You need the other team to make every shot that they put up too. 15 of 20. The Cavs shot 4 of 18 from that point on. Brunson had 17 points in that stretch on 8 of 10 from the floor. Harden and Mitchell combined for 3 points on 1 of 10.
That's amazing. I mean, it's an amazing switcheroo.
Well,
Vic, I'm pulling for the Knicks. You may say, "Oh, the Cavs."
What? First of all, I am not pulling for the Knicks.
Okay, that's good.
Are you?
No.
I am not.
I have no affinity whatsoever for the city of New York. But that being said, before the game yesterday, I went and watched and listened to the entire news conference of Jalen Brunson getting ready for the Eastern Conference Final. And I came away from that going, God, I think I really like Jalen Brunson.
He seems to be a likable guy.
I came away from that going, I think I really like Jalen Brunson.
Well, you want to hear?
I would like to have me a friggin' Jalen Brunson, Vic.
That
would be fun. Hey, Vic, that'd be fun. Would you like a Jalen Brunson?
You want to hear what he did last night?
Yeah. What did he do?
Okay, so they're down 22. They're down 22 with 7:49 left, 7:39. Jalen Brunson, floater past James Harden. After that, he assists on a Landry Shamet 3. He assists on a Carl Anthony Towns 2. Jalen Brunson past James Harden, 4-footer, another floater. Jalen Brunson, after that, 3-footer, off the window, over everybody. Jalen Brunson, another pull-up 12-footer after a pick and roll against James Harden. Jalen Brunson, 7-footer. That was that one that was ridiculous. He got like on 1 foot. Jalen Brunson then, with 3:30 left in the game, and James Harden trying to guard him on the perimeter, the backup 3-pointer over Harden's grill to cut the lead to 5. I mean, that's all Jalen Brunson, all on James Harden's head. What are you doing as a coaching staff? Get him out of there.
I never really had a strong feeling one way or another for Jalen
Get him
Brunson.
out of there.
Agreed.
Get him out of there and put in some defensive. I mean, what are you doing?
I don't know. I like Jalen Brunson. That's all. I'm on the Brunson
I'm talking
train.
about the Cleveland staff.
Understand. They blew it. Understood.
I'm looking at Kenny Atkinson right now.
This is what happens, though, with veteran players. He deserves it. He's our guy. He's our guy. Do you want to win a championship or not? Hell, you're watching OKC the other night. They take players from the bottom of the bench and put them in the game if they
If they're
need
playing
it.
well enough. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the way it should be.
Yep.
Know your role. Know your strengths. You didn't need offense. You needed defensive
The Nuggets
stops.
did that when they won a championship. They would take Porter out at the end of a game and just be like, sorry.
Bruce is playing.
Yeah. And what did Porter say?
Sounds
Porter
good.
won a
went to
championship.
went to the coaching staff and
he won a
said,
championship.
do it.
Sit me. I'm good. I'm good with that. Hey, we got a lead. Let's go.
Yeah, last night, coaching error.
Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. The morning sprint is going to be live from the penalty box for morning skate today, and you're not going to want to miss a second of it. Hear the skates on the ice as background for Coach and Raj as they get you ready for Game 1. Western Conference Final. It's powered by the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around.
The clouds are clearing. Just look outside. It's getting better. Summer is fast approaching. If you're thinking about outdoor patio stuff, and I'm talking about grills, talking about outdoor fire pits, maybe you want to throw a pizza oven on the patio, any of that business, the place to go is Flatirons Fire. Just had a buddy of mine call me, say, where'd you get your sauna? I said, Flatirons Fire. Connected them right away. That's what they do. They specialize in outdoor activity, stuff where you can gather with friends. And it's the best time of year, by the way. If you want to buy a fireplace to replace the one you have, they've got deals going on right now. Altitude Sports listeners, you get a great deal, 10 to 15% off all fireplaces at Flatirons Fire off 53rd and Bannock, North I-25, or check out the showroom online, all you can choose from at flatironsfire.com.
It's Mark Moser here for my friends at American Financing. And the reason I talk about them is because I know they're good. I've worked with American Financing for an awfully long time. A family-owned mortgage lender, not one of those big giant banks. They're right here in Colorado. But they're also licensed in all 50 states. They can get the job done for you. Everything today is more expensive. You're having to spend more for the things you buy on a regular basis, and that stinks. And maybe that credit card debt is mounting. Get out of it this spring and this summer with the equity in your home. Get into a mortgage rate that's much, much lower and feel financially free. Give your paycheck a raise, lower your debt obligations, and if you do it, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. May close in as fast as 10 days. The average customer saves $800 a month. And the thing about American Financing, they're there to help you. They help people like you every day. There's no judging. They're there to help. Salary-based mortgage consultants. No upfront fees, no obligation. So it takes nothing but a little bit of your time to call and find out what they can do for you and get you out from underneath that rock. 303-695-7000. Tell them Moj sent you. That number again, write it down. 303-695-7000. Or go online. It's AmericanFinancing.net.
Want to take this time to issue our deepest sympathies and condolences to a member of the media, someone who's been covering the CU Buffs for many, many years, Adam Munstertiger, who passed away late last night. He was hospitalized in April and I believe early May, had some lung issues. Not certain of the exact cause of death, but I know his health took a left turn, and it's just an awful loss for such a young man. I've had some professional encounters with him. I've seen him at Buffs games. I did not know him personally.
Terrific reporter.
But anytime you lose somebody inside our practice, again, a heartfelt sympathy to his wife, Liz, his entire family. It's just awful news.
Yeah. Again, same thing with me. Vic didn't have a chance to interact with him personally, but read his stuff. Great reporter. And awful news coming out of Buffs Nation. So
and surprising because it sort of came out of left field.
Yeah.
I knew he was sick, but not to this extent.
He did his last podcast from the hospital.
Saw
and was being a badass.
You know, it just goes to show you don't know other people's problems. You just don't.
Yep.
So hopefully the family gets through this, but just a horrible, horrible piece of news coming from Boulder.
Hearts go out to their family, and just awful news. Now, Jared Bednar is going to join us again in 15 minutes to give us a preview of Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. There is something that Nathan McKinnon said yesterday that I think is a little bit silly, and it's about the longevity of one Brent Burns' career and how he keeps it together. This is what McKinnon said.
He sleeps a lot, more than anybody. He's like a big bear. He'll nap from like 3 to 6 p.m. and go to sleep for another 10 hours. It's crazy. I think that's a big reason why he's played so long. And also, he's got such a great attitude. He's like everyone says it, he's like a little kid with 3 kids. So he's a special guy. He's super positive and just super great to be around. So, on the day-to-day grind, he's coming to the rink with a smile on his face, and I think that's the biggest reason why he's played so long.
One of the things that stuck out to me in hearing that, Moj, is, first of all, Brent Burns, I think, is still somehow an underrated addition to the team this year with his consistency, being on the ice every single night. I mean, it's been his entire career. But somebody you trust as a veteran every single night to make the right play. We've discussed how much if he gets the puck on his stick, he's going to fire that thing at the net, right? He's got 3 kids, and he takes a 3-hour nap and sleeps 10 hours a day? Well, as a professional athlete?
Yeah, there's no baby Bo Val's running around. I mean, not even running around. You know what I mean?
41. It's not like they're all 20.
Well, yeah, but I think they're all at least married themselves.
What?
Yeah, graduated college. No, I'm teasing. But listen, man. It's not being a pro athlete and being in the pro sports world, Vic, back me up on this. It's not easy. You have to have a partner who understands what it's about.
Like coaches' wives get it the worst.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm out. Listen, I know 2 of the kids are sick. I know that. I'm going to be gone for about 12 days, okay? You got this.
Yeah.
No,
it's the big Canadian road trip.
Right. Well, it's not. I mean, typically a couple, they'll go to work or whatever. One will stay home and you help, and you're like, let's say you got a sick kid. Well, you take turns at night. It's all on. If you got a dude who's traveling, in hockey, it's all on the spouse. I mean, so there has to be an understanding. So the sleeping 3 hours and then another 10 sounds great to me. By the way, and not only that, this is partly why, with the Brent Burns and other guys, this is partly why he's here for a reason. And in the hockey world, it's a very big reason.
Well, between him and then another guy, veteran defenseman who was recently acquired, Brett Kulak. He was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday.
He was great.
This is a guy who made 2 straight finals appearances. He knows what this grind is like. He knows what it takes to get to this point. Did you hear him talk about the Avs when he first joined the team? Like, what surprised him the most? Here's what he said.
It's just the style of play gives the team a chance to win every night, no matter if the big guys are snapping it around and sniping goals or not. The depth of the team. Yeah, I think the depth and just the style of play the team does and how much pride they take in the defensive side of the game that allows the team, no matter what's going on, to be in a game and have a chance to win every night, I think been pretty eye-opening for me.
So, correction, that was on PhD, not Kreckman and Lindahl. But regardless, Brett Kulak said this team can win in any style that they want. And that's true. And he is somebody that has been a massive addition of, I mean, I love the term that you use, Moj, but you call some guys, and I think he's one of them, a fire and forget missile. It's not like he's going to do anything super special, although he does get a game-winning goal to close out a series, but he's just steady Eddie. You know exactly what you're getting every time he steps foot on the ice.
You do. And these are guys, Vic, who are especially driven, especially hungry. And I can see if you win, and I've seen it before, if you win, Vic, that edge can sort of go away.
So,
right? Well, I mean, am I right or wrong? That edge.
Well, of course. I mean,
okay.
You get, I'm not going to say you get lazy, but perhaps confidence starts to creep in.
Okay. No matter what, I can tell you that the guys on the Avs right now who have won, they want it as bad as if they never won it before. And now you've got guys who haven't ever won it, and they want it bad. There's a, as I've been talking all season long, it doesn't guarantee a damn thing.
Yeah.
But there's a drive, there's a want to, there's a
You don't
a
think
focus,
they want it for
there's
Burns?
a purpose. Absolutely. I mean, but all of this, these are the esoteric, these are the Don't get mad at me, either of you.
I'm going to get so mad.
If you say universal thread,
so mad.
Don't you dare.
I'll get so mad.
Don't you do it.
The next thing out of your mouth.
You say it for me.
Universal thread.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is what I'm talking about. Stuff you cannot put a number on. You can't. It's intangible, but it's there, and it's important.
For those of you who are attending the game, good for you. For those of you who will be in Avs Alley tonight, just a quick recap. Rain expected to stop shortly after 3 p.m. It will be cloudy starting at 5 p.m., but you're hockey fans. You can tolerate 57 degrees, 56 degrees, 54 degrees.
Why are you giving us a weather update?
Because
listen,
there are people standing outside, thousands of them, watching the game.
Bring a coat. Vic,
That's why.
You know they got a dome, right?
No. In Avs Alley. Bro.
I get it.
Nelly, say it, please.
I
You know
what
they
you were
got
doing.
a dome, right?
That's so
It's going to
good.
be okay.
So
It's so good.
It's not expected to rain tonight, but it will be a little chilly. But you're hockey fans. Hockey fans can tolerate.
I'm sorry to say this real quick, by the way, because my brain short-circuited. I just saw Travolta again.
I know.
Wearing that thing
with his beret and
What's going on?
his dyed,
Mustache and
almost like barber shop shaven beard thing that he's got going on. I don't know what's happening there.
What is that intersection with Hollywood? Because Tom Brady has made that intersection, right? He's made that intersection. We
Yes,
know
he
what it
has.
is. Where your facial appearance and whatever you do to yourself, it's so outrageous that you don't even care.
Do you know what he said? This is his excuse for it. Not excuse, his reasoning for it. He said that he wants to be able to recognize from pictures what era of his life he's in. And so he makes distinct, like he buzzed his head for a few years.
That is so weird.
So now he's going beret and totally shaped beard.
This is Travolta?
This is Travolta.
Hey,
This is what he said.
John, I can look and tell you what friggin' era of your life you were in, bro.
I mean, I could look at Moser and say end of life soon.
Okay.
Let me just say, I didn't need the barbershop shaven beard with a beret to know this wasn't Pulp Fiction Travolta.
Yeah,
okay?
This wasn't Saturday Night Live. That's Saturday Night Fever,
Yeah.
I should say.
I don't need Pierre Monfrere. Okay, I'll tell you where you're at. Hey, one more
Was
thing.
that Travolta when he was in Greece? Is that what that was?
Before we get to the coach here at the top, I set the bar incredibly high
For what?
for meteorology.
Okay.
And it's Kathy Sabin, our good friend from 9 News.
Yeah.
She's outstanding, right?
The veteran.
So if Kathy Sabin is like, let's call her the great white shark of meteorology,
Mhm.
what you just did is a guppy flipping around in the bottom. It is flipping around in the bottom of a fish tank in Arvada. Okay,
You know, I did the
sucking
weather
on algae and just banging its head against the glass.
Having
Okay? That's the difference between what you just did and where she's at.
Having spent 24 years in local news, I did have a stint doing the weather.
With Ed,
So
what, with
trust
Ed-
me.
Was Ed Green sick one day?
I did the weather on several occasions in every market I worked in, so I know what I'm doing. I can read my phone just like you can. And that's how I did it back in the 80s.
What does he think? What does he get off thinking that he can tell? What? Oh, come tonight. The barometer is going to read 26.35, and I would recommend. What does he get off doing that?
Can I ask you guys one question before we get to break and talk
What?
to the coach? And I don't mean this disrespectfully, maybe a little disrespectfully. What was it like
In the old days?
when you couldn't just look at the weather on your phone and you had to wait for somebody to tell you what the weather was going to be?
Life was so much more simple, dude. It was less. I mean, it really was. You
scheduled a tea time and you're like, I don't know if it's raining today or not.
You had to plan
I
ahead.
need to listen.
You had to plan ahead, or you just
100%.
had to plan.
Yeah.
You had to bring stuff with you. You had to bring a jacket, bring an umbrella, have it handy.
Dude, I would watch the weather like crazy.
Okay, just
Like
was
crazy.
curious.
Wait till he finds out that you actually had to watch nightly sportscasts for scores. Scores.
I would
of games.
never.
I mean, just all right. I want everyone.
I want to take you back in
I
time
want
so
everyone
bad.
I want everyone below the age of 50 to understand that at one point in the world, you had to watch newscasts to get scores of games.
I watched the newscast when I hit a home run. Every once in a while, I'd be on the local news.
Yeah, local boy hits a 2-run dong.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
All right, Grandpa, let's get you to bed.
Jared Bednar is going to join us in a couple minutes. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. Now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only book that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays for any first-half injury. That's right. If you're betting player props and that's in your playbook, well, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatics, Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing, but Fanatics, they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court, and that means if your player is injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. Fair Play keeps every first half protected, so bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, the coach will join us in just a couple of minutes. We'll get a preview of Game 1, Western Conference Final, Avs and Golden Knights tonight. Bunch to ask, Coach. Now, I don't know if any of this is I wonder how much is going to be revealed, but we will ask all of the questions, such as Cale Makar and status and all of that stuff, and we'll see what kind of response we get. But with that, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Head coach of the Avalanche heading into Game 1, Western Conference Final tonight, Jared Bednar. Coach, how you doing?
Doing great.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
That was one of the worst efforts I've ever seen.
What do you mean? I got an answer. That's what I was looking for. Okay.
Well,
gotcha.
it's a 69 Camaro, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Coach, getting ready for this, I got one question that I think maybe is interesting, maybe it's not. When you're facing a coach who has recently got to this team, basically right before the playoffs, does that present a new challenge in trying to figure out tendencies, or do you kind of have a base of what they've done the entire year?
Yeah, we have a base of what they've done the entire year, and then we've kind of looked at the areas of their game, like on analytics that have changed, how they've changed, some like just slightly, there's some significant change, and then you kind of just study the team, like 9 games or whatever it was left in the regular season, 7 games, 9 games, I think, and then all the playoffs, and that's mostly the video that we look into, right? It's the most recent stuff. It's what they've been doing since he's been there. It's the playoff stuff, obviously, is takes the precedence over that, and it's already 2 rounds in. So we have a solid idea. It would be the same as if the coach had been there all year.
Coach, as you poured through all that video over the weekend, and I'm sure you spent plenty of time there, where is Vegas strongest? Where are they going to be the most challenging for you?
The structure of their game on the defensive side of things is really dialed in. So they've been one of the most stingy defensive teams all year. I would say they've had some ups and downs in goal, like figuring out who was going to be their starter and getting the goaltending to play up to par with the rest of their team, and now he's doing that. Part of the reason why they are advancing and why their analytics still look very good on the defensive side of it. So suppressing chances, this is a team that does it very well, both off the rush, in the D zone. It's deep. It's a really good all-around team, because then you look at their forward depth and the firepower that they have. It's a veteran team. There's 11 guys, I believe, on their team that won in 2023 with a good mix of some younger guys that are hitting their stride now in their careers. And then both special teams are obviously the power play super dangerous with guys like Eichel, Marner, Theodore, Stone, and the penalty kill is just a mirror image of their 5-on-5. It does a really nice job of suppressing chances, especially high danger chances. So it's a well-rounded, well-oiled machine. I kind of look at the few things like, they didn't have a great regular season for a lot of it, a lot of ups and downs, and just kind of hanging around in the pack in the Pacific Division. But, a veteran team like them that has won tends to ramp up their game at the right time of the year, and that's what they're doing. They get a new coach, that gives them a little bump. Players start ramping it up at the right time of the year, and here they are, Western Conference Finals again. So this is this would be a real good challenge for our team.
Coach, I butterflied around the room a little bit yesterday, taking some temperatures. Your team seems to be like they were before Game 1 of Round 1, before Game 1 of Round 2. Now they're getting ready for Game 1 of Round 3. It's a calm, confident group. Nobody's changed. The personality hasn't changed. Nobody's making more jokes than they should or less than they should. I mean, everybody is everybody right now. And to me, it feels like it bodes pretty darn well.
Yeah. Like I think at this point in the year, you've been together since middle of September. You are who you are, and we've always kind of had this business-like approach to the season, to the games. Like I've said this before, and we stressed it a lot, like not getting too serious too quickly, that we're relaxed, we're calm, we're confident in the work that we're doing and the preparation that we're doing. And then when it's time to go play, you got to loosen up. You got to loosen up a little bit. Your focus has to be in the right place, and you got to get ready to go out and perform. But there's no use grinding on it too long in advance. Like when it's time for our meetings, everyone's focused and dialed in. When it's time for practice, we're the same way. And the other times you got to try and like leave the game behind a little bit, make sure you're doing your personal preparation that you need, but just sort of step away from the game a little bit and get serious when it's time to. And I think our guys have done a much better job of that this season than in some of the years past, and just stay more relaxed and confident in what we're doing, and it's showing on the ice. It's a more energized group when we hit the ice, and there's a relaxed feel to it.
All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. I heard you mention a couple days ago that there was a hunger after 2021 that you felt heading into 2022. And you said there's a similar feeling with this team heading into this year and this postseason. What is it about that? Can you expand just a little bit?
Well, I think it starts with the heartbreak. I think I always hated that saying that you had to lose before you win, because like nobody really wants to hear that. But when you have a team that you feel that is a contender, regardless of what round you go out in, like last year it's us against Dallas. We felt like we had a really good team, a team that could contend, and we lose in a tough series to Dallas. There's some heartbreak there. It was the same in 2021. I look back at all the teams we had, excluding 2022, and 2021 was a really solid team. The way we conducted ourselves that year, I really liked it. We were healthy for the most part, and same thing last year. And then you go through the heartbreak. Like sometimes there's things that you can't control, like injuries and guys going down, and then all of a sudden your depth disappears. But that wasn't the case in those two seasons. And you go through it, and everyone understands it. It sticks with you, and it takes you a while to get over it. And then you come back the next year, and like we didn't shy away from bringing it up. We brought it up, and the focus then becomes not so much on just like the short-term goals of winning on a Friday night or a Saturday night, but like how do we have to conduct ourselves consistently, and then what habits do we have to build to be able to win come playoff time. And it's always kind of the same message from the coaching staff, but I feel like after a year like that and disappointment like that, just the buy-in and the focus and the preparation from your group to try and accomplish that goal, I give our guys a lot of credit, because it's all they've been talking about since day one. It's a long road to get to this point, but they've done an excellent job of having not only short-term goals, but also having that bigger picture goal in the back of their mind all the time. And it's helped with the consistency of our team this year. And yeah, we feel good about our preparation going into this series and looking forward to the challenge.
I love your attitude of facing the pressure, and it comes with the territory. You wouldn't have it any other way. I do want to ask you, at practice yesterday, in most other leagues, Coach, like NBA, they have closed practices. They would never let you in there. The NFL's the same way. You guys are skating around. Do you care people watching what you do? I mean, are you, as an NHL coach, do you give up anything during an open practice like that, and you go back in the room and do other stuff? How does that work?
No, yeah. I think there's so very few secrets in this league. Like, adjustments are picked up early by staffs, by video coaches, by, management, everybody watching. You're like, there's not much that the staffs are so big and dialed into their specific areas that a team changes something, they might get one look at it, and then you're already like sort of talking about what they did there and how they might try and repeat it and how we want to handle it. And the video prep for these series, like it's the heaviest that you, like as a coaching staff, that you'd work all year, would be preparing for training camp to get your team ready. And then like in these breaks, you're digging in deep, right? So and most of the time, coaches would look at, this is what their coverage is. We had success doing that against this team, and then they show video and get their team prepared of some looks that they might be trying to create. And you're like repeating past performances. Remember, you've played 82 games together, and you've been, looking for an advantage any way you can in all 82, and then you get to the point of the playoffs where you get to know each other so well that it's why the checking is so good in the playoffs. Everyone is so committed, and the teams are so prepared that it's hard to gain a tactical advantage. It becomes about execution and like which team can execute and make a play here and there to try to win the hockey game.
Having said that, during practice yesterday, you came to the corner and you asked for a shovel. And I looked at everybody and said, who has a shovel? What did you do with said shovel when you took it?
Well, we did some down low work at the one end, and for quite a while to get our guys competing a little bit down low in the D zone, so we're prepared for what's coming at us today. And then we wanted to go to power play, and the ice doesn't hold up that long, right? So the ice down at that end was really snowy, and what you're trying to do is sort of clear the area of ice around the net and just off the net, so like the power play can at least move the puck efficiently, so it's not just bobbling around and missed passes all over the place. So you get a chance to work on your special teams. So that's why I only did it at the one end. The other end we didn't use for that down low play. It was still in good shape.
Came to the corner for a jackhammer and decided to. Coach, obviously you guys fought for home ice advantage. That was a goal this year. You didn't want to end up like last year. And certain things come with that. The crowd's going to be crazy tonight, no doubt about it. But as we're talking about a West Final, having that last change, and I know that coaches look for every tiny advantage they can possibly get. When that pays off, it really pays off. But how much are you thinking about that right now, even matchups as we talked this morning?
Yeah, we've gone through all the matchups that we feel like could work for us, plan A, B, C, and so on. And I would say, it just depends on the team you're playing, the coach you're playing. You're always we'll always try and get Nathan McKinnon out against their third pair defense and a line that they're taking advantage of in certain situations. But the bulk of the game, a lot of times the coaches want the same matchup. So you take Minnesota, for instance, we wanted McKinnon on Kaprizov and a loose match that Nelson could be there as well against that line. And then so that's how we ran, that's how they ran. And then we go into their building and they wanted the same matchup, right? Sometimes you just you look at it and you have to, the obvious answer is you got to win more matchups than you lose. And sometimes it means tying one it can be a win for you, right? So it just depends on the series, who's trying to do what with their checking game, and they may try to do something different in Vegas than we want to do here tonight. And in game two, we might want to do something than we did in game one if it didn't work, or we might want to give our guys another crack at it. It's just sort of having a feel for your team, and if something's not working, you almost have to change it in the playoffs. And if it is working, you're trying to stick with it. So the home ice advantage this year in the playoffs has been a strange one. The road teams have won a lot of hockey games in all series, and I don't know what that is exactly, but we like our advantage here at home. We love the energy of the building. The fans have been just phenomenal for us, and our guys have played well here. So hopefully that can continue home and road through the series.
Just a couple more for you, Coach, and all the conversations with Jared Bednar, brought to you by Chili One's Beer, one chili, one at a time. Goaltending, has anything in the approach towards that changed? Are you still going with a two-man sort of approach or anything like that?
Yeah, we'll ride the hot goalie, and if we need the next guy, then he'll be prepared and ready to go.
And then finally, Coach, always appreciate the time. Do you have everyone available tonight?
We're hoping so.
Okay. There you go. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar.
Coach, best of luck to you, man. I know the pressure it gets hotter and hotter, but you've been there, you've done that, and this is going to be some great theater. Good luck tonight.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single week. Look, I thought the car question was a pretty good one.
I thought this entire interview got out to such a bad start.
What do you mean? I got an answer. I got an answer.
Your methodology to try to get that information was so far-fetched. Moser, were you embarrassed? I was embarrassed.
I have one person texted in masterclass. Raj, who's not doing anything today because he can't speak, he texted me brilliant.
Moser, were you embarrassed by it?
I liked it.
Yeah, Mose, my man, give me some. Give me some.
You
have to backdoor your way into these injury questions.
You're used
right
to
now.
that.
All right, I'm out.
Nelly, what's your vote on this? Did I have a smart approach in asking the Makar question, or was it stupid?
I'll tell you what. At first, I thought it was stupid until I realized the Makar kind of pun angle there.
And I said a car really quick to try. You know what I mean?
I came around on it, but at first the initial reviews were not so good.
I wanted to quit my job.
You're just mad you didn't think of it, Vic. That was a total Vic question, by the way.
You know, for a guy who's one of the best interviews I've ever heard in my life, you got.
You got.
Let me tell you how you do it. Coach, is Makar playing tonight?
No, I've done that before. And he goes,
What do you think you are, Shakespeare? You got to do it in an iambic pentameter next?
Sorry, I'm in your way.
Shakespeare definitely would have said. I actually think it's in Hamlet where he said,
Hamlet.
Would you drive a car to Game 1 of the Western Conference Final? I think he said that.
Look here, he didn't say he didn't really say anything, but you'll find out tonight at 5. God, what time are they going to hit the ice, Nelly? It's an ESPN game, so that means puck's gonna drop at, I don't know, 5:29 to 5:35. You'll find out then.
303-504-0925. Big thanks to the head coach of the Avs who joins us every week, Jared Bednar. Back after this. Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know. That's an answer. I don't care what you say. That's an answer. That's how you get an answer. I've asked him directly, is Manson, do you want to give us an answer on Manson? And he says no. You have to get creative at this point of the year, Vic. You can give me that look all you want to. Was that an answer or not?
It could mean a lot of different things. He can
Like
drive
what?
to the arena in a new car.
Nope.
He can drive the Zamboni.
Mose, did I get an answer or not?
So, okay.
Did I get an answer?
Are you willing to go this far?
I don't know if you got the answer you thought you got, but you did get one.
Hold on. Let's see if he'll take it this far. Are you willing, as a certified professional journalist that you are, after asking that question,
Yes,
and getting
I've
that
already
answer,
tweeted it out.
jump on the Twitter machine and
I've
say,
already done it.
according to Hockey Brett,
I've already done it. It's
Jared
already out there.
Bednar confirms to us, or to you, that Cale Makar is indeed riding tonight.
You think I care about what zero journalistic credibility I have? Is that what you think? I'm not a reporter.
When I went through my logical steps, this is where...
Here, play it one more time. No. Just
Okay.
play it one more
Okay.
time, Nelly. Go ahead. Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final? Stop right there. He knows exactly what I asked. That's what that laugh was. He knows exactly what I'm asking.
I will say this. Let's put two and two together.
He knows what I asked when he laughed.
Let's put.
No, that's a nervous laughter, wondering, God, how soon can I get out of this
I
interview
think he was
That's
trying
what
to
that
figure
was.
out a way around it. And he couldn't find it.
Moj, I was like, who do I call to get out of this deal?
And then continue. Sorry, continue.
Hold on.
Yes,
Hold.
I would.
Yes, I would, he said. Yes, I would.
Coach is a smart person. Okay, he's not a dumb person. He's a smart person. So my guess is he knew exactly what you were doing. But that being said, we'll see. I don't know that. I think there are ways around that.
I think it couldn't have been more clear.
Okay. That being said, he didn't really say anything that we don't,
Because then I asked later, is everybody available? And what did he tell you?
We'll see.
He said, oh, I don't know. We'll see.
That
wasn't an answer.
People, we're having fun with this. Don't take it too seriously. Clearly, I would be, after listening to that and understanding the depth of an injury like this, I would be surprised, not stunned, if Cale Makar didn't skate tonight. Now, how effective will he be?
That's the question.
Seen. How long will he play? Maybe it's a shift and he's like, nope, can't do it. Who knows? I would be surprised if he doesn't show up and he's there at the face-off tonight.
Nazem Kadri had what sticking out of what?
He had a screw sticking out of his hand.
Andrew Cogliano had what?
A broken neck.
Oh, a broken neck. Mm-hmm. Did he play with a broken neck?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Val had like a foot on top of a foot.
Val's foot, Vic, was in half.
Yeah.
I saw the x-ray.
How the hell does that happen? I know this is years ago, but how the hell does that happen?
It's the big inside bone. I saw the x-ray, and I'm not kidding you when I tell you, wasn't like it was in half.
So I guess what's happening.
So look, unless the guy's in a coma,
yes,
I'm going to, let me play dumb, Vic. Unless the guy's in a coma, he's going to play, and I'm going to pretend he's ready to go, baby.
So, in conclusion, he may indeed drive that car tonight.
Yeah.
But we don't know if that car is going to make it. We don't know if that car is going to be in the shop real quick. We don't know if that ignition is working. You might buy a car and all of a sudden it's back in the shop.
You always hear this regarding really good players playing through an injury. It's always something like, hey, Moj, 70% of Patrick Mahomes is better than 100% of Gardner Minshew, or whatever, something like that,
Chris
right?
Oladokun, what's his name?
Oladokun.
Oladokun.
Oladokun. What percentage of Cale do you think you need?
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
well, that's a great question. He's got to be able to shoot the puck, which he could not do in Game 5 against Minnesota.
See, I don't. Yeah,
got to be able to shoot the puck.
What I noticed in Game 5, and look, this is like we're talking about 5 minutes worth of him being on the ice that I'm trying to evaluate right now. So take it with a grain of salt. What I noticed at the end of Game 5, and he's had a week to get better since then, is if he had the puck on his stick, Moj, with a guy bearing down on him, he was getting rid of the puck before he would take contact. That's what it looked like to me. If he was on the boards and some guy was coming near him, he bailed a little bit before he took another hit. If it's that, then I'm nervous. If he's willing to withstand some bumps and hits, then I think we're fine. Yeah. That's kind of how I think of it. But he can't play. You can't play as a defenseman without contact.
Sure. So, and here's the other element to this. We know what he's going through because we saw it with our own eyes. How many different guys have something similar that we're just unaware of?
But you visually could tell there was a problem. And with those other guys, Moj, when we hear about these things, guys are playing hurt. You don't see guys hanging a shoulder.
Moj, how many of these guys are masking their injuries to the point where they're gritting their teeth having to mask them?
A lot. Okay. I watched the last Philadelphia Flyers game. Again, that list that I read down, I mean, it's pretty massive. 10 different guys, from internal bleeding to fractured, fibula to broken ribs to broken wrist. I mean, all these.
Yeah.
I watched the last Philly game, and I'm thinking to myself, I didn't notice that any of these guys had what they had.
Right.
So they mask it pretty well. They do a really good job of masking. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure that when you look on the Vegas side, Vic, they've played 3 more games in the Avalanche. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't like Utah said, oh, pitter-patter, peedy-pooty, boo-boo-boo-boo. And same with the Ducks. I mean, these guys were throwing bodies around. So it happens. It's the most strenuous time of the year by tenfold. So I'm sure they're masking things on that side as well. We'll find out. By the way, you got me for another 29, so let's go. Use me and abuse me. It's so funny.
You're the only guy I know that actually has a clock on his own availability for his own radio show. This is his.
This is his radio show. And he's the star of it.
This is your radio show, and you're giving us countdowns on how long we have the honor of talking to you.
Let's go around the room for a second, because we all know what's going on here. If somebody asks you, Vic, who's the star of this radio show? Who is it?
Me.
All right. Nelly, who's the star of the show?
Well, Moser's name is first in the show name.
It's Mark Moser.
Yeah.
There's no question that Moser is the star of
We
this
don't have the Canery Awards every year.
And Moser,
you're the engine.
Moser, when he counts down the time he's got to leave to go to the arena to do interviews or whatever you got to do tonight, you do it with this sense of like you have a vacation coming.
Like you're trying to purposely leave your own program. I mean, who does that?
Imagine Seinfeld starts and Jerry goes, "You got me for 5 more minutes," and then it's all Kramer.
Yeah, like what if you didn't have our support, our help? What if you didn't have all this, and it was just you?
But I do. I mean, we don't get into what ifs here, bro. Back to
he just comes and goes as he pleases.
Let me just tell you something. There's times in this show, like when Moser had the Moser hat trick last week, where he had a Twinkie in his car, he got locked out of the building, and then had a gallbladder issue. Moser's saying, "You got me for 25 minutes, use me and abuse me, and then I'm gone." And then I asked Vic, "Who's the star of the show?" And Vic goes, "Me." Is so on brand for everything about this show.
I just speak the truth here. See, the difference between me and you guys is I speak the truth every morning into this microphone.
You do.
This guy's just trying to get the hell out of here, and you're just making dumb jokes to the coach.
Hey, if you listen to
that was reporting. That was my version of reporting, okay? Nobody reports like I report.
This guy's trying to get out of work every day. This guy does everything he can to get out of work, to be late to work, to leave work.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I have to leave early.
Dork.
We thought about it. So you have to leave 45 minutes early. I have to leave 10 minutes early.
Yeah.
Why don't you just leave when we leave?
Yeah, Nelly, you got this? Or do you want to leave too?
Yeah, I'll just do my tight five for the Comedy Store after you guys leave.
Perfect. Hey, what I'm saying is if you listen to what Coach had to say, he says a lot. He says a lot.
Does.
And it's every little advantage. During the regular season, okay, fine. But you're talking about the last change. People are like, oh, what's that? The opposing team, when they're in your building, has to put their guys out first. Then you put your line out against who you want out there, right? You get that last change. In the grand scheme of things, Brett, I don't know what the percentage of, it pays off for us. But when it does, it can make the difference between winning a game, winning a period, winning a game, winning a series, and not. End of story. So, which is always why you want that home ice advantage.
All right, so let's change. Walk me through this tonight. Like, how would that work? What is he looking at? What are they looking at?
There's a face-off. Let's say there's a face-off in the Golden Knight zone.
All right.
And let's say it was an icing call, and you've got Dowd, Smith, and Kolasar. Okay? Stuck on the ice with the bottom pair, let's say. You know who's coming out? McKinnon line's coming out.
And you're going to put the pressure on.
100. Top line and top pair are coming out absolutely.
And they can't change.
Right. Let's say it's the second period, and they are huffing and puffing.
Happened against Minnesota.
Absolutely, it did. But it's just a draw in your zone.
Okay.
Okay, they've got their top line out. Who can defend best in their own zone against that particular line? And I love what he said. He's like, we've been through all of it 100 times, and we've got plan A, plan B, plan C. They have contingencies for every friggin' scenario on the ice.
Yeah.
That's where you're at here in this time of the season.
Let me ask you something, because Brett Howden is somebody who scored 8 goals throughout the course of this postseason for Vegas. He is second on the team, trailing only Dorfus is what I'm going to call him.
Why do you
quit doing that?
Why?
Because I'm going to start calling him that, and I don't want to do that.
You do punchable faces. I can't do funny little nicknames.
Fine.
But 3 of Howden's 8 goals have come shorthanded this postseason. What do I do with that information? Look the hell out when you're on the power play, or what?
Basically, yeah. What do you think teams do when Logan O'Connor is out there?
Yeah, same thing.
Val. They're like, hey, there's always that, hey, keep an eye on this guy. Just keep an eye. Hey, listen, don't. Man, if you get everybody like down below the tops of the circles, you're screwed.
By the way, I saw you chatting with Val yesterday. You had a nice little exchange. What did you say to him?
Stuff, just talking.
Like, I'm just curious. Did you speak in Russian?
No,
I talked to Val at a charity golf tournament, the Avs charity golf tournament a couple of years ago. Really fun guy.
Yeah.
Cool dude.
Yep.
I actually thought, I didn't know if he spoke very good English.
Yeah.
I just started talking to him, and no, he's fine. He just told me, long flight. That's what he said. Because he just got in, I think, that morning from Russia.
Brett Howden this year in 58 games because he was injured in early March. 58 games. Well, last year he had his best year ever. He never scored, as far as I know, double-digit goals. He had 23 and 17 last year. Amazing. Had 12 this year. He's got 8 in the postseason. He's a guy that can really fly. When you look at Vegas overall.
Well, how about this, Moj? Instead of doing what you're going to do this before you leave.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
6 o'clock tonight, right here on 92.5, your only live and local play-by-play coverage of the Avs, Moj.
Number one, can we all be in agreement that you've got to stay out of the box?
Yes.
Vic?
That's every game.
Especially in this one,
it's going to take precedent here. Mm-hmm. In that second round series, what do we say? You're in the box a little bit too more than my liking, right? Yeah. Stay out of the box. That's just a given. The Vegas Golden Knights are not as fast as you. Now, what they do, there's a different. How do I describe this, Vic? Overall, top end-to-end speed, they're not as fast as you.
No,
but when they play in your zone,
they're sharp.
That's exactly right.
They're sharp.
That's exactly right.
I'll write your stuff for you.
And they think fast. Well, you're not writing it for me. I'm including you. I didn't want you to feel left out.
Thank you for the inclusion.
You're welcome. They think the game really fast, and so they've got a lot of good stuff going on for them right now. And you've got to take care of your own end. Coach talked about how good Vegas is structurally in their defensive end right now.
Yeah.
You've got to equal that. You were the best defensive team all year long. And what did Brett Kulak say yesterday? Something that when he got here he didn't know. Really how structurally committed every single guy is to playing what?
Defense.
Defense. That's exactly right. Now, coming from Edmonton and then Pittsburgh, it might be like, good God almighty, this is amazing. Because, Edmonton's had a reputation for not buckling down.
Yeah.
You must play well in your own zone. Take away their time and space as much as possible because they're a quick-thinking, quick-passing, quick-striking team.
No Star Trek?
Oh, yeah.
Engage.
Come on, man. Don't ruin
Star Trek?
that.
Make it so.
Hold on, I'm not done
Oh,
yet.
wait, now he's got to Google a quote from Star Trek. All right, let's see if you can find one on the fly. Let's test your research knowledge here, Moj.
All right.
What would Jean-Luc Picard say?
He would say, the line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
Okay, all right, fine. You know what? That applies to don't cross the line and get in the box. How about that, Moj? I'll help you out.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Because you can't reuse it. We've done Engage. We did make it so. And then everybody throughout the course of this program is going tea, Earl Grey, hot. Like that came up several times. That was a Nelly thing. So those are his three most iconic quotes.
We just got to keep finding them now.
Okay.
303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, next. Hey, this is Brett Kane. I love my Surfsides. I just got my hands on a brand new variety pack yesterday, including the blueberry lemonade vodka. Delicious. They have a ton of different flavors, whether it's the green teas, the iced teas, the lemonades, the half and halves, all of them. I've tried most. I'm trying to get to the green teas, but I haven't had one that has not been delicious and easily crushable. No carbonation. Goes down like water. It's 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. No better time than now. You see, we had a couple of cold days, but we got warmer weather ahead. Sit out on the patio, go to the golf course, go to Ball Arena and get yourself a Surfside because they are sold in arena as an official partner of the Avs. So, restaurants, bars, stores near you, you can find them everywhere. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Dudes, if you are dealing with low testosterone, it can cause a host of problems. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. Spring is sprung. Summer's going to be here. You should feel your best. A lot of guys just say, I'm getting older. You don't consider that there are treatments out there that can give you back your vigor and vibrancy. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can. It's Moser here, and they certainly helped me, and they're going to help you as well. Successfully treated many, many, many men for low T, and the guys are seeing the difference, just like I am. And right now with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, the advanced medical strategies go along with it, featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So you treat the low T, other hormonal issues, and it also helps you shed pounds that have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, and everything that comes with it. So do yourself a favor. Go online and find out more. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. A lot of guys wait a year or more. That's silly. Don't wait. Don't ignore the signs. Give them a call today and figure out what they can do for you. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. So last night, the Arizona Diamondbacks walk off for a 5-3 win over the Giants, a 3-run homer by, I believe it was Cale Makar, in the 9th to win. And what they did the night before is even crazier. I don't think this has happened in the sport before. I doubt it'll ever happen again. And for a sport that's existed since the Jack Glasscock days of the 1880s, it's a rarity. Let me give you the first inning for the D-backs from 2 nights ago. Cale Makar led off. He took strike 1 looking, then he hit a single on the second pitch. Then Carroll came to the plate. He had a single on the first pitch. Then Perdomo came to the plate. Hit a ground ball to third, but the third baseman booted it. Bases are now loaded. Wow. And then your boy Moj, Nolan Arenado, came up. He took the first pitch for a ball and then hit a grand slam on the second pitch. It was a grand slam 6 pitches into the game, which I think is virtually impossible to do.
That's unreal.
That's unreal. I'm going to say
6 pitches
I'm gonna say
in a grand slam.
It's impossible. That didn't happen. It's impossible.
Unless you had 3 guys hit by the first pitch.
Which never
Which
happens.
never happened.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm trying to think of other ways to lower that number.
Now, I haven't seen, is this the first time in MLB history? But it has to be. For 6 pitches into a game, you to be up 4-0. There's no way that that's ever taken place.
Weird.
So very, very weird. And then they walk it off the next night. I thought it was another grand slam. It was a 3-run homer, but still. Anyway. Hey, did you guys see this? Oh, by the way, stop me if you've heard this one before. Rashee Rice is in trouble.
No.
Yeah.
No.
1 week before being ordered to serve 30 days in jail, Rashee Rice underwent a cleanup surgery on his right knee to remove loose debris that was causing inflammation. Is now expected to sideline him 2 months. But he broke his, I'm trying to find it.
Probation.
His probation after testing positive for weed. And now he's been ordered to serve 30 days in jail.
You know, it's crazy how those rules apply, and yet we live in Denver, and a weed episode really doesn't apply here.
But you can't do it if you're on probation.
Understood. But the whole concept of that.
Yeah. Rashee Rice, I don't know what, I know this is like a long-standing thing with the Chiefs that they always have guys that are in trouble with the law and stuff like that. If you're the NFL, this guy's now like a repeat offender. He's got to have some sort of suspension or something, doesn't he? Isn't that the whole protecting the shield and violating the code of conduct? You can't keep getting in handcuffs, man.
I agree. I've got one for you.
Go ahead.
Are we part? I consider myself a very, very large part of the greatest sports. Spit it out. Conglomeration in history.
You talking about the ownership
the company?
Yeah, I saw this yesterday.
Our brothers, our brethren. These are our brethren.
Our coworkers.
Our coworkers. I think I beat out the 16-year-old kid for Employee of the Month. Mm-hmm. Arsenal won the Premier League, man. For the first time in 22 years. Yeah.
So
now everybody knows, and no offense to the bosses, I'm a Brentford guy. I like the Bees. They're like the little engine that could. Arsenal's, dude, they had a phenomenal season.
Arsenal, Avs, Nuggets, Rams.
All have won championships since
Mammoth.
2021.
Mammoth.
The Mammoth. The Rapids won 16 years ago, so they're on the championship trophy case.
Are the Rapids the only team that has not won a championship within the 2020s?
Yes.
Gosh, man.
Yes. That's a never seen before, unrivaled run of a sports empire. Really.
Yeah.
Every sport is different. There's no doubt about it. But did you go through, have you seen the 5-phase plan that they implemented on how to get back to being number one?
No.
Wait, the Arsenal?
Yeah, Arsenal. The first phase was
talk radio, sports morning show.
Let's be honest, it was hire me.
Mm-hmm. Why aren't we doing our show from London right now?
When was I hired?
2019.
Championships.
You're welcome.
Good call.
You know nothing but championships.
You're welcome.
You're
Good
spoiled.
Call. Player Purge was number 1. Recruitment Rethink was number 2. Mm-hmm. Okay. Winners Welcome Phase 3. Phase 4, Recruit Declan Rice, which is a pretty big one.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, stud. And then Winning Habit.
Listen.
So you play. You start with Player Purge. All right, let's get rid of all.
Restart, build up,
yeah. But I mean, it's different in every sport. In the EPL, you can kind of just take that and go with it. Yeah.
Everyone at some point complains about ownership when they're watching their respective sport. It happens, right? There's some complaint to be had. But the resume for winning it all speaks volumes over the last 6 years.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know what else you do.
I don't
what
either.
What else can you prove? I got one for you, by the way.
Go ahead.
By the way, we speak of the end of that Cleveland Knicks game last night. If you missed it, Cleveland's up by 22 with 7.5 to play. The game should have been over.
Yeah.
They're up by 22. Furious comeback by the Knicks to force overtime, and the Knicks just dominate overtime. That comeback was fueled by Brunson, who couldn't miss. He couldn't miss. Brunson did whatever he wanted because he was guarded by James Harden. I ask you guys, and this is where matchups matter. If Brunson is facing Jaden McDaniels, can the Knicks come back?
I don't think so. No. No, it's the Harden thing.
Well, they were putting, if you remember, I know they were getting switches, Vic. You know what's weird? Dean Wade is not some big athletic dude. He's sort of gangly.
Yeah.
When he was guarding Brunson, he did a good job, but they couldn't keep him on him after all the switches. A couple more here. First of all, our boy Adam Foote has been let go after 1 year in Vancouver, so Vancouver making another switch because they just fired their coach last year as well. A lot of rotating doors going through that organization. Canucks.
What? I mean, dude, they are a mess.
They are a mess.
Dude, that whole franchise right now is a flippin' wreck.
How about this one, though? The Mavericks just signed on Masai Ujiri as their president, and immediately he decided to fire head coach Jason Kidd, which doesn't it feel like firing Jason Kidd and making all these changes within the organization are all byproducts of a stupid trade that you made a couple of years ago?
Wow.
And it's like it was inevitable.
That started the avalanche of sorts, yes.
I don't know. You can blame Jason Kidd for trading away a generational player, but yeah, go ahead.
Just so weird. I still cannot. Vic, Till the day I die, I'm not going to understand how that trade went down or why it went down. I'll never understand it.
Yeah, the why may not be answered until the book is written.
Just real quick, answer this one for me. OKC, after game 1, where they lose to the Spurs, is now plus 35.6 per 100 possessions better with Shea off the floor during their playoff run.
That's weird. That is weird.
Better.
Who told you
better?
that?
Oh, that's game 1. Let's see how it goes game 2.
No. Playoff run.
Playoffs?
Playoff run.
I think one of the reasons is because they were so dominant in the first 2 series. I mean, they swept everybody on their team. So I think you're reading. But would you rather, let me ask you this. If you're running OKC, do you want SGA on the floor, yes or no?
Of course. But that is weird.
It is weird. It is weird.
You know what's never happened? The Nuggets have never been plus 35.6 per 100 better with Joker off the floor. That doesn't exist. Anyway. By the way, Moj, go ahead. Tell us who the...
I got it. Brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialists. I got you. Visit rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock. Bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Are you still here?
Yeah, he's here one more segment. He's going to grace us with his presence.
Get off
one more
our
segment.
show!
No.
Okay, I guess we'll see. Next.
Adios, amigo.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook, and the playoffs are here. The stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only book that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays in any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, whatever you want, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect the bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But Fanatics, they flip losing bets into winning bets on the court every single night, and that means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on. All remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. It's fair play. It keeps every first half protected, so bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Yeah, whatever. I have something Brett Kane does not, and that is a healthy green lawn. Yeah, I know. You want one too. You can get one. All you have to do is the necessary stuff, like aerate it. You got to poke those holes in your lawn so the fertilizer and the moisture can go deep into the roots. I did it a month ago. We got the moisture, and boom, green lawn. Mile High Aeration is the best in the business. They've been doing it for the best people for, 20, 30 years? Family owned and operated. The phone number is 303-778-1000. They do more than aeration. If you need any landscaping needs, if you have anything you need them to do, check out everything they provide at milehighservices.com. In the meantime, get that lawn aerated. 303-778-1000.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
Well,
I was actually shocked that he answered it. Even with how weird of a question
you
it was.
sounded like a game show host. Hey, you win a new car.
Let's see, Makar. Anyway.
Hey, having him on the ice is obviously welcome news, but what he can do on the ice might be more important.
Here's the thing, man. It's very clearly a right shoulder issue. The question is, what could it be? It can only be a few things, Vic. If you have a shoulder injury that is painful like that, and there doesn't seem to be a risk of further injury, that really narrows down the options, doesn't it? So you mentioned this, I think, the day after the game where you're like, could be an AC joint thing, and I think that would probably make the most sense. Now, we don't know, but it's one of those weird things. We hear guys get hurt in hockey. If you remember, we watched Landeskog crash into the goal, hit his ribs on a post. We kind of knew it was a rib thing, but we didn't actually know. Maybe it was something inside. I don't know.
You ever had a cracked rib?
I've not had a cracked rib.
I mean, you can survive.
Bruised ribs. But.
All right, you can survive, but every move you make hurts. You don't want anybody touching you. Hell,
sneezing, deep breaths.
You don't want anybody looking at you.
Yeah.
So a lot of these injuries are the same. It's just my lower back. You know about my back issues. I don't want you even looking at me cross-eyed, and it hurts. So playing a hockey game is a different story, which is why, again, these guys go out of their way to mask their injuries. They don't want anybody to know for this reason. What do you think Vegas is going to try to do with Cale Makar when they see him on the ice?
I am fully expecting in the first 2 minutes of this game, somebody's going to take a run at his shoulder. I mean, would I be wrong there?
Of course not. That's what they're going to try to do.
If the same thing was happening the opposite way, and it was Jack Eichel who had the same issue, I would fully expect Josh Manson, if he had a shot at it, to go take a shot at it.
And by the way, I've heard people say, toughen up. These dudes, let me tell you, they're at a different level when it comes to toughness. All right? So most of us, I know you know me, and we certainly know Moser. Could you imagine when Nathan McKinnon had his nose smashed by a puck?
Yeah.
Dude, I might miss a week of work, let alone a shift.
I'm telling you right now, there are many things I think you're able to question in sports. You can question motivation. You can question toughness at times. I am not questioning the toughness of a hockey player, ever.
Stupid to do that.
Ever. If you're willing to put your face in front of a slap shot to block something, you don't get to question that guy's toughness.
Are there softies in other sports? Of course. Just like there are softies in life. Pain tolerance is different for everybody. I think my mother has the highest pain tolerance of anybody I've ever met.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a different pain tolerance.
Can I ask you this? And maybe this is a dumb question.
You ever been hit by my mother's shoes, though? Talking about pain tolerance?
I have never made your mother upset, to my knowledge. This might be a dumb question. Does Cale Makar need, as best he can, to not show, even if it does hurt, that his shoulder's bothering him? Or does it matter at this point? When you already know what's ailing a player, at the end of Game 5 against Minnesota, it was hanging. You could tell. He was favoring it, and it was obvious to kind of everybody. Do you think that he needs to the best of his ability, with as much pain as he can withstand, not show that it is ailing him during this?
I think the game itself will show it.
Yeah.
Is he playing his normal self? Is he getting in the play? Is he getting in the zone? Is he attempting shots? The game will reveal itself, just much like it did in Game 5. We're focusing on him, but you have to understand, too, we have to understand a lot of other players with similar injuries.
Sure there is.
That are having to get through it.
But the difference here is, and this is what I think is rare, Vic, hockey, They classify injuries in the most vague and non-specific way that you
can. For this reason, though.
Exactly. This is one of the rare times, Vic, where it's obvious what the injury is. You know what it is. The only other example I can think of this year is when Landy took it off the cup.
Yeah.
It's like, I know where that injury's
how
at,
do you,
okay?
How do you target that, by the way?
Right. But I guess, to me, to go back to kind of where we started this morning, there's three things that I think, to me, really matter in this series. And the number one thing is Cale. Like, he's one of the best players in the world. He's an all-timer. He's a generational type talent. If he is not at 100%, then that matters. That's one. It's just a matter of like you said, what extent are we getting out of that? Is it 80%? Is it 90%? Is it 60%? The second thing is, I am so intrigued. Carter Hart, who's had a really good run so far through 12 games with Vegas, as they have been playing, patty cake with goalies all year. They've settled on him, and he's done well. The save percentage is like .917.
Let's see if things heat up.
Anaheim and Utah is not the Avs. Utah can score, but they are not the Avs.
Let's see if the Avs throw 9 at him.
If you can put some pressure on him early and maybe get one or two by him, does he start to leak a little bit of confidence? So that's 2. And number 3 is depth. This was Brett Kulak on with PhD yesterday.
It's just the style of play gives the team a chance to win every night, no matter if the big guys are snapping it around and sniping goals or not. The depth of the team. Yeah, I think the depth and just the style of play the team does and how much pride they take in the defensive side of the game that allows the team, no matter what's going on, to be in a game and have a chance to win every night, I think been pretty eye-opening for me.
Everybody being committed to the defensive side, but more than that, I would compare this a little bit to Minnesota. It's not totally the same. The Avs were able to take out either one or two guys from sort of that tippy top of the talent roster for them, which was Boldy was kind of non-existent for 5 games. Games 4 and 5, Kirill Kaprizov had 1 shot on goal in 2 games. Can you eliminate see, now I've said the name so wrong so many times I can't get it. Dorfiev.
Well, you screwed it for all of us.
I know, I said Dorfus. Dorfiev, can you limit Marner? Can you limit Eichel? Can you limit Howden? Those guys do the bulk of their damage. Can you make sure that those guys, either one or two of them, are not impactful for huge stretches of this series?
Well, this is where Vegas is different from Minnesota. They're deeper down the middle. They're just deeper.
Deeper, not as deep as the Avs is what I'm talking about.
I got you.
The Avs have that ability. Like, Vic, Nick Waugh's got 6 points in 9 games in the playoffs right now. That's something that I don't think Vegas has got.
So I'm curious, Moser, I know you're listening to the show as you're driving to the rink, or you're probably listening to Van Halen's Best Of. But
Guaranteed.
Just in case you're listening to the show, can you do us a favor and do something for the show for a change? You know the guys that are calling the action tonight. You know the guys from ESPN. Can you possibly get somebody on the program to talk to us?
Do it, Moj. Do it.
Maybe make a phone call and have them call us, whoever's calling the action for ESPN. I'm going to tell you what Jared Bednar told us an hour ago, because he poured through all the videotape, right? He looked at what Vegas has to offer. Vegas now versus Vegas then.
Yeah.
Vegas now, since the last 20 games, they won 15 of the last 20. Got John Tortorella in the house, different team. So what are they? Who are they? What challenges do they pose? He said, quote, their defensive structure, they suppress all your chances. They're very good in their defensive zone, suppressing chances. 2, their forward depth is supreme compared to what the Avs have faced. 3, they've got veterans on the bunch, 11 guys from their Stanley Cup champion team of 2023. 11. So they've been there, they've done that, they know what it takes. PK is a well-oiled machine. What, they got 4 shorties so far in these playoffs?
Howden's got 3 on his own, yeah.
Yeah, and those are the things that he sees when he pours through the tape.
And he would be right. I mean, they are – look, man, when you got a team that's played postseason games for a long time together, you have that sort of chemistry, and it's going to pose a pretty giant challenge. Now, I think we all know this. The Avs have – it's funny. I had back-to-back text in the appetizer, Vic. One said, I'm nervous as hell for this series. At the same time, back-to-back, another text came through that said, I don't know if I'm crazy. I don't have any nerves.
Really?
I'm totally confident. And I think that both of those feelings are probably appropriate.
I'm nervous for every series.
Me too. You're nervous just because of the unknown, the bounces that might not go your way, whatever. But you have a bunch of reasons to be ultimately confident in this team, and one of them is they've been the best team in the league since November 1st. They have not wavered on that at all since then, and you kind of think, when you've played this level of hockey over this extended stretch of time, well, when you get to the postseason, did you peak too early? Well, Vic, they're 8-1 in the postseason so far. So that would kind of tell you that they are now prepared for the next step of this too.
I don't know how you cannot be anxious about a series that has you one step away from the Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, it's just perfectly natural to be anxious, especially against this team. And while most of the Avs players, they've changed out players from the last time, right? But in a fan's memory box, what do you remember about Vegas? You remember a 2-0 lead going to Vegas and then dropping 4 straight. It's just perfectly natural. That comes to mind.
I always kind of ask this. Look, it's recent memory. It's not recent, though. 2021 is a long time ago. It's 5 years. Do you think, first of all, any players, even the ones that were still on the roster in 2021, have fleeting memories of that series? 1. 2, should you allow any of that to creep into this?
Do they have fleeting memories? They all remember stuff.
Okay, what I'm saying is when the Nuggets played the Lakers...
Do you remember what Nathan McKinnon said after that series?
Yes, but hang on. When the Nuggets played the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals in 2022, you were nervous because you were having flashbacks of all the different Lakers series from back in the day.
Sure.
They didn't apply to that series.
No, not to that specific team because it was too long ago.
But you had it in your memory bank.
Yeah.
2021 doesn't matter for now, but is it in the memory bank?
Again, for most of these players, it doesn't because they weren't here.
Right.
But for those who were here, it better.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it?
Well, if that's the case, I asked Bednar, and Nelly, let me know when you have this ready. He made a comparison, and he's made multiple comparisons between this team and the one that won the Cup. But one of them was when you experience the heartbreak from the year prior of thinking you got a team that's capable of doing something, and then you don't reach the ultimate goal, or you fall short, or whatever. It can break you, or it can bring a real hunger within the team to make sure that doesn't happen again. And he said earlier this week that he sees the same hunger now as he did from 2021. And I think that stuff matters. And a big difference here is the leadership quality of it. What's the biggest similarity you can find between 2022 and now? Gabe Landeskog is wearing the C again, and he's playing really good hockey, and he's a leader within the room, which I think was sorely missing over the last 3 years. And it's been a big change, but it's about keeping your guys motivated, and I think a lot of them who were on the roster last year felt that Game 7 loss and goes, dude, how the hell did we stop after the first round? We were too good for that. And it's sort of like a making sure that's not going to happen again thing. And Bednar mentioned it. Here's what he said.
2021 was a really solid team. The way we conducted ourselves that year, I really liked it. We were healthy for the most part, and same thing last year. And then you go through the heartbreak. Like sometimes there's things that you can't control, like injuries and guys going down, and then all of a sudden your depth disappears. But that wasn't the case in those 2 seasons. And you go through it, and everyone understands it. It sticks with you, and it takes you a while to get over it. And then you come back the next year and like we didn't shy away from bringing it up. We brought it up, and the focus then becomes not so much on just like the short-term goals of winning on a Friday night or a Saturday night, but like how do we have to conduct ourselves consistently, and then what habits do we have to build to be able to win come playoff time?
You're always going to get over it, always, but you're never going to forget certain moments.
Sure.
That's the thing. And I remember sitting here, and this is what scares the hell out of me as a fan. I remember sitting on this radio show in 2021 when those Avs, who are not nearly as talented as these Avs, we've already gone through that roster.
Brandon
not
Saad
even-
was a top liner.
Not even close to the talent that they possess today. I remember when they were up 2-0, and we sat there and said, well, there's no way Vegas is winning 4 out of 5. What are we doing here?
I was as guilty as
You remember
anybody.
that? Remember we had that conversation.
Nobody's winning 4 out of 5
Not
against
this
the
team.
Avs. Yeah.
Remember that?
Yep.
So that kind of mentality is still in my brain because we talked about it at the time.
Yep.
That sears through my brain.
Yep.
I just think the Avs, they're so much better off this time around. It doesn't affect them like it does us.
I think so too. By the way, it's Navs Game Day. It's powered by the Restorative Dentistry Group. Visit them at denversmileagain.com. Isn't that a word you can't say, restorative?
Restorative.
It was regenerative.
Oh, regenerative was
that
the
was
word.
A tough
Yeah.
one for a long time. I've mastered it now, though. Restorative and regenerative.
Very nice. So a lot more to break down with this game as we go along today. The Bednar interview should be on the podcast shortly in case you missed any of it. Back after this.
Bro, check out what I got.
It's very pretty.
This is, you know what this is? This is a 10-year gift from the company for 10 years of professional services.
A North Face jacket with a Nuggets logo?
Yeah.
It looks nice. It's sharp.
Sexy.
It took a while to get it because my first order, they had me pick from jackets, and I just saw the one I liked, and they emailed me back and said, you picked the women's jacket.
There's an Office episode about Michael Scott wearing a suit like that. Yeah.
They go, are you sure you want this one? I go, yeah. Yeah, give me that one. That is a ladies' jacket.
Well, congratulations on 10 years.
10 long years.
So is that 10 in radio or TV or just the company in general? What is this?
Both pretty much started at the same time.
Yeah. It looks sharp.
2016. It's actually 10 plus 5 months. God, that went quick, man. Holy crap.
Now I think about that. I've been here for 7.
Have you really?
Yeah.
God, I remember when I didn't know your name.
You thought it was Greg.
Yes.
That's crazy. A real thing, by the way, for those who are just listening. Vic would call me Greg in the middle of the show sincerely, like 6 months into it. Greg.
This is honestly the nicest jacket I've ever owned. Like these kind of jackets.
See, those are one of those, they're deceiving because they look like they're a thinner jacket and they're not. They're super warm.
They're really warm.
Yeah.
They're really warm. Yeah, I got a nice little Nuggets logo on it.
How about this? Nick Katsanika, who's a writer for NHL.com.
Yeah, he was there yesterday.
At Ball Arena today. Yeah. Cale Makar is on the ice early for the Avalanche, who are scheduled to hold their morning skate at 9:30.
No surprise.
So he's out there before getting some work.
I asked Jared Bednar point blank when he joined us on the show earlier if Makar will skate tonight, and he told us. What did he say when I asked him point blank? What was his? Just find the answer. Don't forget the question part of it.
No
when
question.
I asked Jared Bednar point blank, do you expect Cale Makar to skate tonight?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
That is not how it was asked, but yes, go ahead and take credit, Vic. All I'm saying is it seems to me for sure that Cale's going to play. It's just what you said. It's what extent is he going to be now? If you had to compare your nerve level, forget like where you are in the playoffs, Vic, just straight up matchup.
By the way, somebody just said, glad to hear that everyone but Moj is actually reporting news from skate.
Moj is seething right now because he's probably still driving there. And he's like, I'm not there yet.
Big time win.
Forget like where we are in the postseason, because the farther you go, the more angsty you get about how close you are at getting a taste of maybe another cup. Just straight up matchup. Are you more nervous about this series or Minnesota from a matchup perspective?
Yes, the same.
Okay.
I don't know what else to say. The only series I wasn't really nervous about was the first one, because I said, come on, really?
Yeah, LA was they kind of squeaked
in. It's only a
in
matter of, even though the games were close,
yeah,
they're close, you could see the difference, right?
In talent.
Yeah. I would say I'm the exact same I was before the Minnesota series. I am. I'm like, ooh.
I actually, it's going to sound weird the way I put this. I agree with you while also acknowledging I think that Minnesota was the best team that was left in the West. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
my nerve level's the same.
Yeah, that's not always who wins, though. Who was the best team left in the West when Dallas and the Avs met last year? Who was the best team left after that series?
Yeah.
Who represented the West in the Stanley Cup Finals?
Sure.
I mean, just who you think is the best team left doesn't matter. The best team's the best team.
This is like a major benefit of taking care of your business during the regular season, by the way. God, is it great to have these first games at Ball Arena. And that place is going to be an absolute madhouse tonight of Avs fans who have been waiting and waiting. Doesn't this blow you away, Vic, for the amount of success that the Avs have had and as good of a team as they've been for a decade now? A decade. This is only the second time they've made it past the second round of the playoffs. Second. Isn't that crazy?
Well, they won it all, so they obviously did it then.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's then and then this year.
You know, you could say the same that the Nuggets have a similar trek, right? They've done it twice. They got to the Western Conference
in the
Finals
bubble
twice. The bubble once, and then the year they won it. And that's what makes the playoffs such a painful journey, because you might have a team that's better than your championship team on paper, and it gets eliminated in the first round.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure. That happens all the time.
Let me ask you, which Avalanche team in your mind was the most talented team? Was it the Cup year? Yeah, I think we'd agree. The Cup year, right? Is this one more talented on paper than that Cup year?
Yes, I think so. And in fact, I don't even think it's a think.
Okay.
I think it's probably a fact.
Right,
it
so
doesn't mean the results will be the same.
Exactly. That's what we said that about the Nuggets. The Nuggets. Which team on paper was the most talented?
It was this one.
This one.
Now, injuries had a big hand in the Nuggets stuff. But
God, we forget too, the year that the Nuggets won it all. Did we hear any peep about injuries during that playoff run?
Was
Take yourself
anybody
back.
hurt?
Nobody was hurt. There was knick-knack stuff, but nobody was hurt.
Yeah.
Guys, go back to that season
Mm-hmm.
and think about how we take it for granted. Think about how we take health for granted. Remember, every step of that season, nobody was hurt.
Well, go back to what Bednar said earlier this week.
It's partly why I think it's the hardest trophy to win is just because of the grind of it all. So not only do you have to be good, you got to be lucky, you got to be healthy, you got to be tough, playing through injuries. You got to be mentally tough because it's a grind every day, because it feels like every game is a game 7. You know, like I got asked a bunch of questions last round. Well, you know, this is a closeout game at home. What makes it different from, you know, game 1 or 2? And the answer truly is nothing. Every game feels like it's game 7 and you need to win it.
And let me bring something else up. I do think this stuff matters. And we can quibble on how much it matters or whatever. We all know that having Gabe back in the lineup is a huge, huge asset for a number of different reasons. Do you know what else I think is important? That maybe the Nuggets felt like they were missing this year. Did they look like they were having fun?
No. Well, there was moments. The most fun the Nuggets had was the month that they were missing all their players.
Yeah.
Do you remember that month? Do you remember
Yes.
the happiness, the giddiness, the hope, the promise? Oh, my God, the joy, the sheer joy during the month of January. Would you agree with me that was the happiest month of the season?
Yes, and I only bring that up with the Nuggets to say this about the Avs. The Avs look like they're having fun. There was a moment yesterday.
It's also professional. I mean, I was in that room yesterday. The look on all of their faces.
Yes, but it's both.
It is locked in.
You can be professional and take care of business while also having fun, because that's what the sport is. It's entertainment. It's fun. There was a moment yesterday. It's not worth playing the audio because you can't even hear it. It's more of a video thing. But Landy and McKinnon are doing a joint sort of presser. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Vic. And they introduced him. And they said, now at the podium is Avalanche captain Gabe Landeskog and Avalanche center Nathan McKinnon.
I was there for it.
And McKinnon goes, and Landy goes, it's barely audible on the mic. He goes, you didn't say assistant captain for me. And Landy just bursts out laughing. Like that, I'm not, I know that's a little thing that probably nobody cares about or whatever. I do think that stuff matters, though. This is in the middle of what you're talking about, Vic, a very professional approach, knowing what business needs to be taken care of. And if there's anybody on this team that does not suffer stupid little moments like that, it's Nathan McKinnon, right? And even then, in that moment, it's like, you didn't say assistant captain. Like, you didn't give me my proper accolades. I think that stuff shows that there is, along with professionalism, a joy that you play with. You're having fun, and that stuff matters too. It's all of it. And look, game 1 tonight, you had a week off. Time for guys to get rested and healthy. We went on not just Makar. I asked at the very end of the interview, is everybody going to be available tonight? And Bednar gave us a we'll see. But, I mean, doesn't it feel like, Vic, throughout the course of this week, seeing how things have progressed, all the guys that have been dealing with injuries that have kept them out of games or practices.
That week off did wonders, brother.
Makar's been the only question mark, right?
You know, I'm listening to Malinsky, who missed, what did he miss, the last 2 games or the last game of the Minnesota series? I can't recall now. believe it was the last 2
Malinsky?
games. Yeah. Lecky and Malinsky.
Yeah, the last 2, I believe.
Whatever was ailing Malinsky seems to be gone.
Yeah.
He seems to be fine.
I'm going to look this up and get a clear look. So
that week off, I'm telling you, that was the best thing to happen to these Avs.
But you earned that
by
taking care of your business.
Now imagine if they have to go back to mini.
Right.
And then it goes Sunday.
Right.
And now you're in a hurry for this game. Now you're just trying to that changes the footprint of a playoff run. It changes everything. And maybe that's why last year we wondered, well, what happened to Dallas after they got through the Avs? Maybe those tough series, they just catch up to you. So being 8-1 in the postseason, that's what's different about this team.
Yeah. They were able to take care of business in the regular season. They took care of business in the first series, and they took care of business against a really, really difficult team in the second series to earn the right to get some rest and get some bodies healthy. Now for tonight, the only local and live play-by-play broadcast is right here on 92.5, and you can hear it with network coverage of Game 1. The Western Conference Final at 5:30 today, pregame powered by Ramos Law. Tune in for the only local broadcast of the game on your home for the Avs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And don't forget, the only local pregame and postgame shows on TV, live on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. Check out all of your favorite Altitude hosts, starting at 5 today for full pregame coverage, taking you up to puck drop. And then, when the clock hits 0, flip back to see Avalanche postgame live. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com. So that's where all of your local stuff can be found. Again, the Avs have done a very good job at, I would say, the word professionalism over the course of this postseason run. They have never felt as if they were taking anything for granted. They have stayed disciplined to the style of the game that they need to play. And I know that Vegas is going to try and limit the Avs breaking out using their speed. This isn't going to be an LA series, though. This isn't going to be totally muddy, 2-1 win. I think this is going to be a little bit more open.
This is a series, too, where we talk about the top line always being limited and they neutralize each other. Nathan McKinnon, remember, scored in every game of that Minnesota series.
Yeah.
This might be one of those where the Kadri line, they got to do something. Brock Nelson.
Brock's a big one for me.
That's the depth. That's the difference here.
Brock's a big one.
And you know the difference, too, between this year's Avs team and the one that lost to Vegas 2021? The size.
They're bigger.
Yeah, they're just bigger.
They are bigger. That's where guys like Nick Waugh helps, obviously, Brent Burns, guys like that. I will say, if there's one group that I need more from, and maybe one guy in particular, it's not to say that Brock Nelson has played poorly in the playoffs. I don't think he has. But your responsibility is to get some points, put some goals on the board, rack up some assists, do that sort of thing. And there hasn't been enough of that throughout the first couple of rounds. You've been very fortunate, and you've earned the stuff that you've gotten from lines 3 and 4, and those are huge. If you can combine that with your second line producing at the level that they should be, I mean, you're talking about an absolute force that the Avs would be for the remainder of this postseason, and specifically in this series. You have to find your advantages, and they certainly have some at the tippy top of their roster with the top-end talent that they have. If you can get it in the middle, that sort of that middle 6 of your forward group, it would be a gigantic difference maker. So all of that is going to start at 5:30 tonight, pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Somebody just sent the Vegas charter, Vegas Golden Knights. Boy, they got their charter all dressed up in their logo and all that. And they just sent that they landed up in Jeffco Airport. They didn't go to DIA. Is that common? Choosing Jeffco, is this it's got to be different. Do things a little different there in Vegas.
I have no idea.
Yeah. You see that?
Wait, are the Nuggets and Avs planes wrapped in their logo and
No.
stuff too?
Mm-mm.
I was going to say, that's very Vegas of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got the giant logo on the tail of the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas Golden Knights
probably
written
their
across
charter.
the entire fuselage.
Probably bought the charter.
Oh, for sure.
The
Yeah.
Patriots. The Patriots, they have like 2 charters.
So they're saying they arrived today?
I'm confused here. Help me out, Texter.
There's no way. That post is 5 hours ago. That would mean it was 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
That's not the case. No.
Maybe it's just sitting there.
Yeah, maybe.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, there's no way they got in today. No chance. Texture says Brock Nelson has been huge on the penalty kill. For sure he has. And I'm not, again, I don't want to make it sound like he's had a poor postseason. All I'm saying is I would like to see that group in particular, that line. Like, I think Val's played great, but Val hasn't been a lot in the scoring sheet. I need that to change.
So these are the things I'm weird like this. I'm watching Kadri speak yesterday. And do you remember the year they won the cup? His thumb was just absolutely tortured. He had pins in his thumb, couldn't move it. I don't even know how he shot the puck. I'm looking at the scars where those pins are located in his thumb. I'm looking at his fingers. Is he able to move his digits?
Right.
And he's moving his digits perfectly. No sign of digit impediment whatsoever. All digits moving perfectly.
Spirit fingers?
Yeah, I mean, this is when you start looking at stuff like that. Like, is he good?
For sure.
Is he good, right?
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. You can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
That post was from yesterday when they arrived at the Jeffco Airport. So they're probably staying up north.
Yeah, there's no chance they got in today. Zero.
Maybe in their Vegas ways, maybe they make a quick loop to Central City, Blackhawk. Sort of get the lay of the land there.
Throw down a couple of roulette spins.
Play some quarter slots with my mother.
Quarter slots. Head back. Get ready for a game.
How good would that be if Mark Stone just sidled up to a slot machine next to my mother?
He's not playing. He might.
His bank account would be on LTIR, Vic.
That is true. So one last preview of this game next. All right, so the morning sprint is live from the penalty box for morning skate today, and you're not going to want to miss a second of it. You can hear the skates on the ice as background for Coach and Springer as they get you ready for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, and that's powered by the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. And Vic and Moj decided that they're going to bounce. So let's talk to the boys from the penalty box. Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, Brett? How you doing, man?
Hey, Spring. So I saw that Cale Makar was getting some early work on the ice, yes?
We showed up, Coach and I, about 10 minutes ago. We're sitting in the penalty box. I have not seen Cale yet, but I did see the tweets that he was on the ice. But with my two eyes, I have not seen Cale Makar. But, I haven't seen Nathan McKinnon, Gabe Landeskog. Sure. We did see Nichushkin skating, Brock Nelson.
Blankenberg.
You saw Blanky?
Yeah, Bardakov.
I must have missed him because he's so small. Jack Ashawn is small. He was out here. But he played good defense. So I don't know. I mean, Gabe and Nate aren't out here. Cale wasn't out here when I was here. But, hey, I heard about your question, Brett. That was quite the question you asked to Jared Bednar.
I mean, I think we got the answer we wanted. He's going to play, right? I mean, that's what's happening.
Yeah, that is it seems to be the case. Very cleverly done by you. Jared Bednar, I assume, I didn't hear it, Brett. He said he would drive his car to the arena
we can play
tonight.
We'll play it for you here.
Okay, please.
Just take a listen. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Oh, okay. See, that's all you need. So that's journalism at its finest.
I don't really understand what we're doing there. Are you talking about my car? Are you talking about Makar? Are you talking about my car?
Yeah.
Dude, where's Makar?
See, here's the problem, Sanford. We talk to him every week, and during the playoffs, Coach, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys have heard it. He's incredibly honest.
Every week. Riveting stuff coming from you there, Kaner.
Riveting. No, he's an incredibly honest coach for hockey. He gives us a ton of stuff, but when the playoffs start, you ask about injuries, he always gives you an I don't know. I tried to backdoor it, and I think I did.
I think you did a really good job, and I think you're kind of getting to kind of Diana Rossini levels of journalism that I'm really impressed with. Really good job, Kaner. Yep. Riveting stuff.
Whoa. I do whatever it takes for the story. Just always remember that. Now, I asked this question to Vic. Let me ask you. And Springer, you're always on the postgame show Between the Pipes with Raj talking about this every single game. Minnesota felt like it was the best and most talented team left in the Western Conference when you played against them. You won that in 5. Do you feel any better about this series heading into it than you did with Minnesota?
I feel about the same. I suppose my only worry, Brett, is that, this really is like a step down in competition. And do they have any Game 3 in Minnesota moments where they were up 2-0 in that series, where they were 6-0 overall, and it felt like they could just waltz in to St. Paul and get that win, and that it would be easy. And Minnesota had an answer, and the Avs played like crap that night, and they really beat themselves because I think that they, for the first, when you're 6-0 and you're on such a run, you might rest a little bit. I just don't want the Avs to look at this and say, oh, we just won the quote unquote Stanley Cup Finals. We just beat maybe the best team remaining, as they eliminated Dallas, who we all would have said was the second best team behind the Avs. So I think if they treat this like it is the Stars, like it is the Wild, like they should get this series.
I do too. Yeah, what do you think, Coach?
Kaner, I'm feeling a little bit, I almost feel like this is a bit of a Dallas Stars vibe going in, and meaning just the style of hockey isn't going to be such that you can expect a 9-6 win in Game 1. You're probably going to see a game that's 2-1. You might see a 1-0 game, where there's an empty netter and you end up tying it up and going to overtime, and the winner wins 2-1. Like, those are the kind of games that I could see happening in this series, which is, frankly, I think as a hockey fan of the Colorado Avalanche, you feel so confident that they can outscore anybody's offensive output But you wonder sometimes about this gritty, grimy, gross kind of style of hockey that some of these teams do play in the postseason against the Avs. So that's the concern for me, is how grimy and gritty does it get, and do you have the health to be able to match and surpass that physicality and intensity that we think that Vegas is going to bring?
I think that's totally fair, and something that. Look, I don't know if you get the full answer from one game tonight, but I am really curious. Vegas has had at their goaltending spot basically the Abe Simpson meme of somebody walks through the door, puts their hat on the hat rack, grabs it, and walks right back out. It's just been a revolving door of guys. They've settled on Carter Hart, who's played really well this postseason so far. But facing Utah, who can score, and then facing Anaheim in the second round is not facing what the Avalanche are going to bring to the table. The Mammoth averaged 3 goals a game against Carter Hart in that first round, despite losing in 6. If he can continue to play at the level he's been playing at, which is about a .917 save percentage, then Vegas has got a good shot. But I don't know if Carter Hart's going to be able to do that against this team.
No offense to the Utah Mammoth. No offense to the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim, of California, of Los Angeles. This is not the same team that you've seen the last 2 series, or even remotely close to it. So the volume and the quality is going to be very different for Carter Hart than what he's seen in this postseason.
What do you think there, Spring? Carter Hart.
He was once, like, when he was with the Philadelphia Flyers, he was a good goaltending prospect. He was in that Mackenzie Blackwood era, where Blackwood was a good goaltending prospect with the New Jersey Devils. Then obviously, Carter Hart got caught up in some controversy. I'm going to call it controversy.
Sure.
But he was starting to come into his own at the end of that run with the Flyers, and Vegas loses a Logan Thompson to the Washington Capitals, and they're looking for cheap goaltending, and Carter was available. And you know what? Like, you're seeing it with Mackenzie Blackwood right now. Like, he once upon a time was a good goaltending prospect with the New Jersey Devils. And look what he's turned into, a pretty good goaltender. So it's in there with Carter Hart. Like, he has the natural raw talent. But, he had to miss some time from the league. This is his first kind of, real full long stretch of playing in a few years. And now he's got to go up against an offensive juggernaut after, allowing some goals to Utah and Anaheim, and this ain't Utah and Anaheim. So, look, could Carter Hart reach that full potential of his? Sure, he could. But to do that in the Western Conference Finals with that team in front of you, that's going to be a big boy moment for him if that's where he decides to finally reach that high ceiling he has.
We talked to the coach, and I asked him the question because he said earlier this week about there's a hunger with this team that reminded him of after they lost to Vegas in 2021, that they were not taking anything for granted, let's say. And I think there's another correlation that's very simple, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but the numbers bear this out too. The biggest common denominator you have in winning the Cup in 2022, in the run that this team is on right now, is that you have your captain there.
Yep.
And I do think, sometimes people can overblow the importance of, like, oh, you need a leader in the room and this is the big difference. But I don't know if you can with what Landeskog means to this team. I mean, what's their record? They're like 52-11-7 or something like that when he plays in games this year, which is an insane pace. It's something wild. And for him to be not just the player that he is, which is equally as amazing, that you take 3 years off, you come back, and you're still playing well, but for him to have sort of the gravity of the room in place, I think is huge.
Yeah, Kaner, you're a hat guy. I'm a hat guy. You ever just had the hat you might not have seen on the rack that you think is going to be like the best hat that you own, and it just fits?
Yeah.
That's what Gabe Landeskog is, man. You can't really define why, per se, other than the fact that he's a great leader. He's the glue guy. He keeps things moving, but there's no one particular thing about his game that makes you say that is the most important piece by far on a team that otherwise is incredibly talented. But it is that way, man. It's that hat that just fits perfectly, man. And you slap that sucker on, you're like, yep, I feel like I don't need to comb my hair today. I'm ready to go attack this day.
I don't know if you know about that.
It's really fun. It's nice when you got a hat that fights for you. That's handsome. That's a handsome hat.
Yeah.
I don't
know if I've ever called a hat handsome.
I think you have one right there, man.
I got my Chili Ones hat on today.
Yeah, I don't think I made the cut on that giveaway from the boys. Is it Tyson Berry and Nate McKinnon? They didn't think about me spring.
Yeah, I'm an Avalanche very important person.
Oh, that's
so I
right.
got the Chili Ones hat. Brett, I'll get you one because you're an Avs insider. And you asked Jared Bednar the hard-hitting question.
That's
so
right.
I'm gonna get you a Chili Ones hat, all right?
I have one, but I'll take another.
Okay.
I'm a hat guy. I'm also an Avalanche very important person. You don't know it's Hockey Brett season? Please, Springer. All right, boys. We'll toss it out to you guys in a few minutes. Thanks for joining me. See ya.
Absolutely.
There you go. Springer and Coach going to be there on the bench or in the penalty box for their show today. Morning skate as that's going on. That's all going to happen in about 5 minutes. But fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
We got to get an answer on this once and for all. So I put up a poll.
Did you?
On the Altitude Sports Radio Twitter page at Altitude SR to ask everybody, we're going to play a little hot or not. Was this question from you to Coach a good question or a bad question?
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Oh!
So if you go to at Altitude SR on Twitter, you can vote good question or bad question. So far, early polling results, 1 vote, 100% good question. So stop the count. Stop the count.
Stop it. That's all we needed. I am unanimously the best question asker in the world. There you go. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful day. Go Avs. We're going to break it all down starting at 6 o'clock this morning. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
Yes, I would.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it doesn't feel like a grind at all to me. I think we're all having a lot of fun, and we've been lucky enough to have a couple breaks in between series. So, the grind is more like January, February, like those months. We're in first, and then you reset, and it's just so much fun playing. I mean, last game was probably the most fun we've all had playing hockey. This is what we get up for, so I think everyone's feeling good right now.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
That's still an amazing question, despite some breaking news we just got. As I say that with the somber voice. Let me perk up. Hey, it's the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Springer. I'm in for Alex Ryanemi. I got the coach, Mike Sanford, with me. We are live from Ball Arena thanks to Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. We're live in the penalty box. Man, I feel like I was just put in the box for a penalty I didn't commit. I feel a little bummed, Coach.
I mean, you didn't read out the Avs Ticket Tuesday winner at the 11 o'clock hour, so I think you do deserve 2 hours of penalty time.
That's why I'm in the box. But, Coach, you just showed me a tweet from Emily Kaplan. Why don't you read that for everyone?
Yeah, so unfortunately there will be a 0% chance, breaking news, Emily Kaplan of ESPN, there'll be a 0% chance that Cale Makar will have any opportunity to be in this here penalty box that we're broadcasting from right now, because Cale Makar will miss Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, and the Avs, as an organization, have said he is a day-to-day decision as the series progresses. Although, do I find maybe an asterisk here that ESPN, they misspelled his name, and it's actually Cake Makar. C-A-K-E Makar. So Cake, I know that Cake is not going to play, but maybe there's a chance that Cale plays.
Okay, so what are you on here? Instagram?
No, this is just ESPN.com's app.
ESPN.com's app. Wait, this is just regular ESPN.com?
Yep, ESPN's app.
ESPN's app, and this is a post from Emily Kaplan, and she writes Cake Makar. So obviously a typo. Well, not likely, extremely likely a typo.
That might have been from the last championship parade. Cake Makar, ever heard of him?
Sanford. So we know that Cake Makar is not playing tonight. We are in fact, no, we're 100% sure, because apparently it came from the mouth of Jared Bednar, who is talking to the media right now. It appears, per Jared Bednar, Cale Makar will not play tonight. That's interesting, Coach, because Brett Kane, that's the best. I think that's my favorite sports radio question I've ever heard. No bias. Not just because I'm friends with Brett. That was an elite question.
You're a Brett Kane glazer. I've seen this happen in real time.
Okay.
I mean, I was watching you. You have this beautiful trucker hat, chilly ones, Tyson Berry, Nathan McKinnon, Colorado Avalanche hat that I just have hat envy of. And you mentioned at the tail end of the morning show that you were going to get Brett Kane a Chili Ones hat as an insider of the Avs because he was able to break such riveting news because of his creative question, when in reality, it was a bunch of horse hooey.
Oh, man. But see, this is the insider game, too.
I'm a facts guy, though. I want facts.
What a source that Brett had, and y'all heard it. It was live on air. It was Jared Bednar himself.
Yeah, but when you don't ask a real direct question, will Cale Makar play tonight?
Does that beg the question, did Jared Bednar know what Brett was talking about? Or did he think that Brett was actually talking about his own physical car? And Jared Bednar was like, well, that's a weird question. Why would you
Yes, I would.
Why would you ask me if I'm driving my car to the arena? Of course I'm driving my car to the arena.
You want to know what this is? The stakes are a bit high right now. This is Western Conference Finals, and this is also one step away from a Stanley Cup final. Jared Bednar is going to prove that he's not giving you anything, nor should he.
So he's going to lie? Was that a lie? Would you classify
that as
a lie?
No, it's like if you ask me a dumb question, I'm going to give you a dumb answer.
Hold on. KJ, play that again. I want to hear Jared Bednar's answer one more time.
Yes, I would.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I would. Okay, well, He'll be driving his own car. Cale Makar will not.
Car's
Where is Makar? He's not playing.
The car's in the shop.
He's in the shop.
But he was here, just for all of us that are just tuning in right now. News from Emily Kaplan of ESPN that was at Jared Bednar's post open skate media availability. Cale Makar will not be playing tonight in Game 1 in his day-to-day as the series progresses. However, it's not all bad news for this series because Cale was out here looking pretty dang dapper, looking pretty good, snapping the puck around. Okay. He came out here early before a lot of the Avs players were out here, so he was clearly working on some rehab, some physical therapy, getting some stuff right. And so I do think it's good news for the 7-game series. But, man, I'm not depressed. You're still the better team on the ice, and especially because we know that Brent Burns is going to be playing. We know that all signs.
Sam Malinsky would be the big one because he was out at the end of the Wild
and all
series.
signs are pointing to Sam Malinsky will be playing, if I'm not mistaken.
Appears that way.
And so I feel good about your defensive depth. I do. I'd actually rather – this is a little bit like the Aaron Gordon conversation. When Aaron Gordon's like 50%, do you even want him playing? Because that can be detrimental to the overall flow of the team. And people look to Aaron Gordon to do certain things with the basketball. And when he's not capable of doing it, it's almost worse if he's out there. And I think the same could be true with Cale Makar, whereas Sam Malinsky will bomb it from deep. He'll shoot it from from right inside the blue line, and we know that Brent Burns has never seen a shot that he doesn't want to rifle in the direction of tonight, Mr. Hart. I'm discouraged, but I'm actually I think that this is good news that so many other players are healthy, and you do have great defensive depth to be able to come in and make up the void that is Cale Makar.
You know what's wild about it? Pun intended, stupid pun, because in Game 5 of the Wild series, the comeback 4-3 win in overtime, where Cale Makar hurt that upper body, where he took that, it was kind of an innocent little nothing hit, and it was like he got shot with a rifle, and he immediately was and he grabs his shoulder.
It looked like predisposition, didn't it? We're gonna go there.
Oh no, is Cale's shoulder predisposed?
Sean will tell you.
He's due for a new contract soon. This is
fine.
no good.
It's probably that he's been dealing with an AC sprain. Well, that's just kind of how it goes, man.
He's had a history of, getting hit in the chest and some, whether it's the shoulder or somewhere in that area. He's had a couple of these over the course of his career. But what's wild about it is, he leaves that game, but he comes back. He plays 25 minutes and 50 seconds of an overtime win. So I was thinking, okay, he returned to that very game. If there was a Game 6, they were down 3-0. Had they not completed the comeback, they were down 3-1 with less than 4 to go. Would Cale have played in Game 6 in Minnesota? Because he finished that very game. Now, you look at his numbers, though. He didn't have a single shot on goal and no points in that Game 5 4-3 win. And the no shots on goal is interesting to me. And he doesn't even have a shot missed here. On the ESPN box score, no shot attempts, it appears, even for Cale Makar. So that shoulder was affecting him. You can deduce no shot attempts from Cale Makar in that game with the shoulder injury. So yeah, he gutted it out. He played, but he very clearly wasn't the same player. Would he have played in the Game 6? I don't know. Do they that would have been a Game 6? With you maybe letting Minnesota back into that series and to go force that 7, and you don't want that to happen. This is Game 1 against a lesser opponent. Maybe my point here is if this was a Game 7,
he's playing.
He'd play tonight.
Yeah, and let's talk also about what we just learned hockey-wise about the health of a team in terms of where the players are when the series starts. Look at what Jonas Brodin and
Joel Eriksson Ek.
And Joel.
Joel.
No, it's Jules.
Jules?
Yeah, it's like the old vape, man. Juul. Jules. I love Jules. Joel Eriksson Ek. He didn't make the trip. Right? Cale Makar, obviously this is home, but he was on the ice. He was on the ice today getting work. So I do think that the forecast is sunny, even though if it is not outside right now and hasn't been for the last 3 days, which frankly has been.
The sun's out today. Sun was out this morning.
Guns out too?
Yeah. What's with the tarps off? invading Major League Baseball. Side note, there's tarps off everywhere. They were at the Tigers game last night, Mariners game, something like that. Everyone's taking their shirt. No, keep your shirts on at Ball Arena. I think, in fact, they got shirts for everybody here. These shirts, blue shirts.
Yeah, paint the scene here, man. This is a beautiful, beautiful looking venue right now. It is not pom-pom venue right now. It is shirt venue, and there
are pom-poms
3
here
different
as well.
colorways, and every single seat in the arena is a white Avalanche territory Toyota-sponsored shirt for the Western Conference Final. But then you have Rado across from us, R-A-D-O, in blue.
So I'm going to assume that Colo, C-O-L-O, is
See what
behind
they did?
us. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I was
a
wondering where we were going with Rado. Doesn't do anything for me. Well, we are joined from the locker room by our very own, PhD's very own, Darren McKee. DMac's probably he's been here all morning. He's been getting all the skinny, getting all the scoop, and was just in the media availability of Jared Bednar when the big time news broke. DMac,
how about that, huh?
What's the good word and what's the vibe?
Cale was out here.
Yeah.
He was on the ice with the training staff, and he kind of scooted off before the fellas came on. So he was out here really early, and I did see him going from the locker room to the training room. It was like, oh, okay, that's good, right? But Bedsy did not even mess around, despite Brett Kane's very cryptic, is it a car, is it not a car, whatever he was saying to him this morning. It's not a car, I guess, and it's not Makar tonight. He's not going to go. And it is Jack Achon, not Gagne, that's going to play tonight, so you won't see the debut of Alex Gagne. It'll be Achon.
Is it Gagne
again.
or Gagne?
You know, he's from New Hampshire. He's American. You know, he played at the University of New Hampshire, so it would lean towards just being the Americanization name. I was told it's Gagne.
What about our guy Eric Gagne?
Yeah, I think if you say Gagne, nobody's going to look sideways at you, brother.
We'll find out soon.
But it's not him. They're going with Achon and no Makar. Makar not here. Although Bedsy did hold out hope that perhaps he would be good later on. I'm surprised. Springer, are you surprised?
I am surprised because I was just telling Coach, you know, he finished Game 5. Although he wasn't productive, he wasn't shooting the puck, an indication that the shoulder was affecting him. I would have expected him to play in Game 6 of that series had it gone there. So with the week off added to it, you know, they got them the week off, and we were like, well, that was the talk at the time, was that's an extra week for Cale.
Yeah.
But I'm. Jared Bednar says day to day, and that, you know, did he sound optimistic? Was the tenor positive with his comments?
Really. I would not say that. I think he's just he would hold out hope. Listen, now it's time to look into Sam Malinsky's comment to Sportsnet, right? You guys saw that.
I did see that.
That was a bit cryptic, was it not?
You know, if you say what he said there, and I don't have it right in front of me, but like if you just looked at it, it was kind of like we'll do the best without him, or hopefully we'll be okay without him, or something like that. And I heard the boys in the morning show talk about it like, oh, that's kind of taken out of context. And I was like, oh, okay, you could be right on that. But now in light that Cale is not going, I wonder if Malinsky was actually – like all these guys know about their teammates, right? They all know what's really going on with their teammates. So for Malinsky to say that now because Cale is missing, I got more eyebrows raised. I don't want to look too deeply into the meaning what Jared Bednar said, but it didn't sound overly optimistic. Of course you're going to hold out hope, but don't forget in that Wild series, they kept saying about Eriksson Ek and Brodin the whole series they were saying, they could, but in reality they weren't even close to coming back.
What was very different about that, and I mentioned this in the first 5-10 minutes of the show, is that Joel Eriksson Ek and Jonas Brodin never were on the ice for an open skate.
Any point.
And they didn't make the trip to Colorado.
What were their injuries? Do you remember what their
I don't think they
upper bodies, I think.
It was upper bodies. All right, well, maybe that gives you a little hope that Cale was at least trying it today, and he was shooting the puck a little bit.
I saw him shooting. He didn't look necessarily like he was apprehensive to shoot a puck.
I mean, if there's a game to sit him, it's Game 1, right? If this is
sure.
Of the 7 games, Game 1 is the one that is that's the lightest.
I agree. I agree.
Especially if Sam Malinsky is healthy.
Well, he's healthy. Lekkonen's playing. Like it's everybody else. Everybody else is Burns is fine.
Guys, I'm just telling you, don't look into any optional ice time on Burns. He's 41. He sleeps 14 hours a night. So
well, 3 in the middle of the
correct,
day.
yeah, 10 at night. Yeah,
yes.
so he's a 14-hour a day sleeper. As I personally got 3 hours of sleep last night because I had my first football practice of the season this morning, so I didn't sleep.
I gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, this is a healthy team. Therefore, Cale Makar's absence is not going to be felt nearly as much as it would have been in overtime of Game 5.
But this is why I think it's a 7-game series. Like,
I don't.
I do. I think this is going to be a hell of a series. I think it's going to be a battle.
All right, we'll talk more about the Avs not having Cale Makar tonight, what this means for tonight's game and the series as a whole. Darren McKee joining us here in this segment. He's going to peace out, it appears. But he'll be with you here at noon for PhD. I'm with the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Springer. It's the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, well, I guess follow up on that is, is this going to be something that affects him all series? Do you expect him back anytime soon?
Yeah, I expect him back. I think he's doing a lot better. He's on the ice again this morning, feeling pretty good, so I got him as day-to-day.
Okay. He said he's feeling pretty good.
He looked good.
He's
good
getting
on
better.
the ice here.
He said he's feeling pretty good. I like to hear that. This is the morning sprint. I'm Mark Springer in for Alex Ryan-Emmy. That is the coach, Mike Sanford, as always. But today we are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Caplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. We're live from the penalty box. The big news today is Cale Makar will not play in tonight's Game 1 as the Avalanche host the Vegas Golden Knights in the Western Conference Finals. Coach, not the news we wanted today, but I guess as long as, you're protecting Cale Makar, they're going to need him to win a Stanley Cup. You got to protect him for the long run. You should be able to get past Vegas without him. You feel that way, right?
I don't feel that way. I don't love a 7-game series. Sans Cale Makar, to me, the most lethal sniper of any blue liner in professional hockey. I don't love, that being a massive void that you're dealing with for a 7-game series. However, I do believe that Game 1 and maybe Game 1 and Game 2, if it buys you an extra 4 days of health and recovery for Cale Makar, I think this team with a healthy Sam Malinsky, with a healthy Arturi Lehkonen, and with a healthy Brent Burns, which he hasn't missed anything, so I think there was just stupid speculation about his availability. I feel a lot better at home ice. This dang arena is going to be on fire tonight against a team in Vegas that has been here, has been in the Western Conference Finals, frankly, more than you have in the last 5 years. I think this is going to be an electric atmosphere. I think Sam Malinsky is going to be very, very influential in the outcome of this game because I think he has offensive chops as a D-man. And I think Brent Burns is going to be bombing shots from that spot. Similar spot to where Cale Makar bombs shots.
This did move the betting line just a little bit. Avs were minus 192 this morning.
I knew I could count on you.
They're now down to minus 180 to win this game. It's a solid favorite, solid home favorite. Avs are the favorite to win the Cups at plus 140, and they're the favorite to win this series at minus 250. Let's see how tonight goes. And we got the Vegas Golden Knights. Is that Carter Hart shooting pucks? Yeah, that's 79. That's Carter Hart out here. He just shot some pucks. He's looking for a goalie goal tonight. He's getting stretched out. Avs will try to score on the man skating right past us right now.
We were told by DMac we weren't going to see any Vegas Golden Knights out here.
Okay.
But apparently John Tortorella, not a big practice guy this time of year. But I guess, there's at least going to be some skating that's going to happen from the Vegas Golden Knights on an open skate where DMac had been told. I think we're going to see Vegas Golden Knights out here today. Yeah, the whole crew's coming
maybe
out
Carter
right
Hart's out here because he heard we were out here and
wanted to hang out with the boys.
Yeah, and he's got to show off. Let the people know what the Avs are in for tonight. But if you get Game 1 tonight, again, you're minus 180 favorites, and you're the best team in the league, and you're 8-1 in these playoffs, and you just beat one of the top 3 or 4 teams in 5. So even without Cale Makar, let's say they get Game 1 tonight. Okay. Do you need to play Cale in Game 2? Does that take the urgency away? You lose tonight. Does that increase the urgency that now Cale really needs to play in Game 2 because, if you're down 1-0, you don't want to drop both on your home ice. That's a situation you do not want to be in. So you see how tonight goes, and if they get this like they still should, maybe they get Game 2. Maybe they get Game 3. Maybe you don't see Cale Makar at all in this series. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to say that you're going to make decisions about Cale Makar being available to play outside of just purely his health. Now,
sure.
I think there is that feeling.
Will
in
he
hockey,
be 100%? He's probably not going to be 100% the rest of the way.
I don't think any of these guys are, man.
Sure.
I mean, frankly, a lot of these dudes that are out here in the third round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, they look like me getting out of bed in the morning, man. Everything kind of hurts, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're in your 40s, you're a professional hockey player, and you've been playing hockey for 7 months now. Your body hurts. Nobody's 100%. However, obviously, Cale Makar, he's got a big enough ailment so as that he's not going to be on the ice tonight. And then I think you reevaluate it tomorrow. Certainly reevaluate it on Friday when you get ready for Game 2.
The more days you can buy him, though, the better it will be served for when the stakes are the highest. Not that they're not extremely high tonight. They are. I mean, every game in this Western Conference Finals matters. But the longer you could push it down the road to get him as close to 100% as you can, it's what the Avs have been doing all playoffs long. By sweeping the Kings, they allowed, Lehkonen exited that series. There was another player who exited that series. But then by, beating the Wild in 5, they got Malinsky and Lehkonen more at that extra time. If they can help Cale Makar's body out tonight simply just by winning, and they can do that. Let's talk about the D pairs. Okay, what this is going to look like.
It's going to be really. It's going to be fascinating
without Cale. I think you got to go Taves Malinsky. I mean, it's going to be Taves Malinsky. Sam Malinsky, you are now tonight. You are a top pair defenseman. He's been playing 20+ minutes, as has Brett Kulak.
What have we said about Sam Malinsky? He's turned into from undrafted free agent into Cale Makar light, Cale Makar Jr.
And he's always had the profile of it, similar size, similar build. They're chucking pucks at his coach.
They love doing this. This is one of their favorite activities. You know what's great though is guess who was chucking pucks at us just about a week ago, 10 days ago?
Who's that?
It was Michael Mick Karen. And he was chucking pucks at us. And how'd that work out for you, buddy? You enjoying golf?
Cannot help
Are you fishing for walleye now up there in the northern Netherlands of northern Minnesota?
So McCarron was chucking pucks at you.
Oh, he was just
they lost in 5. Let's see who just chucked a puck at us. Riley Smith. That's who I thought it was. Riley Smith. So keep an eye out for Riley Smith in this series. Is he going to be the Michael McCarron of this series? The morning sprint. Don't chuck pucks at the boys curse.
Yeah,
McCarron
you don't want to do it.
Got bit by it in round 1. Let's see if Riley Smith gets bit by it, round 2. This is round 3. Riley Smith doing it here today. You got to go Malinsky Taves because it's righty-lefty, and that's the pairing. Like when Cale missed that time down the stretch, a few weeks remaining in the season, Malinsky Taves was the pairing, and it's good that Malinsky got that experience. He's been getting a ton of ice time in the playoffs. And then Kulak, is Josh Manson ready to up the minutes?
I think so, man. I really think so, and I think he's game for it. He's been really good. I feel good about the ability of the physicality that's going to be needed on the ice tonight against Vegas. Who's going to hit you? They're going to be big. They're going to be physical. Doesn't appear that Mark Stone's going to be playing based off everything that we've heard to this point. But yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. I think it's going to be Taves and Malinsky, and then you go Mance Burns, and then is it Kulak who's been a?
I think you have to go Manson Kulak.
Really, but then you don't have necessarily the.
Well, we will see. We're going to see mixing and matching. Today.
Yeah,
we will see that.
Which frustrates Nate McKinnon, by the way.
And I
hates
understand
it
that.
when he sees 62 different iterations of D pairings. He gets frustrated. He's like, "Can I see the same people so I know when certain pucks are going to be coming in my direction versus others?"
You'll see Manson. You will see. There's Mark Stone.
Yeah, we do actually have a Mark Stone sighting
Okay,
here.
that is interesting.
Full uniform, skating around.
He's in a white jersey. There's a handful of. In fact, like Riley Smith is in a white jersey. And there's other nice players in black jerseys. Raj is the best at this in terms of what all that would mean. But there you go, Martin. There's Mark Stone right there, skating right in front of us.
Looks ginger.
Yeah, I was going to say gingerly. You took the word right out of my mouth.
He looks like me. It looks like when you're doing ringside commentary for 2 hours and you didn't dress for it, your knees as an old man get a little stiff.
Sure.
That's kind of what Stone looks like right now.
Okay, so keep that in mind too as we see Mark Stone skating here, who's a great two-way forward who really gave Nathan MacKinnon a lot of problems 4 years ago, 5 years ago when they lost in the second round to Vegas. Stone gave MacKinnon a lot of problems, so they'd love to have him in this series. But you're gonna play either Nick Blankenburg or Jack Ashawn tonight.
I think it's going to be Ashawn based off what DMac heard. Jack Ashawn, not Gagne?
Alex Gagne, and I don't know Alex Gagne. I had to look him up. He's 20.
Alec? Or are we Alex?
Alex.
Okay, Alex Gagne.
Or
Gagne.
He was a team captain. New Hampshire, 23 years old. It might have been a college free agent guy. That was Sam Malinsky was a college free agent guy. I'll look into that. I've never heard of. I don't know if you can play a guy I've never heard of. Whereas Jack Ashawn showed well defensively when he got his turn in the Minnesota series. Blankenburg scored a nice goal, but is a little light defensively. I think Burns is going to play with primarily Burns will play with, and granted, whether it's Ashawn or Blankenburg, they're going to get like 7 minutes. So that's where you will see the mixing and matching. Burns will play a little with Manson. He'll play a little with Ashawn or Blankenburg. Kulak's going to get a ton of minutes tonight. And I think maybe you see Manson get back into the 20-minute range. You certainly hope he's ready for that if you don't have Cale.
Interesting development as we start getting some more kind of full-speed tempo skates that are going on here, just pacers going back and forth. Mark Stone going, man. I mean, he doesn't look as gingerly as he did when he was just sauntering around the ice just when he first showed up out here. So I don't know if that's a development, but that would move the needle. Cale Makar not in the lineup and Mark Stone in the lineup. That's something that was not expected.
In basketball, that's like a 6-point swing. That's like you miss a 3 and they hit one on the other end. You know, like that's no Makar, yes on Stone. Like that does change things. Look, Vegas underperformed this year.
Regular season.
They are better. Like you see teams that are better than their record, and did Tortorella bring it out of them? Is that something that happened? In fact, we're going to talk about John Tortorella in the next segment coming up here. But you sign a Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner is a dangerous, good player.
Really good hockey player.
That goal he scored. Now the MacKinnon snipe that tied Game 5 in the mini-series was the best goal of the playoffs so far. Then the next night, I feel like Marner topped it.
I think he topped it, but the defense from Anaheim made it feel like it was like the old school days of all-star hockey.
Sure.
Where it's like there's so much space and guys are, twirling and doing all different types of things. But, at the end of the day, man, this is going to be a competitive series, and it doesn't appear, basically on the early returns here at Open Skate, doesn't appear that the Avs are going to maybe win the health battle going into Game 1.
And it's an important battle. It hurt the Nuggets. It hurts you. It doesn't matter. You start losing guys, it hurts you. Marner leads all players this playoffs with 18 points. He's having a phenomenal playoffs, and Pavel Dorofiev is leading in goals scored, and he's a player that a lot of people don't talk about, but he's a really solid player. They're sneaky. This is a really sneaky Knights team. They're better than, maybe even I'm giving them credit for, and not having Cale Makar is concerning. But, you talked about Gabe Landeskog, how deep. The depth of the Avs has paid dividends, but they're going to need to pay dividends without Cale. Everybody's healthy, Coach, except for one player. Just so happens he's the best defenseman in the world.
Yeah, and that's a very significant one, as the – the news comes down. I mean, obviously it's national news now that Cale Makar will not be playing. Be interested to see if John Tortorella shows up for his presser after Open Skate today.
Well, he can't ever miss a press conference again.
Well, I mean, can he?
In fact, no coach.
Can you just keep writing $100,000 checks?
How many second-round picks do you have, though, too?
Because it'll be interesting to see if we get any information.
If they do it again, they'll dock him a first.
Yeah, get a first.
Pay him.
Up the ante to $500K. Yeah, this is not a full roster that's out here. You wonder if there is some rehab skate happening.
Sure.
I don't see a lot of top liners out here. I don't see Shea Theodore.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen
Eichel,
Brady McDabb. Do not see
Marner.
Yep. Do not see Marner, Barbashev.
Dorofiev.
I have not seen Dorofiev. So you're wondering if maybe this is just an opportunity for some nice work to get healthy and then to get some looks for the two netminders here. And I do believe, is that Aiden Hill that's in the opposite net?
I think that's Aiden Hill to our right and Carter Hart to our left.
Guy, isn't that weird, that fall from grace from Aiden Hill? I mean, it felt like
injuries. Hart played all right, good enough to keep the job. But hey, look, man, you were talking about Eriksson Ek and Brodin not traveling to Denver at all. Stone traveled. Stone's out here game 1. Mark Stone's playing in this series, and we knew it was probably only going to be a couple games, but maybe he plays game 2 now. Hey, maybe. I mean, you're skating again. Maybe he looks so good he plays tonight. Probably unlikely, but
based off of the stuff that we've heard coming in here, but like, what can the hockey universe trust right now coming out of Vegas? To be fair,
that's a great point.
Even what we're watching right now.
Well, Jared Bednar played some of those games. He told Brett Kane that he was going to drive his car to the arena tonight.
Yeah, but dude, a car is not Makar.
Bednar's not giving away anything.
Yes.
And then 5 minutes later, he said Cale was out. Okay, we are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. He is Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Springer, and for Alex Ryan-Nemi. When we come back, John Tortorella and the Vegas Golden Knights general manager talked to the media last night about the Knights' fine of Torts' fine of $100,000 and the Knights losing a second-round pick. We're going to hear what they had to say about that next. This is the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Springer in for Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. We are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. This is the Morning Sprint live from the penalty box at Ball Arena. And we caught the second half, the back half of Avs skate. Did not see Cale Makar out here, although before we got here, Cale was on the ice reportedly. Taking some shots, skating around, but the news coming down right as this show started, back at 10 a.m., that Jared Bednar announcing Cale Makar will not play for the Avs tonight in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals against the Vegas Golden Knights. We've been reacting to that. Right now, the Vegas Golden Knights are out on the ice here at Ball Arena.
Skeleton crew.
Coach, there's Jack Eichel.
Oh, we do got Eichel out here.
Jack Eichel's out here. We saw Mark Stone skating out here. In fact, he's still out here.
Yep.
Over on the left. I saw he's listed as doubtful tonight on some hockey fantasy site, but
looks pretty good. I don't know if it's an LBI or an UBI, but as a bit of an older player has started to warm up, he does not look like he is hampered too much by any particular ailment.
It is some sort of a BI. We know that.
Yeah.
Hey, it's an Avs game day.
You can get a BI in Vegas very easily. You got to be careful when you travel to Las Vegas. There are plenty of BIs.
Yep. You can get a UTI. You can get caught by the FBI.
Yep. There are a lot of.
You could get pink eye.
Yes. You at times do.
You could roll snake eyes. I don't know, man. It's an Avs game day powered by Backus and Schenker, your hometown injury lawyers. In a car accident, call 303-222-2222. Lots of twos. Call the twos. Dial the twos, everybody. Last night, Coach, Las Vegas, Vegas Golden Knights GM Kelly McCrimmon talked to the media, sitting right next to his newly hired head coach John Tortorella, and Torts cost this man, Kelly McCrimmon, a second-round pick. Let's hear from Kelly McCrimmon. We might hear from Tortorella as well. This is what they had to say about the NHL fining Torts $100K and stripping the organization of a second-round pick for John Tortorella not speaking to the media after the Ducks series and not opening his locker room. KJ, roll it.
A couple of items before we begin. We were today in New York where we had a hearing with the National Hockey League regarding the events following Game 6. We missed a great opportunity that night to connect with our fans and share with them a victory, a playoff series. I've always felt in a playoff series, when you win a series, you galvanize the bond with your fan base. We missed that opportunity by not having John available to do post-game. That's on John for failing to do that. That's on me as a general manager of the hockey club. That's not at the feet of our comms people who made other arrangements with each of you to accommodate tight quarters in and around our dressing room post-game. We have no explanation other than to say we were wrong and to assure you that it will not happen again. The league has spoken on the matter. We have spoken on the matter. Neither John or I will be taking any questions on this.
Okay. Man, that sounded like Dad, talking to the principal, like, my son will never do this again. Kelly McCrimmon did not sound pleased with what John Tortorella did.
He is not a Los Angeles Ram general manager that just says F them picks, is he? He likes his picks.
Well, at least
Don't mess with my picks, Torts.
Les Snead gets value for his draft picks. You got nothing.
We'll see. That's what this series might all be about. Is it a galvanizing enough locker room decision? I don't know.
Well, it sounds if that was, and I theorize. We theorize. Nate has talked about this, and I agree with what Nate has said about this. Was this 3D chess by Tortorella or at least it's a theory. It's just a theory, because why do this? Why wouldn't you just talk to the media? Was he trying to create an us against the world atmosphere? Okay, well, Kelly McCrimmon he didn't sign off on that, right. It appears. That wasn't cleared by the organization. Torts went rogue. Now, did he have some higher level thinking to this where, no, this is a mind games thing? Or was he just simply, like, bothered after winning 5-1 in a clinching game? Why would you be bothered in that situation? Was it the officiating? You won 5-1. Why wouldn't you talk to the media? So now I have to ask the question, what the hell was John Tortorella thinking?
I think it's all the dark arts of unifying a team and creating this whole us against the world. Because let's just call it like it is, man. If you skate the two teams out on the ice and they're both fully healthy, who's winning that series?
The Avalanche.
Right. So you, as a coach, especially with John Tortorella, knowing full well, like, it's a proud Vegas Golden Knights franchise that in just how many years they've been in their, I mean, frankly, in their infancy, but they've been to the Western Conference Final, 5 times already in those 10 years? But I mean, he knows that this is a roster that might be kind of towards the tail end of its window, and might as well, for your own earning power as a head coach, you just throw every type of Hail Mary possible to try to galvanize the team. And what would the whole message be? Well, it's us against the world. I'm John Tortorella, and I come in and I make change immediately.
Sure. He's the fixer. And then there was some fixing that needed to be done. He's the hard ass who comes in and, gets an underperforming veteran team to wake the hell up. And it looks like they might have.
The only thing that I would say to that is high-level athletes, high-performing athletes are not dumb.
Sure.
And so there is some of this you wonder if the locker room's like, oh yeah, of course Torch is going to do something like this, like there is that.
Well, and so we just talked about the theory that it's to do the us against the world thing, but and I can't even think of the counterpoints that of why that is. What is the effect of that is.
Bunker down. It's just us.
Oh yeah, are the players going to be like, oh yeah, wow, we got docked a second-round pick because you were an idiot?
Yeah, but does Mark Stone freaking care about the second-round pick?
Or
he won't play with that second-round pick.
That's true.
The NHL development arc is 7 years.
Are they connected to Torts enough in this brief stretch they've had with him where they can say, how dare they treat our coach like that?
Well, they probably like the money, the playoff bonuses for being in the damn Western Conference Finals, because they sure as hell didn't look like they were destined for that, did they?
Well, those are the ultimate motivators, right? And I think, just you'll get up for the Avs, right? You're being counted out. The Knights are going to want to show, no. You want to be the team to upset the Avs. That'd be pretty cool. They're the favorites. They're the best. I don't think Tortorella really needed to do much. So, again, I don't know what he was thinking or what he was doing. Maybe it was an us against the world thing.
Hail Mary.
But
Hail Mary, full of grace.
We'll see who caught that Russell Wilson Hail Mary in the Commanders game. Was it Brandon Johnson? I think it was Brandon Johnson. See if Brandon Johnson's on the other end.
I tried to erase all of that from my memory.
This is the last Hail Mary. There's the Jaden Daniels had one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the Knights need tonight. Okay, we are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. More Morning Sprint on the other side. We are live from the penalty box at Ball Arena. I'm Mark Springer. He's Mike Sanford. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. I'm Mark Springer in for Alex Ryan-Emmy. He is the coach, Mike Sanford. We're not taking you higher. Can you take me higher?
We're already pretty high. We're already at 5,280 feet. You walk around the Strip in Las Vegas. You will see that there's definitely people getting high or higher on the Strip in Las Vegas, like they do here in Colorado.
Okay.
So
Game
that's one thing
game.
That's one thing that these two communities do share.
Higher in the arena, Connor will be calling the game right up there, way up higher, right up there tonight. But it's we got shirts and pom-poms all over Ball Arena. We're live in the penalty box.
You should wear your shirt if you're in the building, I think. Because
the shirt that they're giving away to everyone.
So I think it's supposed to be worn.
Okay.
So that if you're sitting in the seat that you were assigned, then people can see Calo on one side, and it'll end up being in burgundy.
That's interesting.
Blue is Rado.
We haven't done this here. We haven't really been wear the shirts in this arena.
Should I advocate wear the shirts? I mean,
yeah,
you haven't won a title
so.
in 4 damn years, so why wouldn't we? Change something up, for God's sakes. I mean, we know you got your $400 sweater that's custom made. It's got the fight strap on it, the whole deal. But
you got your Nick Blankenberg jersey on. We know
you got your Blanky ready to go.
They're selling like hotcakes right now.
You got your Jack of Sean
jersey.
Actually,
I think it's a Sean who's in for Cale Makar tonight.
Yeah.
So go buy your Jack of Sean jerseys. So put on your shirt tonight here at Ball Arena. Real quickly, Coach, some sad news today for a staple, really, in Colorado media.
Yeah, so Adam Munster-Tiger, who has been on the Colorado football and basketball beat for 247 Sports for years. He passed away last night at 11 o'clock p.m., according to a tweet from his wife, Liz, who's a fantastic woman, incredible family. My daughter went to school with Adam's kids at up north, and her tweet was, he was asleep, peaceful, and surrounded by love and family. And as he always used to say to me, I love you, you're my favorite noun. Adam Munster-Tiger was, the year that I spent at CU and when I took over as interim head coach, just class in every way. He was reasonable. He understood the challenges of the current landscape of college athletics. He was very loyal to Coach Prime, and Coach Prime's been keeping his social media followers in the loop about the battle that Adam Munster-Tiger has been having. It's been a medical issue, undisclosed to a certain extent, but as recently as end of April, like April 30th, Adam had been released from the hospital. He was writing articles as early as 3 days ago.
Wow.
And so Adam Munster-Tiger, you and your family and your kids and Miss Liz yourself, you are in our thoughts and prayers, and he's a legend within college recruiting and the college media space. So, Adam, may you rest in peace from the Morning Sprint.
The publisher of BuffStampede.com since 2003. That's just outside of dial-up internet. He's been doing it for a while, and he covered the Buffs excellently. I texted him a couple times years ago to come on with Nate and Andy. He's always so kind and gracious. Great interview, great insight. So our condolences and best wishes absolutely to the Munster-Tiger family as Adam Munster-Tiger passed away today, or last night, actually, late last night. We'll move on from that. Wanted to mention that big news today is Cale Makar is not going to play here in Game 1 tonight for the Avalanche against the Golden Knights in the Western Conference Finals. We're out at Ball Arena, Coach and I. I'm in for Raj. I'm Mark Springer. Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl, my dudes who I produce for, are going to be live from Ball Point inside Ball Arena this afternoon, taking you through pregame of Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Tune in for the only live show from inside the arena starting at 3 p.m. It's powered by the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. And, of course, we're live here right now. That'll be the only live show this afternoon.
So tell me about your day today, because you're filling in for a guy, Alex Ryanemi, who his upper body injury seems to be a little bit more along the lines of Cale Makar. So some parallels there between.
Alex Ryanemi and Cale Makar are very similar.
Very similar.
They're very similar.
Baby faces.
There's that. They both have a little reddish tint in the hair.
Yeah, there's a little gingy there. I see some gingy vibes.
I mean, Ryanemi is Finnish. So that checks out.
Makar's not Finnish, is he?
But he's not Finnish. But I'm saying, as a Finn, maybe you're of the fairer skin.
Yes,
perhaps. Yes. They both play hockey.
I think they both, in different times of their life, have enjoyed one beers. I think that was on full display at the championship parade. That'd be something that we'd love to see here in about a month and some change.
There's only a couple more. We'll stop there because there's quite the drop off after that. But no, so I'm actually going to go back to I forgot my laptop today. I was like, oh yeah, I need that thing, but I'm going to need it tonight. See, here's the issue, Coach. I don't even know what's happening. Maybe even if my boss Kevin is listening, I was told that Raj and I are going to be doing a live watch along of Game 1 tonight on Altitude Plus.
So like TV in the app.
We're going to be on TV. At least I thought we were.
You do have a tremendous face for television.
Thank you. So, you're a TV vet. I see you on 9 News.
Yeah.
CBS4.
My wife today told me I need Botox. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm a football coach.
Hold on. Anne Marie.
Yeah, she told me I looked a little tired this morning. I don't know, man.
To be just honest with you.
Yeah.
You're good.
Thank you. I appreciate
don't need
it, buddy.
the talks.
Yeah, I mean. This is the glaze session that's happening between the two of us right now. Pretty wild.
I would hate to say.
Okay, so are you doing Altitude
I think
Plus?
so.
Is
Raj's
going to be on the?
Voice is dead. I don't know what's happening.
You know what I heard? I heard he's brushing up on ASL. He's getting his American Sign Language greased up for a podcast. You imagine Raj ASL hockey commentary? The elite.
All right, everybody. Your homework assignment, if you want to watch the watch along tonight on Altitude Plus, is to learn sign language. And maybe I wasn't even supposed to mention anything about it because maybe it's not happening with Raj's voice. I don't know. But yeah, look, you got to overcome adversity, right? Like right now, I know Alex Ryanemi would like to be here in the penalty box with you ahead of Game 1.
No Cale, too?
No Cale. It's adversity, man. It's adversity season. How do the Avs? How concerned are you? Just how concerned are you that the Avs don't have? They're only missing one player tonight, and that is Cale Makar. How concerned are you?
I am not nearly as concerned. I saw a tweet from my partner in crime here on the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryanemi, that he was going to make a hot take before these two series begin, Eastern Conference and Western Conference of the Stanley Cup playoffs, that both series were going to be decided in 5 games. And I'm guessing he was going to go Avs in 5s, Canes in 5. That's not going to happen, according to Alex Ryanemi, because of the news that Cale Makar is not available for Game 1, which – in normal hockey terms, you would think that would lead you to believe that he won't be available for Game 2 either. That's what I typically, if you're like it's 2 days from now, that's a Friday, like you're just gonna hold him for Game 1 if he's like close.
Yeah, what difference is 2? If he's not ready tonight, is he gonna be magically ready in 2 days?
And so Raj now believes this is a 7-game series. Which is not. I mean, this is a team that has won championships. This is a team, I should say, championship, but has been to the Western Conference Final, has been there and has done that. And they have championship DNA, different than the Minnesota Wild. The Wild do not have pedigree of a team that has been there, that has conquered, and has pushed through. So this series, you're gonna be puckered up pretty good. All of us Avs fans in this market are gonna be puckered up, getting ready for this series, because a lot of these same faces, the Jack Eichels of the world, and now knowing that Mitch Marner left a franchise that is built to lose in the Toronto Maple Leafs, and now he feels like he might have a breath of fresh air opportunity to do something significant. The news of Cale Makar not being available certainly isn't good news. However, this is the model of depth that the Colorado Avalanche have put together. And I think that this is going to be yet another masterclass series for Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland.
So going into the Minnesota series, we were all thinking 6 or 7, and it ended in 5. just because they don't have Cale Makar. And that's a big loss. I mean, you just hear it out loud. It's huge. He's the best defenseman in the world. But they are deep. Their depth, you mentioned McFarland and Sakic. They added to the depth. Like, that was a point of emphasis, and boy, did that pay off. Your depth helped you a lot because you didn't have Arturi Lehkonen and Sam Malinsky. Those are a couple big pieces not to have. It's not Cale Makar, but those are a couple big pieces not to have. And he won the final 2 games of that series without them. And Minnesota, we think, is a better team than Vegas. Now, Vegas is very good. But if Minnesota is a better team and you beat them in 5 when everyone thought that it was going 6 or 7, I mean, it is possible that, things have continued to just work out well for the Avs because they have put themselves in advantageous positions. Winning the President's Trophy got you the Kings, got you the sweep, got you the extra rest. Helped you in the Minnesota series to win in 5 and get you the extra rest. They could continue that same pattern here and get Cale extra rest while winning games and set Cale up to be healthier than he otherwise could have been for the back half of this series. Jared Bednar, I think, is expecting him back in this series at some point, and certainly for the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah, and, contrasting with the health of the Vegas Golden Knights, every report coming out of Vegas has been doubtful for Mark Stone. And frankly, we kind of broke some news that open skate here, Mark Stone is on the ice. Actually looked pretty good once he warmed up. But I would tell you this. There's no way that Mark Stone is going to be out on the ice just grinding for an hour plus if he's playing tonight.
He's still out there.
Yeah.
He's been out here for half an hour.
So that leads me to believe I bet Mark Stone is going to be available for Game 3. Mm-hmm. And they're working on conditioning.
It could be Game 2. I mean, he's here in Denver. They are very much so leaving. They did not leave him in Minnesota or Vegas in this case, like the Wild did Eriksson, and Brodin. No, they brought him here potentially with the idea that, maybe he plays Game 2.
Yeah, I would say the amount of time that he's had on the ice and who he's doing it with, these predominantly are players that don't appear to be playing a ton of hockey tonight. You got a small sample of Jack Eichel on the ice. We did have a chance to see.
Saw one of their starting D-men out there. But other than that, not a lot of starters out there tonight.
So my spidey senses are telling me that Mark Stone is indeed not going to be playing.
Which would be nice. If you don't have Cale, I would hate for the Knights to throw a good card back at you where Stone does play.
Yeah, when you look at this team, man, like Mitch Marner addition was really good. I mean, Pavel Dorofiev has been a revelation. He's your kind of
good goal scorer.
He
scores goals, man.
He is the leading scorer with a lot of more opportunities.
The Montreal Canadiens showed me if you get decent goaltending and you score timely goals, you can get outplayed and you can still win.
But let me just ask you this: like when you look at the top 6, of the offensive Cruz, top 2 lines for Vegas Golden Knights. Ivan Barbashev, Jack Eichel, Pavel Dorofiev, Brett Howden, William Karlsson, and Mitch Marner. Does that seem terrifying to you relative to what you just saw with Minnesota?
Honestly, I think it's a step up. I think Kaprizov's overrated.
Oh, man.
I've always felt Kaprizov is a little overrated. Certainly $17 million overrated.
Yeah.
He didn't have a single shot on goal in Game 5. I need to see him in the big moment. I honestly, I'm a Marner fan. I really like Mitch Marner.
I do like Mitch Marner.
I think that, getting that Maple Leafs grease off of you, like that's got to feel good because sometimes you're just playing for like Raj's Mets, right? Or you're playing for the Cowboys, and it's just like, give me the hell. Like we have a ceiling to us. I like Tomas Hertl on that third line. Like, that's kind of like having Kadri on your third line.
32 years old.
He's a good player. So this is a deeper offensive unit that the Knights have compared to the Wild. I think they're a little more skilled.
Their center depth is definitely better. You can look at Eichel, Karlsson, Hertl as your top 3 centers.
Nick Dowd's a good fourth-line center. That's Jack Drury-ish. They got Brandon Saad, former Av, on their third line. I don't love that. Brandon Saad was okay for the Avs, and he's a solid player. He's on some good Blackhawks teams, but he's much older now. Like the Avs' third line, like they're going to be rolling like Nichushkin on that third line potentially. You got Waugh on that third line.
And then you look at the D pairings, man, like Braden McNabb, Shea Theodore, Noah Hannafin, Rasmus Anderson.
And McNabb's suspended.
Is he out for this game?
I believe so.
I thought it was a one game.
Or he could be back.
He was suspended.
Confirm that.
No, he was suspended.
One game.
But it was game 5.
It was game 5, and so he's out game 6. He was out game 6.
So he's back.
I believe he's back
Braden
tonight.
McNabb is back.
Okay.
But like, man, you're looking at the top end talent of Quinn Hughes. There's nobody.
There's no Quinn Hughes. There's no Brock Faber. I like Shea Theodore.
Correct.
He's not even Faber or Hughes. So yeah. I mean, again, they're the better team. They're the more talented team.
I mean, like you look
even
at
without Cale Makar.
I just think
they're formidable. They're very formidable.
They're formidable, and they are going to play a style that is they're going to try to frustrate the Colorado Avalanche. They want to get in the head of Nathan MacKinnon, like frankly the Dallas Stars have. Like at times,
Keegan Kolazar on that fourth line has been known over the years against the Avs to muck things up.
Yeah, and we talk about even though like the LA Kings series. Now, that was a bit of a frustrating series for a guy like Nathan MacKinnon, right?
Sure.
Like I know he ended up the floodgates have opened, and we've seen over a period of time Nathan MacKinnon scored how many consecutive goals?
Sure.
Games in 6 consecutive goals.
But they won't go full Kings because when you have a Marner, when you have an Eichel,
you got to open it up.
You open it up.
You got
and they will. And their defense is gonna, that's again not Hughes and Faber. They're gonna get exposed a little bit. Carter Hart is. I'll take Jesper Wallstedt over Carter Hart. I will. I think Jesper Wallstedt is the best rookie goaltender I've seen. In years. Wallstedt I'm high on Wallstedt,
dude. I mean, you were supporting him even when he was just talking about the one lucky goal. The guy let 16 go by him in 4 games. Like, what are we talking
You're
about?
Playing the Avalanche,
okay,
and you're a rookie.
Okay,
that's gonna happen. So if you can do that to Wallstedt, who I really like, you can do that to Carter Hart. All right, this is the Morning Sprint. We are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. When we come back, we have KJ's Notes. That's next. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. I am Mark Springer in for Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, and it is that time of morning as we are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplan Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. But it's that time where we go back to the studio and hear from KJ Granderson for his notes. KJ, hit us.
Well, the 6 players drafted on day 3 by your Denver Broncos have all reached 4-year contract agreements, and today it was finalized with Jonah Coleman and Casey getting their deals done earlier this morning. The only player that is not under contract from this year's draft is third-round pick defensive lineman Tyler Onyedem, and he's slated to make a 4-year, $7.4 million contract with a signing bonus of $1.83 million. But let me ask you guys this. We know Tyler's contract will eventually get done, but what kind of semantics could an agent be working through at this time of year on behalf of a player like Tyler?
Well, I can say this. Tyler Onyedem's agent is my former agent, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Kyle Strongen from Range Sports.
Okay.
So,
why'd you guys part ways?
Because I'm not coaching college football anymore.
Okay.
What is he going to negotiate my stipend in high school football? I'll tell you what, man. I think it should be $2,800 a year instead of $2,900.
I'd like to see him walk into the dean's office at Valor Christian.
Hey, listen,
guy.
Hey, I just negotiated Brock Purdy's deal. I'm going to also do Coach Sanford's deal here. That's probably why, Spring. But Tyler Onyedem's his deal is going to get done. Obviously, not a very an incredibly highly high draft pick. So I don't worry about that at all. At this point in time, I think that he is going to be a player that's going to have some rotational equity. And so they're probably just going to build a bit more of an incentivized deal based off snap counts and the likes.
All right, but he gets signed. Like, everyone gets signed, right? Like, I never have any concern, unless I was a Cincinnati Bengals fan, I would never be concerned that my draft picks aren't getting signed. And even the Bengals managed to finally give Shamar Stewart money. So, okay, hey, good to see rookie contracts getting signed, though. Hopefully Tyler Onyedem gets one soon. What's next, KJ?
No. Well, from some very positive and cool news here in Denver to some more somber AFC West news, Kansas City Chiefs receiver Rashee Rice has been sentenced to serve 30 days in jail after testing positive for marijuana and violations of the terms of his probation for his role in his crash over 2 years ago in Dallas. From the DA's office in Dallas County, quote, Mr. Rice was taken into custody today in the 194th Judicial District Court for testing positive for THC in order to serve the 30 days that he had previously been ordered to serve at a later time starting today, end quote. So that official time was yesterday, 1:25 p.m. Eastern time in Dallas, and he is set to be released June 16th. So a couple of other details to keep in mind in the midst of all of this. The Chiefs have voluntary practices that start next week, and they have mandatory mini camp that ends June 11th. So just a few days before he's released. Just last week, he underwent a cleanup surgery to his right knee, and he was expected to be sidelined 2 months anyway heading into training camp. How much money did Rashee Rice just cost himself?
Jeez, a lot. And this isn't good news for the Kansas City Chiefs either.
Okay, so he was going to serve 30 days either way. And they just said, hey, at least this is the way I'm reading it. They just said, hey, because you violated your probation weed, why don't you go ahead and serve that 30 days right now?
Okay.
It kind of screws up his summer vacation, and I guess OTA's coming up.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Is Rashee Rice just a model of consistency, availability, and
Well, that's where I was going to go next is, can he stay off the weed or whatever is a condition or term of his probation in season so that he, you don't want to go to jail for violating your probation because it sounds like if he violates it again, that's going to be more jail time. If he gets popped smoking weed in week 3 and he has to serve 30 days and he misses all of October, yeah, that's no good. That's no good right there.
I think if you're Andy Reid, you just look at Rashee Rice and what has been just a really, really inconsistent, uneven journey.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, is this worth it? Like,
yes.
Is
you want to know why it's worth it?
Why?
Because they need a receiver
that is
can
Rashee
actually.
Rice good enough?
Yes, he's not. He's not elite, but he's upper level.
Dude, you better be if you're. I mean, if you're you.
And they're also desperate, man. I mean, Travis Kelce's old. Xavier Worthy hasn't quite turned in.
He's little. I mean, Rashee Rice. Okay, let's just put this in.
Look at those game logs. Pull up those game logs for
okay,
Rashee
but
Rice.
Let's just talk about last season. I mean, you know, he 53. So last season he played. How many games did he play in? He played in.
He had like a high ankle sprain that he was dealing with late in the season. Look at that Colts game. You know, 8 catches, 141 yards.
0 touchdowns. I mean, he ended up with 53 catches, 5 touchdowns, and 571 yards. And granted, he did not play in many of those contests. In 2024, available for 4 games.
Sure.
Okay, 4 games, and he had 24 catches, 288 yards, and 2 touchdowns. All right, so that's in 2024, and then 2023, his rookie year was by far his best year. You know, still, man, this is a 53-catch, 571-yard, 5-touchdown player with Patrick Mahomes as your starting quarterback. And, I mean, frankly, he had 102 targets and just 79 he had 79 catches. So, sorry, that year was his biggest year where he had 938 yards and 7 touchdowns. Since that rookie year, though, it has been uneven.
From what I saw from him down the stretch, he was their most reliable target. Again, he was hampered with I'll call it a lower body injury since we're out here at Ball Arena in the penalty box ahead of tonight's hockey game. It was an LBI for Rashee Rice, but he was Mahomes' go-to guy. Like, because Kelce is not Kelce from years past. Rashee
last title, wasn't it? Did the Chiefs win the title in 23? The 23
yeah,
season.
Yeah, because they were going for the
back-to-back in the Eagles.
It's been 2 years now. It's been 2 years.
Yeah, but 23 regular season, that was Rashee Rice's rookie year.
Yeah.
That was his best, most productive year before all the wheels.
Yeah, then the off-field stuff and injuries as well, but they need him. You know why? The Eagles put up with A.J. Brown because they need him.
So Reggie from the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour at 303-504-0925, did bring up a really good point. Woof. Does this mean A.J. Brown is destined to be a Kansas City Chief?
But you can't. Can you cut? Well, I don't know. I assume Rashee Rice has a hefty dead cap hit. I don't know if
has he gotten a big deal though.
Would anybody trade for him? Would the Eagles say, "Yeah, I'd rather have a guy who could go to jail for 30 days if he smokes weed"?
Rashee Rice is on his rookie deal.
On his rookie deal.
He's on his. It's a 4-year, $6.4 million rookie contract with the Chiefs. Man, he's like his base salary is 1.6 for the 2026 season
because he fits under the cap.
Yeah, so he's screwed.
Well,
he's
screwed. Get paid. How old is he?
Get paid. He hasn't done anything for 3 years. He hadn't did it since his rookie year. He's been an off the field problem guy. He's been unhealthy.
But he can produce. I'm telling you, there were games down. He was good. He was good. Like in spots last year, enough to where like maybe he's going to miss out on some money.
I think
he will miss out on. He's going to lose some money, but he's still going to get paid by somebody.
I think you're mistaking Rashee Rice's football acumen for his elite neck tat game. He's got really good neck tat game.
Am I saying that he's Justin Jefferson? Of course not.
Well, I mean, he's based off of how much you love
Cortland Sutton. He's about that level of receiver.
No, he's not. Cortland Sutton has been the model of consistency.
Consistency
in football matters.
When Rashee Rice is out there, yes, availability is a problem.
It's everything in football. Because
it is so hard though to find reliable targets that I think he's going to get.
Reliable?
Jobs.
How can he be reliable if he's only played 11 games in the last 2 years because of his off-field indiscretions and his lack of health?
Yeah, he's gonna lose out on some money.
Yeah,
but
I think it's good for the Broncos.
The Chiefs need him right now. It is good news for the Broncos.
I mean, I'll say this, man. At the end of the day, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's actual literal smoke. So I think there's going to be some fire there for Rashee Rice.
All right, what's next, KJ?
No.
Well, after trailing by 22 points with 8:19 left in the fourth quarter of Tuesday's game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, the New York Knicks saw Jalen Brunson just absolutely go ballistic. He scored 16 of his game-high 38 points in the fourth quarter, while James Harden goes on to shoot 1 of 6 from the field in that quarter and missed all of his threes. Brunson went 7 of 11 when guarded by Harden, and he went 8 of 18 when defended by anyone else, which led to one of the greatest comebacks in NBA history with a 115-104 overtime win. And according to ESPN Analytics, the Cavs had a 99.9% chance of winning with 7:49 remaining in the fourth quarter. Classic age-old question, did the Knicks win game one or did the Cavs lose game one?
Both. Okay, so here's the thing, Coach. Cleveland had played the maximum number of games coming into last night's game one. They played 14 games. Back-to-back 7-game series. The Knicks had played the minimum number of games.
Kane's
no, 6. They played 6 against the Hawks, but then a sweep. Never mind.
10 spot.
10 spot there. Nonetheless, the Knicks were more rested. The Cavs gassed out a little bit in the second half. I think that was a big thing that happened. But also, it's James Harden in the conference finals, and he's older, and you can expose him defensively. And the Knicks are pretty good. That's the best Knicks team I've seen since I was a kid.
The NBA loves this.
It's great.
The National Basketball Association loves when a team from either the LA market or the New York market is potentially destined for an NBA final. I like it too. I'm not going to lie. I like a little bit of a change-up. It feels like the New York Knicks, well, they doesn't just feel that way. They just kind of haven't been there.
Are you pro or anti-Knick fan? You find them you've seen
like
the videos.
Fan,
you've
man.
seen the videos where they yell, they are obnoxious is the word I'll choose to use, although there's other ones you could use.
Dude, when I think about
they're having fun, and the fact that it's been so long and they've been so bad primarily for so long, or just mid at best. But if this was a year in, year out thing, you think we didn't like the Thunder? People are going to start to hate the Knicks if they go on a multi-year run here. Their fans are going to annoy everybody. It's the most obnoxious thing. I've never seen a fan base like it. I find it fun because it's, because of their struggles, the team struggles, but there's a part of me that's like, if Thunder fan was acting like that, I would want to punch every single one of those dudes in the face.
Yeah. I don't know, man. A Knick fan deserves at least a little bit of joy in their life because, dude, the game of basketball it's a New York blacktop sport.
Sure,
it's essentially
the roots.
It's the roots of the sport of basketball.
Is that where Rucker Park?
New York
All right,
City,
yeah.
Man. And it's like, it doesn't feel right when the New York Knicks go, what? It's been 50 years since they won a title? It's insane. Mm-hmm. John Starks
That's
and
a fun
Patrick...
team. I mean, look, I love the team. Jalen Brunson.
I love Brunson. He's a dog.
Can't believe the Mavs, just let him go all those years ago.
OG Anunoby.
It's a great trade acquisition for them. Cat's playing well. Mitchell Robinson can't shoot free throws, but those are a couple of rim protectors they have there. It's the Knicks are going to come out of the East. They will. That was a death sentence for the Cavs. They blew a 22-point lead with under 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Knicks went on a 44-11 run. How do you let that happen? That's like the Wild blowing a 2-goal lead with 3.5 minutes to go in a game where their season was on the line. That's inexcusable from the Cleveland Cavaliers. What's next, KJ?
No.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. The last few days have been full of speculation about what's next for Cale Makar. Will he play or won't he play? Will he be a game-time decision or not? Avs head coach Jared Bednar made it very clear just over an hour ago when he talked to the media about Cale Makar.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, Well, I guess follow up on that is, is this going to be something that affects him all series? Do you expect him back anytime soon?
Yeah, I expect him back. I think he's doing a lot better. He's on the ice again this morning, feeling pretty good, so I got him as day-to-day.
All right, we've been talking about this all show long because this news broke right around 10 a.m. when Coach and I came on the air. You hear Jared Bednar's comments right there. He said he's feeling pretty good, and I'm going to overanalyze and fine-tooth comb this thing. Liked the tone there from Bedsy, and he's feeling pretty good the way he said that. You want to have Cale Makar tonight. You'd love to have him. But they're still minus 180 favorites to win this game. Everybody else is available. They have impeccable depth. You got to go win one without Cale tonight.
You can do it.
Yep.
I feel good.
Mm-hmm.
We're here where it's all going to take place. There's going to be a bone-crushing hit on these boards right in front of us. And you know who's going to be delivering it? Yeah, it's going to be Josh Manson, baby. I like this team. I like the depth. I like the vibes. I'm going to throw good particles out in the air. I'm not going to allow Alex Ryanemi's negativity to tell me that this has to go 7 games. Why? You're the best team on planet Earth.
I think Raj is concerned because he's got that jinx, and that you've gotten in his head about that jinx of his, that if he predicts something, it doesn't happen.
It's the Raj
curse. The Raj curse. So therefore, Raj has to go worst case scenario.
Yeah, it's kind of like the don't like be so over the top. Like, there's no way the no hitter gets thrown here. No way. There's no way. And then you're hoping that it does, and you did the reverse jinx, right? I really like the build and the makeup and the chemistry, camaraderie of this hockey team. And frankly, man, like, you just beat the Minnesota Wild with 60% of Cale Makar?
Certainly in that Game 5. He didn't have a single shot attempt in Game 5.
What did Cale do in the entire series, though, man?
He had a couple goals in Game 1.
Well, everybody did. I did. I had 2 goals in Game 1.
You know, Cale, obviously, he's the best offensive defenseman in the world. Number 2 is Quinn Hughes. When you're talking total package, Cale is still the best defenseman in the world. But if you're talking pure defense, okay, Cale is very good, but
bro, he was pointless in his last 4 games in that series.
But Cale is not an elite defensive player. I'm talking like,
he's really good. It's underrated.
He is underrated.
Game,
You're absolutely right. But what I am saying,
he dispossesses the puck. He's in great position. He's a great skater. He's smart.
But
he's not a bone-crushing hitter, right?
Because of their depth, like, you know what you're getting from Taves, who plays that excellent defense. You know what you're getting from Kulak. Like, we have learned that we know what we're getting from Brett Kulak. He is a very responsible defensive player, and you can play him 20-plus minutes
And you know what you're getting defensively from Manson.
You know what you're getting defensively from Josh Manson, and you certainly hope that he can go 20-plus or 20 or so minutes coming off of his upper body injury that kept him out the first part of the Wild
And that's
series.
why I think that you need to have those 3 individuals on separate lines.
Sure.
Because they are the stalwart defenders on the blue line.
And there will be mixing and matching. Sam Malinsky has shown that he has a sneaky two-way game about him. Two-way. He can
good
play
offensive player,
a little. And Jack Ashawn appears to be, the indications are that Ashawn will be the 6th defenseman. He's a smaller guy. We saw him out here today, Coach, live from the penalty box. He's a smaller guy. He can play some defense. We saw that when he came into the Wild Series.
He's a speed bump.
So
he's a perfect speed bump.
You have great defensive. We are learning how important defensive forwards are. Nichushkin, Nelson is a Selke finalist. There are Arturi Lehkonen. Gabe Landeskog.
Nico Waugh's done a good job.
Nick Waugh. There are two-way forwards up and down. They're scrappy fourth line. Kelly and Drury and O'Connor. You don't think O'Connor can play a little defense?
Colton.
And you have the offensive firepower to make. And that's where Cale, is the elite of the elite, is offensively as a defenseman. But you have a ton of firepower offensively as well. You have Scott Wedgwood, it appears, in net tonight. Yes, you don't have Cale, but you got everyone else. You're the deepest team in the league. You can still go win this game. Coach and I are live from Ball Arena thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. We're going to wrap up the morning sprint next. Wrapping up the morning sprint, live from the penalty box out at Ball Arena. It's an Avs game day powered by Backus and Shanker, your hometown injury lawyers. In a car accident, call 303-222-2222. I am Mark Springer in for Alex Ryan-Emmy. His voice is still out of commission. Mike Sanford sitting to my right. We're in the penalty box. We're getting you set for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, and network coverage of that game begins at 5:30 today on this very station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, with the pregame show at 5:30, powered by Ramos Law. Tune in for the only local broadcast of the game on your home for the Colorado Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach, we've been talking a lot this morning, and I'm sure that DMac, Tyler, and Scotty will lead here at noon with Cale Makar not playing tonight. That was announced by Jared Bednar today. Cale is out for Game 1 tonight. So that's the biggest concern heading into tonight's game. But let me throw another concern at you, Coach, or at least one.
God, you're negative Nancy today,
No,
man.
and just for the record,
dude,
look,
this is the Colorado freaking Avalanche. Nathan McKinnon and Marty Necas and Skin and Brock Nelson, they're going to be skating today. Devon Taves, who's a starter on the first line for the Canadian national team, is going to be skating. I mean, gosh, go ahead, please.
I got the Avs winning this series. Like, no matter what. I can't imagine a universe where John Tortorella beats Jared Bednar in this series, where you can just pick Torts up off the street and beat what Bedsy's been building for, like, 10 years now. I don't see how that happens. But a concern had been. Is it a concern anymore? Maybe it's not a concern anymore. That's the power play, Coach. So the Avs power play is clipping at 25%.
In the postseason?
In the playoffs, yes. Vegas is at 25.7%, which is the best amongst teams remaining. Dallas in their first round series, they were at a 40% clip.
We're so proud of you, Mikko. You did a great job.
See?
You hate a 5-on-5 goal, but boy, you really are fantastic as a power play merchant.
The best power play team in these playoffs out in round 1. Power play ain't nothing. The Avs proved it all season long. You don't need no power play. You don't need no stinking power play. And let's look at the kill, huh? So Vegas has a really good kill.
Special teams.
In these playoffs.
They've also played, think about their path by virtue of how the NHL playoffs are set up. I mean, gosh, you haven't played the Minnesota Wild. Yeah, you haven't played somebody with that type of offensive firepower.
Sure. So you're able to kill. Vegas has been, killing a Mammoth power play and a Ducks power play. They've killed 86.8%, which is fifth best in all of the playoff teams. But of the teams remaining, it's second best. Carolina clipping at 95% on the PK because they played the Senators and the Flyers. The easiest draw maybe for a 1 seed ever, to be honest with you. That's an easy draw that Carolina got, and they're going to have like 2 weeks off.
I'm shocked that the Avs are 11th right now, killing at a 79.3 clip.
Now, the Avs, I think, were the top penalty kill team in the regular season in the NHL, but lower of the pack in the playoffs here at 79.3. But look, one of those in the King series was like a 6-on-4 late, I think the kill's been good. I don't worry about the kill at all. Their personnel on the penalty kill is great. You don't have Makar, though. You're not going to have Makar on that back end of the kill. You will have Taves. You'll have Manson. You'll have Kulak. Like, they're fine.
It's remarkable to think about the opposition that you face. It's almost as if they know that they have zero chance of keeping pace in 5-on-5 hockey with the Colorado Avalanche. And so both the Kings and the Minnesota Wild, it's like anytime they got a man advantage or there was a 5-on-4 or a 4-on-3 situation or even 4-on-4, which I know it's not technically the power play, but you're playing special teams hockey. You're playing non-conventional spacing of hockey. That might end up being the strategy that will continue to be employed against the Avs is you got to strike when the iron's hot, and that's when you have a man advantage.
Yep, and it improved in round 2 compared to round 1 as well. Better in the Minnesota series compared to the LA Kings series, up to 25%, just behind Vegas's. Nazem Kadri's finger is healthy. I think that helped a lot in round 2. You got Landeskog firmly net front. Necas and McKinnon have figured out how to play on the left side together. I mean, who runs the point? Who runs the point on the power play tonight? We haven't talked about that today at all, which is we should mention that. Is it Malinsky? It might be. They could go Taves, but they might go Sam Malinsky captaining that power play tonight.
I like that.
He's similar to like player and movement-wise, passing-wise to Cale Makar. He gets shots through. Maybe you see Brent Burns. Brent Burns was in that 6-on-5 with the goalie pulled at the end of the Wild game.
Just hammering shots.
And he was blasting them from the point. He was keeping them in.
All right, what do you got, Spring? I want to hear your final prediction for this series.
I got the Avs in 5, just like last round, and tonight I got them winning 4-1. How about you?
I am going to go Avs in 5, and tonight's going to be for Cale Makar. The Avs are going to skate their absolute tails off.
This one's for Cale.
For Cale Makar. We're doing it for you, Cale
Makar.
We have been live from Ball Arena in the penalty box thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. I've been Mark Springer in for Alex Ryan-Emmy. Thank you, Mike Sanford. Thank you, Cole Smith, for engineering us here this morning. Cole Smith, also a fourth-line winger for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yes.
So we have 2 Cole Smiths in the building right now. This one, the one standing right next to me is awesome.
The Columbine grad is my favorite Cole Smith. I'll say that. He's a hell of an engineer.
Columbine's own. And KJ Granderson, as always, doing a great job producing the show back at the shop. PhD is next. Go Avs tonight.
Well, I don't know. Is Cale okay?
Cale is okay.
Cale is okay.
Cale is okay.
And you got Kane, or just I don't know what he was talking to Bezzy about.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Huh?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
What the hell? I was just laughing hearing that. Like, what does that mean? If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive? I mean, I get it. My car.
Last time I said anything, they try to come back at me, so I'll let you do this one. I just quote Forrest Gump: "Stupid is as stupid does."
I was more shocked that Betsy actually picked up on it. Like that.
Really? I don't think it was that complicated.
Like a car. Yeah, I'm a car guy, I guess.
All right. So, anyways, a hockey muggle, was much more direct after the morning skate.
First of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not.
Here, hold on. Let me play that again. This is how you just asked.
I thought Betsy just said he's going to drive the car.
Here's the question.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, I guess follow up on that is, is this going to be something that affects him all series? Do you expect him back anytime soon?
Yeah, I expect him back. I think he's doing a lot better. He's on the ice again this morning, feeling pretty good, so I got him as day-to-day.
All right, so do you like that way, or do you like this?
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay. So
What's the better approach to finding out?
Well, I like the first one better because Bednar implied that he would be driving the car tonight, and that implied that Makar would be on the ice.
Rather than...
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
Why wouldn't? They could have scooped the scoop. Why didn't he just ask if Makar's
know. I don't know, and I do not know. To be fair to Brett, I don't know why Moser or Vic wouldn't have just said, "Okay,
Coach, is
Makar
ready to play tonight?"
Yeah, you don't have to be
because it was literally 2 hours before that.
Yes.
That statement.
Yeah. So you got
Coach, are you a car guy?
Are you a car guy?
Yes.
Yeah. And then
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
No,
he's not.
Okay.
He's not.
Just I'm laughing. It's funny to talk about, so I like humor. I'll go with humor.
You know what it felt like Brett was doing? He was glide suiting.
Glide suiting?
Wing
suiting?
Wind suiting. He was
right into the crack.
He's trying to go. He was
One
trying
of those
to
17 trees.
Yeah, he was trying to windsuit through the forest.
Hey, I watched 3 of the Dark Wizard episodes last night.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? I had already started watching it,
Yeah.
and I was describing it to you, and I'm like shocked you didn't pick up on what I was describing because I was like, I was watching this crazy guy. He was like writing manifestos, and he had journals and books, and he was insane.
Yeah.
You didn't realize that was the same dude?
I guess not.
Oh
Dean
my
Potter.
gosh, that guy's got some crazy manifesto-looking books.
Yeah, he
that
does.
dude is a psycho.
Yeah,
Anyways.
Dean. Yeah, but he's the. Well, guess what happens in episode 4?
Yeah, well, I'm on
He
episode
dies.
4 tonight. Yep.
Well, spoiler.
What's his name?
Dean Potter.
What's the show?
It's called The Dark Wizard.
Yeah.
HBO.
Yeah, it's really good.
It is really good. It is. He's got some issues though, but he's
not
also
anymore.
Well, no, he's done with that.
No dumb question.
Yeah.
I wear this style of hat pretty good, don't I?
You know, and
do.
I've complimented
I
you
agree.
on it many times, but when you go fishing, I'm not going to give it to
Well,
you.
you don't have to. I remember you saying that like a couple weeks ago.
It's an Irish cap, and it's like an Irish sort of.
Well, that's why
beanie
people
cap.
should get on.
Yeah, but somebody in their car right now.
It's like a Peaky Blinders thing.
It's a Peaky Blinders thing. Yeah.
What do you call it?
Yeah, we
Peaky
had this
Blinders?
conversation. No, it's got a name.
Scully.
Scully?
It's got some sort
No,
of
it's
name.
not a Scully.
No, it's
Yeah,
I
it's
forget.
SCALLY.
Okay.
Scully cap.
All right. It's like a Peaky Blinders Irish thing. It's like,
But I think
you're,
I pulled
you're,
off, but
you're
I
about to
pulled
go to
off-
St. Andrews and hit the back nine.
Do I pull it off because I got a head shape like this, or because I'm pulling the old Irish guy with
Yes,
the beard?
Both. Makes sense, though. You can get away with it.
I think so.
Is that your fashion sort of questions
No,
for the day?
I just was looking in the mirror or in the.
Let's go back to Brett Kane.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Are you a car guy?
Yeah.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
Okay, so down there at morning skate, Cale was on the ice.
Red jersey?
No, because he wasn't with the team at all. Today turned out to be an optional skate, which was weird for a morning skate, but it was optional because yesterday was one of the longer practices they've had. So actually, Cale wasn't the only, like McKinnon wasn't out there, Gabe wasn't out there. A handful of other guys weren't there. But Cale, what he was doing is they have a skating coach who works with these guys rehabbing. And he was out there before the team even kind of dripped out onto the ice for their optional skate. So he was spotted by a couple of people. I didn't actually see him there because I just got there a little bit before they were supposed to take the ice.
Was
so that's how early
Hockey
he
Mom
was.
there?
Hockey Mom was not there. Hockey Mom can't get into Ball Arena at this point.
Oh, is that Ball?
Oh, it's at Ball.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, guys, it's a wear your T-shirt night at Ball Arena, and the T-shirts are set up very specifically. So we'll see how Denver, Colorado hockey fans embrace T-shirt wearing, because it's very, very purposeful that you should wear the T-shirt where you sit.
Well, I think that's kind of the rule when there's a T-shirt on your seat. The idea is you're supposed to put it on.
Well, but in a lot of times it's just one color T-shirt and it doesn't matter.
So this is going to be multiple.
Tonight, it spells something out. It's COLO on one side in red.
This is risky.
And there's white shirts
around it.
Yeah, this is a big time risk.
It is a major risk.
This could go down
and
poorly.
On the other side is RADO. I think that's in blue. It's red or blue, one way or the other. COLO, and on the other side, RADO. But there are white T-shirts like an R, well, in the middle of an R. Like, you got to wear your white shirt or it's not going to stand out. You got to wear your white shirt in combination with the colored shirts, or it's not going to make any sense.
Yeah, we're about to get screenshotted.
And you really to pop, everybody else has to wear the white T-shirts, like kind of in the whole building.
That'll be good.
Including the upper to make that part of it stand out.
Let me just say two words.
Yeah.
Hockey fan.
We'll see. We shall see. We shall see how Denver, Colorado represents in wearing your assigned T-shirt. Because it's not just one T-shirt for everybody. It's a design. So we'll see. We'll see how everybody deals with it tonight. And they gave pom-poms too. So you can wave those around. So in case the T-shirt wearing thing is a complete disaster, at least it'll be pom-poms. And Avs Alley should be fine. Maybe a little cold. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. They're hockey fans. They'll tough it out.
Yeah, as the rain cleared out.
Cat Cave was, she's coming out the door, and she just throws her ski bag, like her whole ski bag. All of her clothes are in her ski, just throws her whole ski bag into the car. And I'm like, what are you wearing? She goes, I don't know. I'm bringing everything. Whole bag in the car.
It's probably smart.
Sure. I was like, well, where are you going to change into it? No idea. I don't know. Like, okay.
They do have those porta potties out there.
Well, they're not going to let her carry a gargantuan ski bag into Avs Alley. You're going to have to put it on before you go in.
Are there clear bag rules in Avs Alley?
Flash back to 22 years old and just lay the seats down.
Probably is about right. I do not know if it's clear bag or not. Probably. I would assume it is. I don't know all the ins and outs of Avs Alley. But it should be rocking tonight, and we'll see if people put on their T-shirts and no Cale Makar. We're going to have John Mitchell on in about 9 minutes to talk about all of this. I want to take a little time here at a very, very sad passing. Adam Mustentiger, who is one of the all-time CU Muggles, passed away last night. And, boy, he was just like, you think of like CU sports and guys who cover it. He was just an all-timer, Tyler and Scott, and I'm very, very sorry to hear that he passed away last night.
Yeah, sad deal, man. Adam's been around forever. He was around when I was a player. He was a young guy just getting on the scene, and I forget the outlet he was working for when he first started, but he pretty much started one from scratch, made a whole career out of it. He's been a staple. Him and Brian are like the two just absolute staple beat writers at every CU event. And,
if you're a Colorado Buffalo fan, you know who Adam is. So it's a sad day for Buffs.
We've had him on the show a number of times.
Yeah.
It's just a bummer, man. And he sadly got sick it kind of came on relatively quickly, and it was just overwhelming. And I've talked to a couple. I've talked to Brian Howell. Matt Smith was pals with him. Deion Sanders, good for Deion. We give Deion a lot of heat for certain things, but he was quick to reach out publicly and share his condolences, and that was cool. I thought that was cool. He wasn't too big to do that, and said nice words about Adam, which were well deserved. So it's a very, very sad passing, and rest in peace, and condolences to the CU family. And he was there when you played, back in the day. So that's a minute.
He was, yeah. Been around for a very, very long time. Super, super well respected, just kind human being.
All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, John Mitchell will join us as we get ready for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford for a very long time because I think the relationships matter. And if you're anything like me, you're going to become a long-term customer once you buy that first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. I know them, I love them, I trust them. They're going to respect you, get you in, get you out, give you the best price, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Nate and Andy going to be live from Ballpoint inside Ball Arena this afternoon, taking you through pregame of Game 1 of the WCF. Tune in for the only live show from inside the arena today, starting at 3 o'clock, powered by the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. We are joined by John Mitchell. Mitchie in a car. Hopefully everything's safe there. You look fine, my friend.
Yeah. I'm not driving. I pulled off to the side of the road, found a parking lot, fellas.
Well, we appreciate the effort for sure. Okay. No Cale Makar. Jack Achon going. Not in the same role as Cale, obviously, but he'll be your 6D, and how much he'll play, who knows. But just roll it out for us. How does this impact the game?
Well, obviously, Cale Makar is a very impact player. There's no denying that. He's the best defenseman on planet Earth. So anytime you lose a player of that caliber, that's gonna throw a little hitch in your plan for sure, because he logs a lot of minutes, and not only offensively but defensively, and his defending are superior in the NHL. So you're not only losing a lot of firepower up front offensively, but you're losing a dynamic player defensively as well, with his ability to skate and his defensive positioning. And he's got one of the best sticks in the league when it comes to defending also. So this is a big loss for the Avalanche, but they've found a way to, win games without players before.
Week off, and we're still missing game 1. It feels awfully concerning to me. I mean, nobody knows better about what hockey guys play through than you. What does it mean for a guy to have a week off and still be out? I mean, how concerned should we be?
Unfortunately, I would probably be significantly concerned.
Yep.
To be quite honest, it's when you have a week off and it's this time of year and it's playoffs and you still can't go. That tells me that this injury is probably, obviously more significant than maybe Cale thought, maybe Bedsy thought, maybe the team thought, maybe the fans thought, whatever. But when you get that much time off and you can't go game 1 of a Western Conference final, I think something is, probably significantly ailing him.
You know what? I brought this up yesterday. You're still a young guy, so you probably don't remember. The Avs won the Stanley Cup in 2001. And that's when Peter Forsberg's spleen decided to blow up on him, right, and missed the entire Stanley Cup Finals. And I would say he was pretty significant. Now you still had Sakic and Waugh and everything else, just like you do here. But probably your second most important guy on the team. Is there similarities because they found a way to get it done even without Peter Forsberg? Can they get it done without Cale Makar?
Well, yeah, of course, right? It's a next up mentality. Yes, you're losing a really good player, a dynamic player, arguably best defenseman in the world. But at the same time, there's nothing you can't just throw your hands up and be like, hey, boys, like, we're done. We're going to lose.
Right.
Like, I guarantee you that's not going through the minds of anybody in that dressing room. Right. And I'm sure Cale's in that dressing room, hyping the guys up, saying, hey, boys, you got this. Like, this is, one player isn't going to make a difference in whether we win or lose. Will he help? Yes, of course he will. It's Cale Makar. But at the same time, you've got guys in that room. You have experienced guys that have made it through the playoffs and won the Stanley Cup in 2022 that can have these conversations and talk to the guys and get them in the right mindset going into the game. And, Sam Malinsky, he's a poor man's Cale Makar. And I say that with the utmost respect. If you're a poor man's Cale Makar, you are a good hockey player.
Yeah, and he's back, which is good.
Yeah.
It is John Mitchell on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Find it at ramoslaw.com. They decided to go with Jack Achon, not Blankenberg, and not Alex Gagne, who was called up from the Eagles, and he's a big, tall dude. Listen, I don't want to make too big a deal of this because I think they'll probably rotate 5D more than they'll do anything. Maybe you can just fill us in, like, how does that work? If they're really going with more like, because what are we going to see from Achon? 3 to 5 minutes tonight, that sort of thing. So how does that work, Mitchie?
Well, I would believe that you go with the same lineup that you kind of have been winning with. I believe coaches are very superstitious. Players can get very superstitious. And there's no reason to change the lineup, even though, Achon, he's probably, again, he's going to play 5 to 7 minutes ish, somewhere in there, right? But the previous game you played, he was in the lineup, you won, right? The game before that, game 4 in Minnesota, he was in the lineup, you won. So even if he's going to get 30 seconds or 0 shifts, he was in your lineup when you won your last game. He's staying in the lineup until you lose a game, and then you feel like, all right, he's probably at the bottom of the totem pole. He's someone that we can sub out for someone different. But I believe coaches can get pretty superstitious too, and just you don't change things for no reason.
What do you how do you expect this series to look different than Minnesota?
That's a good question, because Minnesota, obviously, knowing where they ended up in the standings at the end of the regular season, they were one of the best teams, period. Right. And Vegas, they played in the pillow fight division over in the Pacific, as McJesus like to call that division. So whether that's true or not, and then Torts has got them playing the correct way, which obviously helps. You know, I think their defensive structure, when I played for Torts, I mean, if you didn't block a shot and you had the ability to block a shot and you were getting out of the way, you were out of the lineup like immediately, and you probably weren't playing the rest of that game. So that is his mentality. Like, you're going to help your goaltender out by blocking as many shots as humanly possible. It's just the human shield goes out there, and everybody's laying it all on the line, right, to block shots. However you do it, whether you dive at it, it doesn't matter. He has people play. That's the kind of way he wants guys to play. So I think they're going to play sound defensively, because that's how they've been playing lately since Torts got in there. He kind of shook that room up a little bit, because a team like Vegas, they have the offensive ability. Like, they have key pieces. They got players that can put the puck in the back of the net. You know, I know Eichel hasn't scored a lot, but he's got 14 assists. Like, that guy's a playmaker, and he is very dangerous when he has the puck and he wants to shoot. And then you've got a guy like Mitch Marner, who was the whipping boy in Toronto. He couldn't figure it out in the playoffs, and now he's leading the league in scoring in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year. I mean, Toronto people must be just like absolutely kicking themselves. Like, they must be absolutely up in arms, sort of thing. But I think this is going to be a good, hard-fought series. I think Vegas is big, so they're going to try and use their size and play heavy when they can. And then again, they don't have Mark Stone in the lineup, and I don't know when he's going to come back, but he's their captain, their leader, and a big piece of that team. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see. I still believe the Avs are going to come out the victors of this round, but we got to see what happens in game 1 here.
Hey, since you played for their coach and know a little bit about him, and you just talked about what he demands on the ice, I think he's the most intriguing coach for the last decade, probably, off the ice, as many times he's been fired and the crazy statements he's thrown out there. What's he like to deal with on a day-to-day basis, even when it's not game day?
Torts is awesome. I loved him when I had him as a coach. He's a little different with the media. He has kind of a no BS, no bullshit
Doesn't
attitude
suffer
when it comes
fools.
to that. Yes. So, like, he's great away from all the cameras and in the room. Like, he's just one of the guys, and he'll come up and he'll have a conversation with you and chat with you about fishing or hunting and dogs or whatever, right? Like, he has that. But when he gets focused, and it's, you know, the task at hand is like, all right, we're dialing in for game time and stuff, he's just as intense in a pregame scout meeting as he is on the bench, per se. Like, he is fiery, he's to the point, he's very black and white. There's no gray area with Torts, which myself as a player, I really respected, because I had coaches that there was a lot of gray areas, and there were mind games where, like, they wouldn't talk to you and stuff, and you're like, well, I don't really know what I did wrong, but he doesn't seem happy with me, but I'm not getting a lot of communication with this. Torts was not that way. Like, if he was happy with you, he'd give you a pat on the butt and say, great job. And if he wasn't happy with you, he was the first one to tell you why he wasn't happy with you. So that's why I respected him, because players want to be told the truth. I don't want to be lied to, and that's why I appreciated him.
All right, what shenanigans you guys got going on Altitude TV tonight? What are you? You know, last time I saw you had a super soaker in your hand. What's going on tonight?
Yeah, I don't know what's going to go on tonight. That's top secret news, DMac. I can't spill beans on that.
You know, and I asked Riker and John Michael the same question, and they both were like, "I don't know, something. We don't know. We have no idea." Is that how it goes there with you all?
It's whatever Keith decides.
It's really like that. Huh?
Well, yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, we walk into the rink, and then Kyle Keefe will come up to us and be like, "Hey, this is what I'm thinking." And it's like, "Oh,
all right,
okay, that's what we're doing." So it's very spontaneous. Yeah, it's just comedy, just right off the cuff.
Well, the pregame shows have been great, and it's a bummer that we can't just get the whole broadcast. But it's really cool to see you guys filling in the blanks pre and post game. And
you ought to have him look up Cat Cave there at the alley.
My wife, her nickname is Cat Cave, Mitchie. She's all about Avs Alley. She loves Avs Alley, and I'm like, she put all of her ski gear in the back of the car today, like just in case. It's like if you had hunting gear, that sort of thing. So, no, she's a fan of John. She likes them all. She's too shy to say hi.
So Cat Cave has a bug out bag for Avalanche Alley. There you go.
She has a bug out bag for Avs Alley. So she's ready. So, no, she's into it. She's all nervous about Cale. She's all kind of wound up about Cale. Can you say anything to my wife to calm her down? Mitchie, can you?
Hey, listen, I think Cale's going to be all right. If it was anything more significant than it is, they'd come out and say he's done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like that would kind of be the case. Actually, I don't know if you would.
I don't know. You know, because they didn't do that. Hey, they didn't do that with Brodeen. They didn't do that with Eriksson Ek, did they? They did not do it with those
I agree.
guys.
I take that back 100%. You're
Cat
never going to
Cave,
come out.
be terrified.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could be significantly concerned. You can be concerned. I mean, try not to lose sleep over it. I think you'll be all right, Cat Cave. Just hang in there.
All right. Well, she gets to come home to me, so I mean that should.
What a treat.
Yeah. All right, Mitchie, get on with your drive. We'll see you on TV tonight. We appreciate you taking the time with us.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John. That's John Mitchell. It's a Avs game day powered by Backus and Shanker, your hometown injury lawyers, in a car accident. Called 303-222-2222. Well, we have this quote from Sam Malinsky to Sportsnet, which is a Canadian outlet. And, you know, the boys in the morning read this. They're like, it doesn't mean anything. But this is before we knew the Cale Makar news. Asked what he'd say to fans worried about missing Makar for game one. Sam Malinsky responded, quote, "I don't know what to tell them. Obviously, it would be great to have him out here. You can't replace him. And we're going to miss him out there. Yeah, hopefully we can still get it done without him." So
they thought it was nothing?
Yeah, because everybody was still very optimistic Cale was going to go today. Because, like...
I can't help myself sometimes, but to do the doomsday thing, and, you know, Scott and I were having a conversation yesterday. Scott's like, I can see a scenario where he comes back. Game 5.
4 or 5, yeah.
And I'm like, I can't, because if he misses 4 or 5 games, I think this thing is so serious, we're not getting him back at all. And now here we are after a week off, and it's only game 1. I know,
yeah.
and we got plenty of time to go. But I'm not gonna lie, and I'm almost in the exact same mindset I would be if it was game 5, because these guys just don't miss games.
They don't miss games.
And after a week, come on, this is bad.
It's something, and I'm a little bit nervous the fact that he did skate this morning and not playing. Like, you know, he obviously
wants to keep his conditioning up, though.
Yeah, but the whole skating thing, that whole thing could just be a gigantic mirage for Vegas. I don't think that means anything. They could intentionally just have him out there on the ice just so that Vegas has to think that he's prepping.
Well, I think he was down at Ball Arena for practice and treatment. I'm going to go out and get a few laps in just to keep my legs up underneath me and let's go. I said yesterday I didn't think he was playing today.
You could be right about that because he got off. He wasn't really on the ice all that long, and he got off before the other guys came on. And that is funny you say it like that, because I did see him walk from the locker room into the training room earlier today. He didn't have anything on, though. He didn't have like a brace, or he was not. I mean, visibly he had a T-shirt on, so I don't know. Maybe he had something under the T-shirt, but I don't know. I still was surprised. I got to admit, I was still surprised. When Bedsy came out and said, if you missed it.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all.
Did you hear it? He's not. Like, that was a surprise. Everybody was a little surprised. So I am worried it's something a little bit more serious.
Do you not feel that more people ought to really just hang with us, listen to this show more often? And I think we have diverse generational opinions
Sure.
on a myriad of sports, right? But if you listen, the people who listened to me yesterday, they're not surprised today. I didn't think he was going to play.
Why are you not surprised?
Because I didn't think he was going to play. I thought his injury and what happened to him in that last game of the Minnesota series, he ain't right. And I think he is listen, and Mitchie just said it too, he's the best defenseman in the year. If defensive prowess and best defenseman was just on how you play defense, is he the best defensive defenseman in the league?
He's a very solid defenseman, but obviously he's
But
more
you wouldn't
of an
say
offensive.
you wouldn't say he's the best. But you
No.
throw in, is he the best offensive defenseman in the league?
No, he's winning trophies for that.
No question about that.
Yeah.
So you've just taken his strength away. And there's something that happens to guys. I'll try to equate it to Tyler playing right tackle and your right shoulder. Which is more important, your left or your right shoulder?
Most guys would be left, but I played with my outside shoulder, so it would be my right.
So you're outside. All of a sudden, you got a thing where you can't punch and you can't move that right shoulder. How are you going into that game? Where's your head? Not trying to just protect the injury, but going, I don't know if I can do the job I do. He's an offensive defenseman. That's his strength, not defensive defenseman. He's an offensive defenseman. And he, that's all they talked about in that last game 5 was he's not passing right. He's not checking any forwards in the corners. He's not taking shots that are open. And if you're him and that's your game, I guarantee you his confidence, I can't do this right now. I'm going to hurt the team, not help the team. And I think you can bring guys back, and you say Burns is back and Malinsky's back. You've got guys that are not quite as good. I think Malinsky coming back helps.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that helps. I think Lehkonen, I listened to somebody today too. Gosh darn it, I don't even know who I listened to. Or maybe it was on our show. I don't know, one of the two. But they talked about how the forwards have bought it. It was who we had on yesterday, the player.
About Brett Kulak.
Kulak.
Yeah.
He says, and I asked him what's the problem. He goes, that the offensive guys buys into the defense, the forwards. Well, guess who you got back? You got Lehkonen back. You got some other guys back in this. I think that's really helping. And if this team's going to beat Vegas tonight and in this series without Makar, your forwards have got to be defensive.
Can I just say something that just happened that I think is just wonderful?
Mr. Hockey?
The person you had a hard time remembering who said what was you.
No.
You're the one that asked Kulak that question.
I knew I asked the question, but I couldn't remember it was Brett Kulak. But Kulak said what surprised him was how defensive the forwards were.
Yeah, but it was you that asked him that.
I knew I asked him that. I just
of course I knew that I asked him that.
I remembered the quote first. Listen, let me give you a little tease into how my mind works.
Okay.
I remembered the quote first.
Not very well.
Well, you got it.
No, I remember the quote first.
You got it.
I remember the quote I was going for first.
Yeah.
Where'd I hear it? Okay, now I'm thinking. Oh yeah, it was on our show.
Yeah.
And so listen, I've got the quote. I'm hanging on the quote. All these other things are like, you ever repot a plant?
Here we go, boys.
Sure.
You dig up the dirt and you pull it out. You got all those stragglers hanging down.
Everybody buckle up and settle in.
You got all the stragglers hanging down
is that your brain?
out of the dirt.
Okay.
That's the menial stuff that I don't think about. That's Brett Kulak's name, and I asked the question. That's that right there. I got the dirt and the main source of the roots.
I heard it from somebody. I heard it from somebody who was one of our shows. Wait a second, I said it.
But the point being, after what he said on our show, again, it started
what is
by
happening?
saying, listen to our show more. That's what people should do.
You should listen to your own show.
No, I listened to it. I got it. I did. Listen.
You got it eventually.
The quote was all that mattered.
The quote.
You crushed it, bud.
Because without a Cale Makar, your forwards are got to be even more defensive than they were.
We'll see. It's going to be a major impact. It makes me nervous. And this is why I think it's going to be a battle with these guys. And I will not be surprised if it goes 7 games. I won't be surprised by that at all.
Surprised you what he said about Tortorelli?
No. I think guys love coaches like that.
That's about the least surprising thing I've heard. That dude looks so relatable to a player. I think I would love playing for that guy.
Is he a Sean Payton?
I don't think so.
I think
it's a little bit different.
I think he's more relatable, yeah.
I think it's different because I think Sean is like, he's got personal vendettas, Yeah. And Torts is just like, nah,
No,
like
you
I'm
suck
not.
today,
I
Tyler.
don't even hate. I don't even hate you, individual reporter. I'd like you're not my problem. Just I don't want to do this.
Well, there's a great. I got to lay it for as long as we're.
Did
talking
you see
about
him, by the
Tortorella.
way, when they did the apology?
I'm gonna get to it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Can we watch the video while we do it?
I hope we. Maybe
No,
we
you
can.
need the video. The only which sucks for radio, but the only way to really understand at least what I'm getting at is to see Torts.
Oh, it was something else, was it? We'll play it next. We'll figure it out. We'll play it next. But I mean, it was wild.
Everybody jump on Twitch because it's good.
All right. We'll get to that coming
on
up
our
next.
show.
Okay. Well, that's next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. Maybe you're surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. I don't know. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has had unbelievable success in this department. The truth is, when you're getting intimate with your partner and you're not able to perform the way you used to be able to, it can be really frustrating. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage of ED. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat ED. So let's get to it, all right? The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment in 5 locations up and down I-25. There's a location near you. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, when you look at the Avalanche now, you've played, the last, 25, 26 games of the year, playoffs now you guys are going. What have you learned about this team now that you're on this team and in the middle of this that you didn't know as an opponent of this team for all those years?
I think it's just the style of play gives the team a chance to win every night, no matter if the big guys are snapping it around and sniping goals or not. The depth of the team. Yeah, I think the depth and just the style of play the team does and how much pride they take in the defensive side of the game that allows the team, no matter what's going on, to be in a game and have a chance to win every night, I think has been pretty eye-opening for me.
That is Scott Hastings talking to
On
Brett
our
Kulak
show.
on our show yesterday. And if you want to see the whole thing, the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. You can hear it on the app. You can actually see the interview if you want, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's up there as well. So multiple ways to get a hold of it. I got a note I got a couple of friends. I really don't have a lot of friends, but I got a couple.
Right.
They all got a couple of bucks, too.
And they both wrote you?
This is a couple, and they have not good seats for the Avs. They got a couple of bucks, these two. They got great seats. You know where their seats are?
Where?
Right where you'd be wearing one of those colored T-shirts tonight.
Is he going to wear it?
It's a man and a woman. The guy, I'm trying to not say their names on purpose. I don't want to embarrass them by name, but
yeah, Bill and Sally.
Big CU fans. Bill and Sally. Let's go with Bill and Sally. So Sally texts Bill, her husband, text DMac and tell him I will not be wearing the T-shirt tonight at the Avs game.
Why?
Bill responds, are they giving shirts out? Yes, and each section has a specific color and letter. DMac said we will see if the Denver crowd does it. I'm not putting on a triple XL T-shirt over my sweater. She wears a,
Oh, yeah, so she's flu.
Well, we better hope that she's.
Well, who do you think has these seats, Scott?
So you got.
Who do you think sits in these seats?
Snobs.
Okay, I'd make the argument they probably have a couple bucks, but they're huge fans. They're long-time
So they're
season ticket
long-term
holders.
fans. Why wouldn't they want to go along with the program to start the game?
Because she doesn't want to wear
national
it.
TV.
She's their superstition.
Because you
They
don't
wear-
miss
we'll
her
see.
hair.
All
Miss
right.
her hair. I'm going over and putting it
Yeah.
on.
No,
All right,
this
we'll see.
this actually is. I'm sorry, it's your friend. That sounds like a bad fan. Bad fan.
Oh my God, she is definitely not a bad fan. She's a huge CU fan too.
Well, that's cool.
Big
I
fan-
mean, if she
big
went
fan
to a
of yours
CU
for
game
now.
and they passed out the
we'll see.
T-shirts, I'd want her to put the T-shirt on.
We'll
you know?
see how it goes. But I just thought that was funny to get that. Okay. The Golden Knights have had
Would Kit Kat wear hers if she was in that section?
Oh my God, of course. Yeah, but she's hanging out at Avs Alley. She'll do anything. If they gave her a free T-shirt for her to watch the game from like the center ice, like 20 rows up, yeah, she'll whatever. Yes, is the answer to that question. She'll be dying for me to get her. I'll look in the arena if there's any that are just on the floor with half-eaten nachos at the end of the day. Maybe I'll scoop one up of the 20,000 they're putting out there.
Did you ever bring home the collectible cups for her too?
If there's been some cool stuff and it's after the game and it's trash, I've been known to stick something in my backpack every now and then over the years. But only under that condition. I would never in a million years pluck one from just because I was in there today early. Kelly McCrimmon, the GM of the Golden Knights. What a couple days they've had. So they flew from Vegas to New York to appeal the suspension and the fine. Did not work.
Had to go in person, huh?
Went in person.
We don't have Zoom anymore.
Went in person. That's why their
If
media.
it was just $100,000, they would have done it over Zoom. But they wanted that second round back.
Correct. And that's why their media was late yesterday. It was after 5 o'clock, whereas all the Av stuff was earlier in the day. I've never really seen something like this where the GM is ripping the coach and the coach is right next to him. It was pretty wild. Go ahead, Dan. You can play it.
Thank you, everyone, for assembling late in the day. Just
You gotta watch Torts.
A couple of items before we begin. We were today in New York where we had a hearing with the National Hockey League regarding the events following Game 6. We missed a great opportunity that night to connect with our fans and share with them a victory, a playoff series. I've always felt in a playoff series, when you win a series, you galvanize the bond with your fan base. We missed that opportunity by not having John available to do postgame. That's on John for failing to do that. That's on me as the general manager of the hockey club. That's not at the feet of our comms people who made other arrangements with each of you to accommodate tight quarters in and around our dressing room post-game. We have no explanation other than to say we were wrong and to assure you that it will not happen again.
Damn.
The league has spoke on the matter. We have spoke on the matter. Neither John or I will be taking any questions on this.
All right, pause it for a second. So first, wow. But that's not all they were dealing with. Do you know the other issue they're dealing with? They're preventing their fired coach, Bruce Cassidy, from interviewing for the Edmonton job and other possibilities. So even though they fired him, they're getting a storm of criticism because apparently they're getting in the way of him applying for another job.
I actually don't even get how that's possible.
How
could you possibly block a dude that's been fired?
Unless the NHL rules say because you probably are paying him 2 more years and they somehow say we own the rights.
Got me. But so he just rips the coach right next to the coach, and then he's addressing this Cassidy issue. Go ahead, Dan.
Teams have asked for permission to speak with Bruce. We've been consistent that our focus currently is on the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the teams have respected that. I've spoken with Bruce. He understands this as well. Moving on to the conference finals.
Okay, and then that's it. So, wild, right?
I don't know why I love that guy so much, even though we're about to play him tonight.
Which guy?
Torts. I do. His whole presence is just respectable to me. And even that one right there, it's funny. He's definitely an a-hole. He's definitely doesn't care about any of it.
Yeah.
But as the GM is sitting there apologizing, he's covering his mouth because he's smiling.
He's laughing.
He's laughing
at the whole thing.
He's literally putting his hand in front of his mouth,
connecting with the fans
to cover it up.
Yep.
Look at him scratching his ear as he's laughing.
Because he feels the whole thing is BS. By the way, he's not signed up for next year. They didn't sign up.
Yeah, well, guess what? You beat the Avalanche, he'll be signed up next year.
You know, he's 67. He's got money in the bank. He's got a legendary career. He's got a cup as a coach. You know what I'm saying? He's on. He doesn't care. He really doesn't care. He'd probably do it again. And, you know.
Meanwhile, your GM comes off like a Canadian elitist.
Well, the GM just ripped you to your face and you laughed at him while he was doing
But
it.
you know what? I also wonder.
Pretty funny.
As I heard him reading that, if that basically wasn't designed by the league office, and that under the table here in 2 or 3 months when the season's over, it'll get reduced.
That's good.
They'll get their second round pick back or
That's
whatever.
a good call.
Whatever.
If you show contrition
and hammer the guy beside you that's been
it's like the
a
Dean
thorn in our
Potter
side.
apology, though. It's like when he had to go apologize for climbing the delicate rock, the delicate arch. Yeah. He's like, I apologize that you guys are a bunch of morons and can't see that I handled it appropriately.
I think that's very perceptive. I think I'm gonna have to embarrass you here, Coach. But I'm gonna have to do what we do because I don't know if you're even gonna be here next year. And I got to do what I got to do to get that back. So I bet Bettman and the league office said, we want to make it, why don't you make it clear that you're upset about this and you made a mistake? And we'll see. And that's what he did. But still, you don't see that every day with a GM destroying his coach with his coach sitting right next to him. We have no excuse. There's no reason. There's nothing. That's it.
Did Torts respond or talk at all?
No, he didn't say a word.
No. Are you kidding?
They weren't
going to give him the microphone.
Yeah, they weren't going to risk that.
No.
Like, this guy's a wild card.
Well,
we can't let him say sorry.
You know what's funny? They're doing their press right now at their hotel. They did not do a morning skate because Tortorella doesn't believe in practice.
Hey,
that's another one, right?
Scott, you're Tortorella. It's your opportunity to apologize for what you did.
Yeah, listen, I did what I did, and I stand by what I did, and I don't care if you guys don't like it. The league's office is soft. They've been soft for 20 years. Gary Bettman shouldn't be in the position he's in, and yet he's still there.
It's kind of fun hearing from guys who have nothing to lose. Nothing. Tortorella's got nothing to lose. He doesn't care. He doesn't have to kiss anybody's ass.
That's when Jack, I remember sitting and talking with him, the guy that took over CU during all the Barnett gone and boom, 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 and they're having this problem, and I can't even remember his last name, but he was the guy that took over Marshall after the plane wreck. Jack something is his name. And I'm going to talk to him. I said, man, you're doing a killer job. Why don't you just stay on as GM? He said, no. He said, or AD. He goes, it's easy now. He said, because I just say what I feel and how I want it, and can't no one do anything about me because I ain't going to be here next year.
There you go.
So he said, I'm going to tell them what they don't want to hear if it's the truth.
It's kind of funny. Like, you could see, though, how this could galvanize the team. Us against the world. Nobody believes. Boy, can't you see it? Can you see the coach using that? Can't you see that?
Best thing we could do is win this series and win the cup.
Let's stick it to everybody.
And stick it to the NHL, who has zero respect for us.
Yep. For a country who apparently hates our guts, as we saw that poll, then nobody gave us a chance, then you guys, whatever. Let's go. I mean, that's a coach as a player I think you could get behind, right?
And you already did this in 2021, so let's do it again.
Woo! All right. Hey, reminder, the only local pregame and postgame shows on TV are on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. Check out all your favorite Altitude hosts starting at 5 p.m. today for full pregame coverage, taking you up to puck drop. And when the clock hits 0, flip on back to see the Avalanche postgame live. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com. No Cale Makar. We react to that next.
Today, I do not apologize.
Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball prop plays across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, points, assists, rebounds, steals, whatever it is, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes time to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court, it means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
2021 was a really solid team. The way we conducted ourselves that year, I really liked it. We were healthy for the most part, and same thing last year. And then you go through the heartbreak. Like sometimes there's things that you can't control, like injuries and guys going down, and then all of a sudden your depth disappears. But that wasn't the case in those 2 seasons. And you go through it, and everyone understands it. It sticks with you.
That's our guy, Jared Bednar. We have a special guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It is Dan Duva, the voice of the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Dan, thank you for joining us. Welcome to Colorado.
My pleasure.
Welcome to Colorado again. I'm sure you've been here many times, but welcome back.
Great to be back. It's always nice to be here. It was just a few weeks ago for that exciting overtime game. Knights and Avalanche have had some great games through the years.
Yeah.
It always seems like it's a big game, and here we go. Now at least 4, maybe 7.
Well, all right. We'll get to Cale Makar in a second, but we're kind of obsessed right now with John Tortorella. Now, listen, I go way back with Torts because I worked for the Buffalo Sabres when he was with the Rochester Americans as their head coach. So
Calder Cup 30 years ago.
There you go. And he's won everywhere. He's been real successful. But we were watching the presser with your GM McCrimmon and Torts, and it was something else to just get up there and say, nope, we're at fault. It's all our fault. You know,
Coach made a mistake.
Coach made a mistake. He's sitting right here. He blew it. What's that relationship like, and what's it been like since Torts has taken over?
Yeah, well, first thing is I have to tell you, Torts has been fantastic in dealing with me. Now, full disclosure, I do work for the team.
Of course.
You know, he is so new that I'm not sure he still has figured out exactly who's who. But you know, in our pregame chats, he's begun calling me Dan, so he does
there you go.
Who I am now. But I have to tell you that just a little story where you want to make a good impression because I interview Torts before every game, and he does insist on be calling Torts, right? That's what he wanted, so that's what I call him. And I know that he played baseball and hockey at the University of Maine back in the late 70s, early 80s, and I happen to have a very close friend who played baseball at the University of Maine, and I go up to Orono, Maine quite often. So I walked into his office the first day on the job, and I said, Torts, when was the last time you were in Orono, Maine? And he laughs. He says, oh, my gosh, once upon a time, some of my buddies and I went back to visit. There was a Marshall Tucker Band concert. We might have gotten into a little bit of trouble, but, he loves it, right? His history, he seems to know everybody. And but the answer was he hadn't been there in 40 years. But he's been great chatting with us. The press conference with Kelly McCrimmon, I personally, I was glad to see it because as someone who covers the team, I also think about the other members of the media who have to do this job. And I think the organization recognized that it was an important opportunity that was missed. Kelly McCrimmon said it, you win a playoff series. It happens so rarely. The Golden Knights have had success, but it does happen rarely, and you should share in that. And it's important for the fans to have a connection to the team, and by not having the coach or some players available the normal way was a missed opportunity, and it was unfortunate for the members of the media covering it. So I was glad to see it. I thought Kelly's comments struck the right chord.
That being said, that was a pretty stiff fine, not only the $100,000 fine to the coach, but losing a draft pick from this summer. That seemed like the league came down pretty hard on you guys.
I'd say that's accurate, and I think it just underscores how much the league values the media coverage it does receive. I mean, a lot of people love the sport, love the Golden Knights, and want to be connected to it. And then the bottom line is there are a lot of media rights deals that make the teams function, the league function as a business. And there are agreements. I mean, that's why all these lawyers are in place to negotiate these contracts. And it is part of the agreement that certain availabilities are made, especially during the playoffs. And the NHL knows that if it is not holding the teams up to those standards, then you could have difficulty with the rights holders. So I understood it. Seems like the Golden Knights understood it. And I say all this is my own personal opinion. I've not had any inside access. I've seen and heard the same things that the general public has seen. But a very stiff penalty. Unfortunate for the Golden Knights to have suffered that penalty. But also it given the business relationship, the Golden Knights acknowledging the mistake, it seemed appropriate.
Is the organization mad at Torts, or do they have his back? I can't tell.
No, I don't think I think that this organization knows how to let things slide off its back. No, I mean John Tortorella has come in and done everything that might have been hoped, basically win. And the team did a lot of that when he took over late in the regular season. They've won 2 playoff rounds. And, for Golden Knights fans, that's almost an annual occurrence. It's happened 5 times in 9 years to get to this point in the playoffs. But everybody knows how difficult it is to get to this point and how to make the most out of the group. And John has, I think, gotten the players to loosen up a little bit. I had a great relationship with Bruce Cassidy. He's a great coach and will succeed elsewhere, I'm sure. But eventually, I think that for Torts, the team needed a little bit of cheerleading. And he's provided that. He can be honest and direct. He was quoting Billy Joel, I guess. He said it's a matter of trust, getting to know the players and them to know him, so that he can be firm and direct when somebody needs to hear a tough message. But he's also patting them on the back and encouraging them after they've done something really well. So the results are there. As Kelly McCrimmon likes to say, we're in the winning business, not necessarily the hockey business or the sports entertainment business. We're in the winning business. And right now the Golden Knights are winning. Would they have preferred to avoid the press conference scenario there at the end of the second round? Sure. But at the same time, they're, I think, turning their attention toward the conference final and winning it.
Dan Duva is the play-by-play voice of the Golden Knights out there in Vegas. Okay, your reaction to Cale Makar. Mark Stone not going. Is Stone out for the series, or is he just out for this game, or as far as you know?
As far as I know, they haven't decided officially that he's out today. I'm guessing that he's out today. He was on the ice with the extras this morning. It was worth, the team as a whole did not go to the rink. The extra guys who were expected out of the lineup did not skate. 2 players were in a separate group. Jack Eichel and Carter Hart are the 2 players that you could see just watching morning skate.
Okay.
You could see who are the extras and who's playing. So, again, I don't know for sure, but it looked like Mark is not in the lineup today.
Okay.
But beyond that, he is with the team. So, maybe that makes him a possibility for Game 2. They have not disclosed whether he is or is not an option.
Reaction to Cale Makar not going. What kind of advantage do you think that is for Vegas?
Yeah, of course it's a blow. I mean, you ask any of the guys in the room, they'll point to the fact that Cale is one of, if not the best defenseman in the National Hockey League and brings so much. So, as we know, there's no timetable on his potential return. Jared Bednar this morning, would not commit to anything more than day to day for Cale. So, if you're the Golden Knights, you want to try to take advantage of an Avalanche team that is still formidable, of course, and deep. And, you could bring in a number of guys into the lineup. Both of these teams are very deep. But without Cale Makar, you wonder how you could take advantage of that. The Knights had to play without Braden McNabb for basically 2 games, a different sort of player.
Mm-hmm.
The Knights managed to overcome his absence. Shea Theodore has risen to the occasion. And not only did Shea rise to the occasion the last couple of games here, but really all season, Alex Pietrangelo probably is career-ending injury. They haven't said that for sure, but hasn't played all year.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody had to play those minutes. They weren't expecting him to miss that much time. So you certainly miss Pietrangelo, but the Knights have figured it out. So the Avalanche obviously will have to figure things out without Cale Makar, at least for now.
Hey, look forward to the end of this series. If Vegas wins this series, what will they have had to do well? And if the Avalanche win the series, what were they probably doing well?
Yeah, it's hard not to first look at the goaltending. In the regular season, the Golden Knights, as a team, had a save percentage at .975. Or excuse me. No, let me try that again. I inverted my numbers. They had a regular season save percentage of .879,
That
which
makes
was
way more sense.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. That's, the sequence of numbers is important.
Okay.
879. That is the 27th in the league, and that was the first time in team history that they were under 900. And as you know, Colorado was number 1 at 909. Right. So that has flipped here in the playoffs, where the Golden Knights. Carter Hart is at 917. He joined the team in December, played a handful of games, then was injured, missed a few months. He's played every minute of every playoff game for the Golden Knights. So if he continues like the way he's going, just because the Knights, as Connor McDavid dubbed the Pacific Division, a pillow fight.
Yes.
Well, Carter Hart was not part of this team for much of the season. He is now, and he's been fantastic. And in the closeout games, Game 6 in Utah, Game 6 in Anaheim, he gave up 1 goal in each of those games. So that's part of it. And, you've got 2 great goalies with Colorado in Wedgwood and Blackwood, but obviously using 2 different goalies means that one of them was not on his A game every game. So we'll see how that unfolds and if either team needs to go to its number 2. But then the other part of that is how do you shut down the top players? And the Golden Knights have had success. Jack Eichel and William Karlsson are not only accomplished offensive players, they're 2 of the best shutdown centers in the league. And William Karlsson had missed 177 days, injured back in November, returned for game 1 of the second round. He's playing with Mitch Marner and Brett Howden. Karlsson's had a terrific career with the Golden Knights, but his 200-foot defensive prowess and what he can do to shut down an opposing line or opposing star player is a big deal. And Jack Eichel's a bigger star in that respect, but he's so good at shutting down other teams, and Jack knows what he needs to do on a given night. Might be to score, might be to shut down some other guy. So if they can keep that up, that can create problems, of course, for the high-flying Colorado offense. So that's some of the stuff that I'd have an eye on.
Dan, I'm just so impressed that a sea-level person or a non-altitude person could even have this conversation. We like to remind everybody it's impossible to be here in Colorado and actually exist as a human being. So props to you for even getting through this interview, to be honest with you. Just, the altitude is practically – we did laugh when Tortorella goes, that's overrated. It's no big deal. It's nothing.
Hey, I got to ask you one question, Dan, though. You're stuck with one lunch while you're here in Colorado, and you have to eat with either Mark Moser or Connor McGahey. Who you taking to lunch?
I was sort of ducking both of them this morning. I saw one. I turned around to try to avoid him and turned right into the other, and then I was stuck. I was cornered. They cornered me. So, no, they're both great.
Well, here's the deal. If you eat with Moser, there'll be leftovers on his shirt.
Yeah.
So you could – there's always a little extra there with Moj. Connor's a little bit more fastidious in his eating.
Oh man, well I know I have to say I know Connor. Last time we were in town, he gave us a very good restaurant recommendation. So I based on that and that alone, if forced to choose, I guess I'd have to.
What was it?
Connor.
Do you remember?
So
do you remember the restaurant?
It was, and I'm going to forget the name. It was an Italian restaurant. Duva is of the grapes in Italian, so he knew of that persuasion. So forgive me, I forget the name of the restaurant, but it was a Connor McGahey recommendation.
Well, Connor's a classy guy. All right, thank you, Dan. We appreciate it. Have a good call tonight.
Thanks so much, guys. All the best. Enjoy the series.
All right, there you go.
So now we got to guess who did he run into first? He turned around to avoid him and then ran into the other guy.
Definitely Moj.
Moser first, yeah.
That's a quick 180.
Moser, you got to understand something, dude. You should go down for a morning skate and in the locker room, not to talk to the players, just to see the lord of the locker room,
Mark Moser.
King Moser.
May I recommend 7-Eleven?
Moser is just – Connor is much more subtle. Connor just kind of keeps his head low.
Stays on the periphery.
Whatever. Moser is like a peacock at the zoo. You know how they escape from their pens?
Yeah.
And they just sort of walk around with their feathers up, just like...
He's like Sean Payton holding court at the owners' meetings.
He just has such a I got to admire his confidence with how he does it, but he just is the best. He's the best.
He looks like that long-haired mullet guy that's sitting on the red Firebird.
He just,
what are you talking about, Reich?
I got to give Moser some.
Right. No, but have you not seen a picture of Moser when he was younger? He's got this long, below-the-shoulders hair. I think it was a mullet, sitting on a red Firebird.
You were a mullet-era guy. You never rocked one?
I never rocked a mullet.
Really?
Not really.
Do you regret that?
When I was younger, it was called a shag.
Really?
Yeah. Then that became something else.
Yeah, Moser's the king, man. He is the king. So if anybody runs into anybody first, it's got to be, how could you avoid Moser?
I did have a rat tail one summer.
That might be the worst of all the haircuts of all time. Yeah. The rat tail look literally might be the worst.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break.
Ooh,
oh, by the way,
about bringing it back this summer.
By the way,
you got one on your chin right now.
Give me your comments about the Knicks and the Cavs, brother. 22-point lead with 7.5 to go, and you blow that.
We've felt that before.
Yeah, that's about.
Dude.
I don't remember how much time was left.
How does that happen?
That's a giveaway game, that's for sure. Cleveland, you got to remember, Cleveland won 60-plus games last year.
Yeah, but how do you choke like the Nuggets did blow a second, was it a fourth quarter 20-point lead?
Early fourth, I think.
Yeah, I think they kind of blew it like throughout the course of the fourth quarter. I mean, 7.5 to go and you're up 22. I couldn't believe it. I got an alert. I had given up on the game. I was just like, okay, whatever. And then I got an alert on my phone like Knicks making a run. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I flip back over, goes to over. I knew when it went to overtime, it was forget it. You knew what was going to happen there.
Well, Harden disappeared like Harden has done in the postseason, late in tough games. They're so guard oriented that if
you're watching the highlights right now,
that if Mitchell isn't just absolutely killing it, who else?
The highlights are insane because Cleveland's just dominating this thing. New York's doing nothing. By the way, Cleveland or New York, whoever, they are going to get crushed by either the Spurs or Oklahoma City. The NBA Finals is going to be a joke.
Maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
You think either of these teams has a shot against the Spurs or the Thunder?
I don't feel that they do, but you just no. I don't think they do.
Oh my God!
But if New York can never ever win a championship, it has to be this year. If they can't win it this year, they're never going to win it again. Cleveland, who had should have won it last year, had a monster year and then just disappeared in postseason. Kind of like Detroit did this year. I don't know, they're interesting teams.
They were built like the regular season football team that throws the ball for 4 downs in a row, and it worked in the regular season. And then you get to the playoffs, and you're like, we're supposed to run the football in the playoffs? We're supposed to play in the paint,
I kind of like the Knicks, though. I really do. I like their team. I like how they play. They haven't won since 70?
70 or
71, 72, something like that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Or 73.
They drafted you.
But there's nothing like I can feel lovable about Buffalo with things like that. Like New York City, nah, I don't feel anything.
Really?
No, nothing.
Too many obnoxious celebrities coming along for the ride.
It's just like, oh, sorry, like you guys suck anyways, and yeah.
Do you have any affinity for the team that drafted you?
Yeah, it's funny you asked that because I was driving in thinking about that today. They did draft me.
How long were you there?
One of my half a season.
Oh, that's it.
One of my favorite all-time players was Willis Reed, who played for the Knicks, and I got to play for him. He was assistant coach for me for a while. Dave DeBuscher, another one of my favorite players, got to know him. He was my general manager for a while. So, and I always had an affinity for New York. Now, none of the season ticket holders, I think, are still alive that I used to always talk to. I mean, my whole career, there was these 2 guys that sat underneath the basket and would always just talk to me and remember me my rookie year. So I don't have any of that. My problem is Brunson may be the best true point guard in the league. I mean, true point guard, but I hate his game. But he's really, really good.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you hate about his game?
He's just a modern day guy. The lean into you, fall down, get it up, shoot it.
He seems a little bit tougher to me though.
He's fairly tough. His dad's and I like his dad okay, but his dad's known as being a turd, a little bit. Cat, I can't stand at all. I think he's one of the biggest, phoniest guys.
Oh man, so you're not into the Knicks at all?
Whole world.
Are you like a Donovan Mitchell fan though?
Donovan's too arrogant for me for not having won anything.
I gotcha.
I actually like Harden on that team because I've talked to him and he's a nice guy when he talks to me. But no, I probably would cheer for the Knicks.
Yeah,
just because I, want to.
Hey, when you were drafted, did your relatives, folks, whatever, did everybody just go out and buy all sorts of New York Knicks gear?
No. One, they weren't really. NBA entertainment really hadn't started.
Yeah, but
yet.
you got drafted. It's kind of cool. It's awesome. It's,
I was sitting in my hotel room the night before the draft going, they flew me to the draft.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I don't care where we go as long as it ain't here. I mean, I grew up in Kansas.
Yeah.
Went to Arkansas. You got air to breathe and it's
New York
open.
City.
And I'm looking out a window at another building 10 feet away with ugly smoke-colored brown, black brick.
That's all right.
And I'm like, Lord, if we can go anywhere except to here.
New York Knicks.
And I'm actually walking out the door to catch a cab to go to the airport because I wasn't drafted where I was told I was going to be drafted. And you can't leave. The Knicks are drafting you.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
For 6 months. All right, we come back. More reaction to Cale Makar not playing. That's next.
Hey, Scott A's here to tell you about my friends over at Reputation Law Group. They specialize in divorce and DUI matters. If you or someone you know is facing a tough time and going through a divorce or DUI, you need, trust me on this, the Reputation Law Group on your side. Schedule a consultation with these powerhouse attorneys. You go to thereputationlawgroup.com, thereputationlawgroup.com. Easy to get to. Get a consultation set up. And don't walk through this thing alone. I know a bunch of people, at least from the divorce side, that tried that. It does not work out for you. And I can only imagine what it would be if you're dealing with some sort of DUI thing. Get online, get a hold of them, set up the consultation. TheReputationLawGroup.com. They can help you with these tough times that you're going through right now.
Cale Makar.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, well, I guess follow up on that is, is this going to be something that affects him all series? Do you expect him back anytime soon?
Yeah, I expect him back. I think he's doing a lot better. He's on the ice again this morning, feeling pretty good, so I got him as day-to-day.
Network coverage of Game 1 of the Western Conference Final begins at 5:30 today with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Tune in for the only local broadcast of the game on your home for the Colorado Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate and Andy will be at Ball Point, though, starting at 3 o'clock. And I feel bad for our guy Raj, who loves hockey. He is so into hockey. The poor dude, his voice is just giving up on him, and he's just has to tap out of things I know he would love doing. So is spring and coach from the penalty box, which is so cool to do that. So massive presence down there at Ball Arena, just top to bottom. For us, there's literally nothing going on there, though, from noon to 3, so we're just back here. But more or less, we're out there in the morning. We're out there all night tonight, so hopefully we'll see you. If not, maybe in Avs Alley. If not, whatever. Just keep listening for reaction between the pipes on YouTube after the game, so it doesn't stop.
If you go to Avs Alley, look for the fairly good-looking middle-aged cat cave.
If you see her in a Cale Makar shirt.
In a Cale Makar shirt.
She may be the only one.
Over her ski suit.
By the way, on the text line, Shot Ma's the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I have season tickets. I have a few bucks. Consume every bit of content available from the team and beyond, and consider myself a diehard fan through and through. I'll be covering my sweater with the T-shirt.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a real fan.
I'm always jealous when you see those playoff crowd shots in Edmonton and beyond, when an entire arena supports their team with solidarity, with matching fashion. Interesting corollary, the tarps off trend in baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That happened in a game last night.
This is what I don't get about the whole reluctance to put it on. I don't want to put on the XXX over my sweater that I paid $300 for.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're there to root for the team, right? The team is asking you to put this on because allegedly it's going to help the atmosphere and help your team.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just want to do what the team wants you to do?
Hey, I'm all for it. I'm not against it at all, but I don't pay that money for those type of seats. I have no idea. I'm just telling you.
The snooty friends he's got, Bill and Sally.
Yeah.
That's about hair and makeup and looking cool.
Okay, you can
and not wanting an oversized T-shirt.
You can rip on Bill and Sally if you want. I love them. Listen, I would put the T-shirt on if I was lucky enough to have a seat like that.
Would you, if you were sitting with them, shame them for not putting it on?
Probably not, because if I'm sitting with them, they've probably given me a free ticket, so I'm probably keeping my mouth shut.
Yeah, but real friends shame friends.
Yeah,
you're
not a real. If you're afraid to shame a friend, they're actually not your real friends.
Does Sally want a friend or a fan?
I'm telling you, if you have one of the Rado or Colo, if you are in that section,
if you have an O or a
because the rest are just white T-shirts.
Odd.
It's Dan. I don't know if you can find a picture and just put it up so we can talk about it, but it's really the pressure is on the people in the Colo and then Rado. It's on opposite sides of the rink. That's where the pressure's on. I mean, you want to put on your white T-shirt if you're in the middle, like if you're in the middle of the R. So there you go, red and blue. So, but see, Dan, I don't know if you can find a more recent one. See, that's before they put it's all white T-shirts though in the middle.
Around it.
Yeah, but it's big enough, like that blank area, that's big enough that you get some one-offs in there. You'll be all right.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying though? There's a little bit more pressure to throw the white T-shirt on in the middle of the O.
But they're in the blue and the red and not the white. So they're in the specialty shirts.
If you have a red or a blue T-shirt on your seat, you have great seats for tonight. Not good seats, great seats.
Well, I think if you're in the lower bowl, probably have any of them things, you're pretty good.
Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, they're all pretty good, but I mean, you're between the blue lines if you're in a Rado or a Colo area. Yeah, that's better. Thanks, Dan. You can see See, you got a little. Listen, if you're in the middle of the O, you got to put on that white shirt. It's not going to make sense. In the middle of the D, in the middle of the A, in the middle of the R. I mean, there's only.
Now listen,
where are the shirts?
If
people?
we can pull this off, that would look phenomenal.
It would look phenomenal, but there's pressure. You got to put the shirts on. And then the rest of the bowl, I mean, it's all just white T-shirts, whatever.
I'm just calling it right now.
What do you think?
We're getting screenshotted by all the Vegas fans. Everybody's going to be making fun of us because it's not going to work out.
I think it works out.
We have not been a great T-shirt wearing crowd, but you know what? That's more like Nuggets games.
They've given T-shirts out once in the last 3 years. What do you mean they're not a good T-shirt wearer, man? They've given up like one. And back in the day when they were doing the T-shirts, they were all large.
Well, the pressure's on tonight. The pressure's on tonight. We'll see how it goes. Avalanche territory. Yeah,
those
man.
are cool looking shirts.
A very cool looking shirts. And they're I mean, there's 20,000 white shirts, but there's only a handful of blue and red. If you've got a blue or red shirt, that is a keeper, man.
That's a unique one.
No doubt about it. So a little bit of effort has gone into that, obviously. By the way, we should take a second and congratulate our coworkers at Arsenal. How about that? How about that, KSC? What are we going to talk about at the water cooler? You know what I'm saying?
KSC is on
Holy
a
cow.
generational run
What
right
a
now
heater.
that might not ever be repeated again in sports.
Damn.
Well, Arsenal hadn't won a Premier League in 22 years,
How
so it's
about
been
that?
a while.
What a run.
Yeah, and they kind of backed in. It looked like it was going to be trouble about 4 or 5 games ago that Man City was going to catch him. In fact, they tied him in the standings. And then the Gunners kept winning, and then Man City's tied a couple times in the last 3 games, including yesterday, which now eliminated him from being able to get enough points to win the Premier League.
Ethical dilemma, because this is crazy that our company has won all these. Well, they got a Mammoth Championship, so I'll throw it in there. I'll be nice, for sure. Rams Super Bowl.
Rapids.
Rapids 16 years ago.
But it was still a championship.
All right, I'll throw it in there. So we got, okay, fine. So Rapids, Mammoth, Nuggets, Avs, Rams, Arsenal. Rank them. Don't rank them. What's the most important of all those championships?
Well, ours.
You won yesterday.
Ours, which one?
Ours.
You think Arsenal's the most important?
I mean, that's world.
Are you talking about like from a financial perspective?
From whatever perspective you want to use. From whatever perspective.
Yeah, from a financial perspective, it probably is Arsenal.
They've won championships in all of their sports ownings. And
then
not to rip
NFL.
on the Rapids, but they in the 2000s or the 2020s, never mind 2000. In the 2020s, everybody but the Rapids. Think about that for a second. It's only 2026.
Good point.
Super Bowl, NBA, NHL, Premier League. Are you kidding me? That is sick. Which is the most important?
Well, from an international standpoint, and as far as the massivity of it, I would say Arsenal.
It's not that complicated. I mean, if we're just talking about like importance financially to the company, it's Arsenal, Rams,
Nuggets,
Avalanche. Yeah, in that order.
Probably financially.
Amazing. What a run. Absurd.
Well, they still got a chance to get a couple more trophies.
Of course.
They play.
Of course.
They play Pierre Saint-Germain. Is that who they played in the finals?
Hey, which championship is the hardest to win? Which championship of all those is probably the hardest to win?
I would say the Premier League or the Champions League trophy would be the toughest.
You think so? Harder than the Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Stanley Cup's pretty damn hard to win. I mean, you got to play a whole nother season, 2 months after the season's over.
I get you. But basically, the Premier League's like 7 months, 8 months.
But I got you. But the Premier League is a regular season. Like there's no playoffs. It's just how you finish in the regular season.
Yep. That's why every game becomes important.
I got you. But like the Avs won the regular season, and now you got to win a second season that takes 2 months
That's
to
true.
do.
No, listen. The attrition of the NHL and NBA is unbelievable.
Any sport that you can get rewarded for ties is not the hardest. Sorry. That is not the hardest if you get rewarded for ties.
My early note, I think it's the NHL.
Well, so the NHL isn't tough because they get rewarded for ties.
Yeah, and I think it's stupid, the point system in the NHL. I do, but it's not quite like, I don't think it's quite like soccer,
Listen,
is it?
they're
tied. Is it the same thing?
Well, you get 2 points in the NHL for a win, 1 for a tie, and you get 3 in the Premier League and 1 for a tie.
Yeah, both stupid.
Yeah, only in Europe though they wouldn't have a playoff. In America, you'd have some sort of playoff.
Well, they have so many other playoffs and tournaments. It's
I got
unbelievable.
it. That's a
But
Europe
hold on,
thing.
but that doesn't matter in the playoffs, right? Whereas in the Premier League, all that stuff still counts.
Yeah, right.
So that's why it's more dumb over there.
I'm gonna go. The NHL is the hardest trophy to win. They're all hard. They're all hard. But I think what you have to do to win the Stanley Cup is
I don't know how you quantify that. Like,
I just think it's more like I'll tell you. I think the Thunder and the Spurs, whoever gets, they'll kill who's ever in the East. I don't think it's set up very good. I think what you have to do in the NHL, because all the teams are so close.
Yeah, but
and there's luck.
But everybody should be saying the exact same thing about the Avalanche right now.
The Super Bowl.
Anybody should get crushed by the Avalanche. So you could be saying the opposite of it.
You know what? The Super Bowl is kind of the easiest. I mean, you got to get
it's one
there.
off.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get there, but you only have to win 3 games after you get there.
I would argue that's what makes it more difficult.
It's a lot of pressure.
You don't get another crack at it.
Yeah. Well, congrats to our bosses, I guess. I mean, what a day for them. No dumb questions coming up next.
Hey, May is Military Appreciation Month. And did you know that Trajan Wealth is a veteran-led company? And just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth's family office is committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity, bringing your retirement, tax, and estate planning under one roof. So call Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Your goals, your time frame, your comfort level, that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. The fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. So learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the most important things you could possibly do. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth helps craft reliable income plans so you can stay focused on what matters the most. Visit TrajanWealth.com. Do it today or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb questions when it comes to your retirement. There are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today. 303-900-1189. On the Shot Mazda text line, will we see Sean or Bo there in a shirt? I'll tell you, Garrett Bowles was at Game 5, and these are the games where the other local celebrities tend to come on out. And do you think Sean Payton or Bo Nix would put on the shirt if they happen to have? And they tend to, have pretty good seats for
I
that.
would say Sean and Bo for sure.
You think so?
I think they both would wear the shirts.
Okay.
I think Sean would not. Sean's a big fashion guy now.
Yeah.
He's got a whole flow. The shirt matches the belt matches the shoes.
I got you, but I also think, especially if there's a camera looking for him, he's going to make sure and he look, I'm one of the people.
It'd be great. Bo did, of course, you know who Bo goes to games with?
Blondie.
Frank Rome. So, Bo puts it on. Frank's, it's a no-brainer.
If you're in a box, no dumb question.
They give you white shirts in there.
They do.
I know.
There are white shirts in the box, yep.
Do they feel the same obligation to put the shirt on?
Oh, God, they're never putting on. In the box? Well, we'll see. We'll see tonight, won't we?
Yeah, the box are 50-50.
Yeah,
down on the ice.
It's not as important, frankly, in the box, but there are shirts, by the way, in the seats for the box, yeah.
So Bo Nix goes to the game tonight. We watch to see if he's still in the boot.
Oh, my God. That is next level right there.
And if he's
next level right there.
And if he's in the boot, do you want him at that game?
No.
That's a great point.
No, I don't want to see that. And no, I don't think he's in a boot anymore either.
Do you think that or do you know that?
I said I think that.
Okay. You were hanging out with the Broncos the other day, right?
I did. Yeah, I got to go hang out with the rookies.
Yeah,
so
how's that?
did a little dinner with the rookies. Invested back into the young pups with Joel Dreesen and Benny Fowler. Just giving them some life advice, football advice, how to navigate it all. Some regrets that we had over our career. And
really,
the cool part about it was that room is full of 25 guys? I mean, how many guys is it? 20, 25 guys? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yep.
And 19 of them are undrafted players, right?
Yeah.
So Benny Fowler
Yes.
and I, both
Yes.
undrafted players. Joel was a late rounder. I think he was like a 6th rounder.
Okay.
And so we were speaking to our guys that have got the biggest uphill battle to make the team. But it was cool, man. I got to sit with the offensive line and got to get to know Tyler Miller and Cage Casey, and then I'm drawing a blank on the young man's name from Weber State, but there's another offensive lineman there.
Must have meant something to you. What you're
No, I feel terrible about
mentoring
that.
him. Yeah, I was mentoring this kid. What's his name?
What's his face?
I know.
Hey,
I'm pulling a Hastings here,
Yeah.
okay? You should be able to relate to
Dude
this.
had a couple sets on the left side. I can't remember really.
Tyler Miller's taller than me. That kid, he's from Iowa State.
Crazy, right?
Really, really kind. Just presents really well.
Yeah.
Asked me a million questions. Was super inquisitive. I like him a lot. I mean, I have no idea if he's going to work out or
Well,
not.
he's got a shot. You always look at like the money they give the undrafted guys, and he got a good chunk of change. He was one of the better paid. It's not a guarantee, of course, but they think something of him. They spoke of him. They had a drafted grade on him, so he was a high priority to get as an undrafted guy. Big fella, 6'9", 335.
No dumb question.
Yeah.
Going on the same vein Tyler brought up. Better pro career, Dreesen, Fowler, or Polumbus?
It's a good one. Benny did catch.
They were all different.
Yeah.
So
you got a couple rings.
Joel made the most money.
Yeah.
Benny Fowler had the most highlights.
Yeah,
including
Peyton Manning's last catch.
They showed they introduced
2-point conversion.
They introduced Joel and I, and
yeah.
we got little graphics up with our career and some information. Benny got like a 5-minute highlight reel, but he also was the lead speaker. But I forgot how many plays that dude made.
Yeah,
a lot of plays.
Yeah, Peyton loved him. Peyton was a big
and I
Benny Fowler fan.
I played the longest. of the three.
Really?
You got Threesen? Really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Threesen got hurt late in his career, didn't he?
Yeah, but I thought
Just
Threesen
couldn't
still
get
had
healthy.
8 or 9 years, though. That's pretty cool that you got more than Joel.
We'd have to look that up.
You're close.
I thought Joel was like 6.
Oh, really?
6-ish. Something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to discount his career.
Dan's going to check real quick.
He had a great career, and he made the most money of us for sure. For a reason.
Yeah. I think all three of you guys had really good careers.
He got banged up was his problem.
Joel didn't get a ring, though, did he?
Nope.
Unfortunately. He was at Super Bowl 48.
So he had 8 seasons, but he must have been hurt in 06 because there's no 06 on his stat line.
Yeah.
But he had 8 seasons in which he played.
Okay.
So you played the same.
Or he could have been out of the league that year.
He was 05 to 13. 05 to 13.
You got
was
him.
his career.
You got him. You got more than Benny Fowler?
Yeah, Benny's was the shortest.
Shortest but impactful.
Yep.
Well, there you go. So an undrafted guy had the longest.
And Benny was a great guy to speak to these kids because he played for Sean.
What was the biggest mistake that you guys made? Like when we avoid this? What?
Well, I mean, one thing that I told him, and this was, for the most part, we were speaking to like the whole crowd, but when I was just speaking to my guys, the offensive line guys, one thing I told him is, you got to learn how to play the game with injuries, right? Because one of my biggest regrets was that I didn't report all my back injuries because I was terrified of somebody getting a test drive in my position, right? So I didn't want the team to know I was hurt. So in retirement, my MRI report is 9 pages long, and I can't get the NFL to pay for it because I didn't report these injuries along the way. But so what I told them was, I said, look, you got to learn how to play the game. So you got to report it all. But then what you do, you go into the training room, you report it, and then you lie. So don't act like you're not hurt, but report it. Say you're hurt before you get your imaging, before they do the MRIs, the X-rays, and they find out that you've got a real problem and they cut you or get rid of you. You lie to them before that and say you feel better and get your ass out of the training room.
That is some serious advice.
Yeah.
They would never think of that in a million years.
That's big picture down the road 10 years from now, fellas, so that the league will still cover some of your energy.
That is
because
awesome
nobody wants to tell the team. So, but tell them, but then lie that you feel better before they find out how hurt you really are.
So be kind of a liar.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Well, you're lying beforehand when you're saying you're not hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, be a better liar.
Be a smarter liar.
Just have some paper in the system.
What about having one of your homeboys from where you grew up in high school to take the fall for you when you screw up? Yeah.
How about putting
Chris Carter advice? Anybody throw that out there?
How about your boy putting weed in your backpack, but it was his?
Right. Who's going to take it the fall? Who's going to be the fall guy?
Find you a fall guy in your.
Well, I did say to the whole room, I was like, hey, listen, Jonah, Cage, Tyler, these guys, they're making the team. Unless they do something really stupid off the field, these guys are making the team. The rest of you guys, you got to be perfect.
You got to be perfect. Yeah, no doubt. All right, that's a cool story. Really cool story.
What was Joel's biggest thing?
Joel was big on diet. That changed his career. That he had to learn about inflammation and the proper weight to play at, and investing in your body was one of the. And I regretted that too. Joel and I both had the same story. We were looking at these vets that were spending crazy amount of money. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars on massage therapists, gurus, whatever, And as young players, we're trying to save as much money as possible. You didn't invest in your body. And in hindsight, it's the dumbest thing we could have possibly done. I mean, that's our vehicle. That's our vessel. And to not be investing in your body is a huge mistake.
Well, you probably remember when Romo first came in, he was the first guy that we all knew. Now I know EAS and all that stuff.
I'm rolling my eyes about Romo and his body.
I understand that. He was doing probably a lot of illegal stuff.
Probably. Okay.
But he was spending $250,000 on stuff to make his body be able to. He was doing the hyperbaric chamber before the hyperbaric chamber was hip, and he was doing all this stuff. And it came out in an interview. He spent probably $250,000 a year for his body.
Romo pushed the. You're right. He was obsessed about that stuff. You're right about that.
You don't necessarily have to take it to that extreme, right? You don't.
Well, but if a $250,000 investment gets you a $10 million contract,
of course.
There you go. Big question of the day: Cale Makar not going. How will it impact tonight? We'll ask that question next. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook, and now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest. So don't wait for what-if moments. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet just for the first quarter. Some do nothing. But at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every single night on the court, it means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. How are the Avalanche going to be impacted by what Jared Bednar had to say about Cale Makar?
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, well, I guess.
Can we stop right there? Can we stop there right
is
there?
Going to be something that affects them all series? Do you expect them back?
That's a reporter having an agenda of questions, knows what the first and most important question is Cale Makar going to play? That was the most important question for Jared Bednar, right? It's our big question of the day, right?
Correct.
Will he play? And then he was just going to go down that second one, and then he realized, no, he's not.
Wait a second.
To follow up, because he had secondly.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I got to follow up.
Well, you could tell he was a little surprised by the answer, as we all were, by the way.
He was going to go some other angle.
There's no doubt about it. Meanwhile, let's compare and contrast. Here's how Brett Kane, again, had Jared Bednar, and his first question was this.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
Okay, so it went from that, that guy just asked straight up about Cale. And
is Cale hurt?
Brett asked if he was a car guy.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
See, you missed the question. If you had a super nice car.
Yes, I would.
Oh, okay.
What would it mean?
If you had a Mac Daddy car.
Yeah, I mean, he should have answered it, well, how am I going to get to the arena if I don't? He could have done something like that. But he says that if you had a super nice, like a Ferrari, would you take that out to game tonight for Game 1?
What do they call it?
Now, the cool answer would have been, he goes, no, I think I'm probably driving the Volkswagen tonight. That would have been the greatest answer.
Why did Bednar lie to us like that, though?
He didn't.
Yeah, he did. He said he's driving the car.
He's driving the car tonight.
It means the car's working.
It means nothing because the question was like, well, you have to be in outer space to understand it.
He's going to drive a car tonight.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
No.
He's not. Second of all,
wait a minute.
Well, I guess follow up on that is, is this
now.
going to be something that affects him all series? Do you expect him back anytime soon?
Yeah, I expect him back. I think he's doing a lot better. He's on the ice again this morning, feeling pretty good. So I got him as day-to-day.
All right, so here's what happened with Cale on the ice. And it was an optional skate. There are actually a handful of guys that were not there. Gabe Landeskog didn't skate, Nate McKinnon didn't skate, Lehkonen didn't skate, but they're all playing.
But didn't you say Nate never skates on those game days?
It's weird. It's whatever. It was a weird one because the skate was an hour. Like their whole schedule was an hour earlier than normal because the game, which is great, is at 6 o'clock. Like you heard from our Vegas Knights guy, the Knights didn't skate except for the guys that won't play tonight, and they got some conditioning in. So that's like 3 or 4 dudes that were rolling around. Anyways, and the Avs had a very vigorous, from what I was told, practice yesterday, one of their, more sort of get into it practices of the year. So today was kind of like nothing. So it's not unusual that Nate wasn't there. Here's who we should listen to, though. Eric Johnson. By the way, did you guys know Eric Johnson's, one of his nicknames is Big Horny? Did you know one of his nicknames was Big Horny?
I did not.
Well.
Okay.
That means he's been caught in the closet a couple times.
Before the end of the show, we'll play why one of his nicknames is Big Horny. But things are coming out about Eric Johnson on the Pat McAfee show that we're just not aware of.
Either it's a sexual thing or he's a big fan of Herb Albert.
Keep listening to our show, and before we're done today, you'll find out why he goes by Big Horny. It's on his Instagram page.
Oh, okay.
Had no idea. Anyways, here he is with Pat McAfee about the Cale situation.
Having Makar out, the best description I can give, if you're not a natural hockey fan watching the show right now, it would be like a prime time LeBron James not being in the lineup. That's how big Makar is for the Avs and for the NHL. He's just as good on the offensive side as he is defensively. He's a guy that's out there when you need a goal and when you're defending the other team trying to put one in your net. So he's just that good at both ends of the rink. He's an electrifying talent as far as what he can bring offensively. But sometimes you see these guys that are so good on one end and they sacrifice for the other end. He's not that guy. He can do it at both ends of the ice. I don't know if Mark Stone's going to play tonight for Vegas, their captain. I don't think he is. He's got the back issue, but I think it's going to be a heck of a series. I have it going 6 or 7 games, and it's going to come down to goaltending at the end of the day for me. I don't know if Carter Hart can be a guy that can shut down the Avs in this long series like it's probably going to be, but it's going to be 2 heavyweights squaring off.
Okay, so question is, and listen, that's his opinion, and he knows hockey way better than us, that's for sure. But what do you make of that comparison that this is the equivalent of like LeBron James not being there?
It feels fair, but what if LeBron James had Kobe Bryant on his team?
You think that's what it's like with Makar or with McKinnon?
Yeah. I do. So, like, I think the Avalanche could weather that storm. When you say you're losing LeBron James, feels like, okay, you got no chance, but what if you got an all-star team?
I tell you what, if let's just go on face value because
I'll tell you, it's without LeBron James on most of his teams. If he wasn't available, that team's in trouble.
Yeah, this year may be a little different, but in the history at the same age level.
Yeah,
at 24, 25, right? I will just say this, and we like Eric Johnson. We liked him as a nav guy. But we think his career as a broadcaster has been pretty phenomenal in a short time, right?
Agreed.
I mean, we think he has been
great.
So I don't know if he is big to hyperbole or not, but for him to compare that to a which I think is a great comparison from this sense. Most people watching Pat McAfee probably aren't necessarily hockey fans, but they're a casual fan this time of the year because you're getting closer to a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And when you can sit there, one of the most recognizable sports names in America, and say he'd be like losing LeBron James off your team. That's going to – a whole lot of people who probably haven't paid much attention to the Avs go, whoa, wait a minute. Let me check – let me see what this guy's all about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, he's been the best defenseman probably second time this year. And so he's probably going to get a lot of lookups because of those comments right there. But it also made me stop and think, well, maybe he is even more valuable than I even estimated, because we both have him winning without Cale.
I got it like in 7 games, though, without Cale. I mean, I think it's going to have an impact. I'm nervous about it.
That's if he's gone all series.
Well, guys, listen, he did skate today. Not with the team. He did skate. He was doing rehab. He is in the building. I guess that's good. I mean, Eriksson Ek, I don't think he even traveled with the Wild.
Year they
I hope that's good, but I've got reservations on if it means anything at all, because I've just seen this game played. It's happened to me. I've been hurt. I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. And my coach told me, hey, I know you're not playing this week, but during the media viewing portion of practice, I need you out of practice. So I need you out there so that they think that you're playing in this game. And then I'll send you back inside as soon as they're gone, right? Are these games that are being played with Makar just so that Vegas?
Not if they've already said he's out this game.
My vibe in the room, the reason why that comment by Bednar caught everybody by surprise, I think most of us in the room thought, I know I did, it's a game time decision, we'll see. Like, I thought that's what he was going to say, if anything. For him just to say he's out was, I mean...
Why do you think he did that now? Like,
I actually don't know. I don't know.
I mean, as recently as like this morning, I guess maybe not this morning.
Well, I mean,
but you see it in basketball all the time. They say
that's really
they're
what
going to
it
go
is.
through their warm-ups. And I would say this, 90% of the time they know yes or no. And they just say, well, we'll see after their warm-ups go, see how it goes for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Cale was close, you realize we've had guys in the past actually do the warm-up on the ice, which before the game, because they get out there like, I don't know, what is it, 30, 40 minutes before the game, skate around, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen guys do that and not play in the game.
Yeah. I'll say this, and you go back, I think, was it the 2001 championship, Dan, when Forsberg doesn't play, who, if you call Sakic the best player on your team, Wall might have been the most important, but
gotcha.
The best player on your team probably still Joe Sakic, but Forsberg was that. You just didn't know when lightning was going to happen with Forsy.
The LeBron comparison is probably not great because missing a superstar in basketball is probably more impactful than missing a superstar in hockey if you've got others there with you.
If you got more depth and people behind you. And
missing LeBron is really like we're missing LeBron and Gabe Landeskog and Ross Colton.
Missing LeBron, you're saying in an NBA game, how do you replace 25 points?
Exactly.
But that's not necessarily the same thing in hockey.
Correct. There's other ways around it.
But they end up winning that series when Forsberg was out, but I believe they had to go to 7 games.
Against the Devils they did, sure.
Didn't they have to go and win Game 6 in New Jersey,
I was there. It was unbelievable. They won Game 6.
Patrick Wall was fabulous.
He was fabulous. They had to win Game 6. Yes. Because they lost Game 5 in Denver, and it sucked. They won Game 6, and then,
Game 7
that was incredible.
Iconic.
That was unbelievable being there. That was crazy.
I'm worried about it, man. I'm really, really worried about it. I just these hockey guys. I mean, you remember when Kadri's playing through the broken thumb, and I don't remember who else. We had somebody else. Cogs had a wrist surgery, right?
No, Gabe had a severed leg, basically. But
and it's like 2 days
Shushkin
later.
had 2 feet. His bones were coming. I mean, it was ridiculous.
We've got 4 guys back on the ice with injuries that there's no way they could be out there.
Right.
We've had a week off here, guys. We've had a week off, and we're missing Game 1.
I know.
What's really going on here?
I gotcha. It makes me concerned too when you think about how and what injuries other guys have played through. Now, granted, that was in the Stanley Cup final. It was a little different.
No, I don't think it's different. Do you? Do you really mean that?
Slightly. I mean,
I don't think to a hockey guy there's a difference. Maybe to you and I.
Listen, I'm concerned about it. What can I tell you? If he's out tonight, is he really going to be okay by Friday? Really?
Seriously?
Are you sure? Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about it. And I was surprised to hear Bedsy just lay it out like that this morning.
But you have to.
I'm actually like, I'm actually a little surprised because he was on the morning show at 8 a.m. and
no, he's on 10, wasn't he?
Well, he's on at 8 a.m. for us.
Oh, 8 a.m.
this morning.
8 a.m. Yeah, that's right. You're right.
But he did his press conference at 10:15. So like,
you know what?
If Brett, Brett's great, and the whole conversation was fun. But had Brett just simply asked him, I do wonder at 8 a.m. this morning, is Cale playing tonight? I really do wonder if Bednar would have said no. He might have. He might have. Because look how declarative he was just 2 hours later.
I think so too, and that's why I think they made a mistake playing with the car analogy. Or maybe they're told not to ask that.
No, they're not told not to ask that. It's just that so often when you ask about injuries, you just get nothing. But it did catch everybody by surprise that he was so, no, he's not playing. That surprised everybody. So here we go, and we'll see how it impacts the game, and we'll talk about it more as we roll. Plus, we'll hear why Eric Johnson's nickname is Big Horny. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Pray tell. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Do it today. 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And you deserve to be the next one. Listen, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, simply fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do, to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Geez, you think the Dark Wizard is a nerdy thing? You think that?
10-point power sword.
Oh my gosh. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad, what's going to happen with the Avs tonight? Oh my God. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, what's going on with football?
We got some Broncos stuff to get into here. Garrett Bowles was on with Kay Adams yesterday. Obviously, one of the big questions heading into the season for the Broncos is, how's Davis Webb going to do calling the plays?
This is Garrett Bowles being asked how he feels about somebody.
That is correct, DMac.
Okay.
You win the prize. You win absolutely nothing.
I'm just going to guess based on Garrett Bowles' history, fellas. Whoever he's talking about, he loves them. They're the best. They're like a brother.
Kumbaya.
Big foxhole guy.
Yeah. Give me other Garrett Bowles.
Mentor.
I love him like this. He's the. Yeah. Has Garrett Bowles ever, aside from me, not loved everybody?
No.
It's a guess. Anyways, all right, let's hear it.
All right, here's Garrett Bowles on Davis Webb.
It is damn he's good. I mean, that's really what it is. It's he's so young, obviously away from football. I mean, he just retired not too long ago, right? And to be able to have a coach that understands the game, but not like the old school game. I'm talking about this newest game that we played. Obviously, I was in the league when he was in the league, and now he can take what he's learned, through so many different coaches and so many different offenses and find out what's best for him. And he's so smart with the X's and O's. Obviously, he went to Texas Tech, then went to Cal, two prestige colleges, and knowing that, who he is as a person, like I love him to death. He's such a good person. And, to have a younger guy like that on the coaching staff that understands how we feel and our emotions and our ups and downs, he can control all that and put us in the best situations. And
okay, so there is Garrett Bowles. DMac, you were correct.
By the way, that's Garrett Bowles. He says it about everybody. When did Lubbock, Texas, and Texas Tech become a prestige college?
Isn't that where Mahomes played?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there aren't good players that come from Texas Tech.
That's when it became a prestigious school.
I just never think
you think when football players are talking about prestige college, they're talking about the academics?
I don't know. Is Tech a prestige college for football?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Wake up.
Oh, all right.
Hello?
Oh, okay. All right. I remember seeing you beating the crap out of them in the Flying Tamales a couple years ago.
Yeah, there's been a lifetime between then.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, what's the question?
Highest payroll in college football.
Yeah.
Do you think there's going to be an adjustment period for Davis Webb to start the season, or do you think he'll come out of the gates flying and there won't be any issues in the first couple of weeks of the season? How long of an adjustment period do you think there will be for old Davis Webb?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be perfect out the gates. I disagree on it. 9 out of 10 people, and I know there's anomalies to every rule, 9 out of 10 people that start a new job, that do something for the first time, you suck at it. And it takes you some time to get good at it, and it doesn't mean you won't be good at it, but you suck at it at the beginning, and there's a lot to be learned. So unless Davis Webb is an absolute anomaly, and he literally is the second coming of play callers that we've made him out to be, then he'll probably struggle early on.
What do you think he'll struggle with the most?
Speed.
What game situation? Yeah, is that it?
Yeah. I think the speed, and I think that's why it's important to get off. And I don't know about Bo Nix, but I think it's important to make sure that first team offense gets a couple good quarters in preseason, so that he can kind of get used to all the guys.
Is there any way besides a game to actually get good at that?
No.
Can you practice it somehow, some way, or is it just impossible except for a live game?
I don't think you could replicate pressure.
No.
So that's what really makes it fast. You can try to set up scenarios during practice, and you can put a shot clock out there, and you can make them perform. But
here's why I asked that, because Sean Payton was asked about Davis Webb calling plays during rookie minicamp, but Sean was like, we design all the plays. Like, there's a script. And I'm like, well, there's no pressure there, right? I mean, you're literally just calling a script,
Except there's 2 periods per day, generally speaking, that are unscripted. It's your move the ball period and it's your 2-minute drill. Those are the only periods that are unscripted, and it's, wouldn't you know it, the periods that the offense has by far the most success throughout practice, because it's not a 3rd and short situation. It's not a 3rd and long situation. It's not a blitz drill. You know, every other period of practice, defense has an extreme advantage, not even saying they've got the literal script, but they've got the situation. And so it's disadvantage offense until you go move the ball.
Go back last year. We thought Bo was just kind of pedestrian, and then when he shined was in those 2-minute kind of drills. Remember that?
Yeah. He struggled all practice long. In the last couple periods, he did pretty well.
Did pretty good, yeah.
All right, next story, Dan.
Well, Tyler, you've been on to something because NFL owners voted yesterday,
been on something
guys.
Or been on to something?
Well.
Been on to something, on to something.
I haven't been on something in a long time, buddy.
NFL owners voted yesterday, guys, to expand the league's international schedule to as many as 10 games per season beginning in 2027. That's up from the current limit of 8, while also eliminating teams' ability to protect home games from international designation. So are we moving towards every single team is going to be playing an international game once a year?
Yes.
Minimum.
Yes, we are, and we're moving towards 18 games, 2 bye weeks, and the Super Bowl on President's Day weekend.
When do you think they go to 18 games? When do you think that happens, guys?
Soon.
Yeah.
I mean,
When's the
I
next
don't know.
collective bargaining go?
Right. I that's a good question. I'm not sure about that. That's a good one to look
Wasn't there a
at.
7-year opt-out on either team?
I don't know when that's actually just such a good question. I don't know the answer. But that being said, Tyler's looking up. Maybe you can find out. They're going to do this in the next couple years anyway. Because they can always amend the CBA whenever they want. They don't have to wait for it to expire. I don't know. In 3 years, you'll go to 18. I mean, it'll go through eventually. The players will be fine with it.
Why you got to do that like 5 times a show?
That's the only first time today.
You got one.
I know, but my favorite part,
Scott
Scott loves to pluck his nose hairs, which we've all done it. Like we've all been there, right?
There's a little pain with that
but
one.
my favorite part with Scott, that he does it every day, and when he plucks it, his whole body jumps like he's totally surprised that he just pulled hair out of his nose. Like it's like I reached over and I pulled a hair out.
I think you slightly like the pain of it. You like that? My eyes watering.
It says the current CBA doesn't expire until March 31.
Yeah, but it'll get done before then.
Oh, it's definitely getting done before then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, soon, really soon.
Do you like the international games?
No.
I don't either.
I don't like anything about the international games. I don't like watching football when I wake up. I don't want to wake up at 7 in the morning. No, it doesn't feel like football time. I don't like that the games feel weird. I don't like that they're bad products. The best part of the NFL is that every game is a good product.
And aren't they putting the Rams and 49ers like on the first
49ers have 2 international games this year.
Yeah, Australia
2
and Mexico.
of them. I don't like
crazy,
anything about them.
Oh, I love it. Wake up and there's football. Let's go. I mean, what do I care? I'm not traveling. I'm not going anywhere. It's just more football. But I like international games. Yeah.
Do you really
awesome.
wake up at 7 o'clock and be like,
yes.
I'm not saying watch the game. I'm saying like you wake up and you're like, man, I'm into this game.
It's usually the Jaguars against somebody, so maybe
exactly.
not. But
in London, right?
But I'm just, they just live over there. I just like football.
Oh, do you know what the Jags are doing this year? They also have they've got 2 international games. They're going back to back and staying there.
That's interesting.
Different countries, but they're staying in Europe.
Well, that makes sense. That is a harbinger of things to come, though, when they have the Europe division. Wait and see. More teams will just do that. That's how they'll do that division. You'll just stay there. And when those teams that are based there, they'll just come over here. I had a buddy, Harry Gustin, my pal, who now plays for the Padres, by the way, but he went to the University of Hawaii. That's how they would do things. They would just come
for 2
weeks.
Yeah.
And then they would go back to Hawaii for 2 weeks. Then they would come back to California for 2 weeks. I mean, what's the difference? You get on a plane, you stay somewhere for 2 weeks, and you go back. I mean, is it really that big of a deal?
They don't. The college guys don't have kids and wives and everything else at home.
Okay. Well, some of them do. Who knows? College kids are rambunctious. But that's how they operate.
Big hornies.
We'll get to that story. Next story, Dan. We'll get to that.
All right, guys, I got to switch the music up here. I've got some sad news to pass along. Well, sad for some people, happy for DMac.
Oh.
guys, a day after signing his 1-year contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers, today, Aaron Rodgers confirmed that the 2026 NFL season will be the last of his career.
He is such an attention whore.
He is set to retire officially after the 2026 NFL season. Let me ask you this. What will Aaron Rodgers' legacy be as an NFL quarterback? How will he be remembered?
I'll go last.
One of the more dynamic quarterbacks, thrilling, can't miss TV in his prime.
Yeah. I mean, he'll simply go down as one of the greatest of all time. That's who he is. Hall of Fame quarterback and one of the best to ever do it.
He'll go down as a weasel turd attention whore. Juxtaposition of opinions.
Yeah, we're talking football player. You just
He's
like
announcing
he's going to go on his retirement tour this year. Give me a break.
I would take it as far as saying Aaron Rodgers is going to go down as a, can you crack? Borderline top 5 greatest QBs in the history of the game.
I think he'll go down as a great quarterback. He's a slam dunk Hall of Famer, but it will haunt him that he only won 1 Super Bowl. And it's hard to be considered one of the top 5 of all time with 1 Super Bowl. I don't know how you could be top 5 of all time with 1 Super Bowl. I don't think you can.
Well, they got Kareem, who's got 5 world championships, and a lot of people don't put him top 5.
Different.
So are you going to rank Eli Manning above him?
No.
With 2?
Yeah.
But I'd probably rank Ben Roethlisberger ahead of him.
With 2?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably.
No.
Peyton's
No
ahead
way.
of him. Well, we
No
can just go through
way.
it. Peyton for sure.
Of course.
Elway for sure. Montana for sure. Arguably with Roethlisberger, he's got 2.
Steve Young, he's got 1.
He's only got 1. We got to think about the multiple time guys and whether or not Eli. No, I get it with Eli. He's got 2, but he also has as many losses as wins.
He's got a 500 record.
I mean, I get that, but Roethlisberger does have 2. I mean, okay, if we're just talking about longevity, you know what? He is a top 10 guy. I'm not going to argue that.
Definitely
he's
top 10.
He's a top 10 guy.
For sure.
If you're going to start a franchise, you're going to start it with him or Roethlisberger.
There's no question who you're picking.
Yeah.
Except for if you're DMac, I guess.
I just don't like him personally, but I can't argue.
So you're going to make a bad football decision?
No, I can't argue about how good of a quarterback he is. Okay, I gotcha. But he should have won another Super Bowl somewhere along the line in a 20-something year career. Like, why didn't he win another one of all these years? Why is it only 1? And he ain't winning it this year.
With 3 or 4 MVPs.
How many does he have? Does he have that many?
3 or 4.
That's pretty good.
I believe.
Is better career, his career, Terry Bradshaw.
Aaron Rodgers in a landslide.
Was a better quarterback.
4 MVPs for Rodgers.
4 MVP for Rodgers.
4 MVPs.
Terry's got 4 Super Bowl championships.
Better quarterback, Aaron Rodgers in a landslide.
They hate each other, those two. Those two.
John Elway hates him too.
John Elway hates him too. Still hates him. Were you surprised in that documentary that John basically still hates Terry Bradshaw after all these years?
Well, I guess I didn't know about it, so.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. But John didn't hold back in the documentary. He wasn't coy about it, so I kind of love that, actually.
Better quarterback, Aaron Rodgers or Drew Brees?
Aaron Rodgers or Drew Brees?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it kills me he's so good, by the way. I just don't like him. It just kills me he's so good. The whole, this is my last. This is a very Aaron Rodgers thing to do. Announce that this is going to be my last year. So everybody is just going to be having to be like, oh, Aaron, last time here, last time there, last this, that, the other thing. He gets all that attention, which he will inevitably get. Because this is, oh, my God, we all got to say goodbye to Aaron Rodgers. Rolling my eyes. You have another story, or is that it?
Yeah, just real quick, guys. Joe Burrow has declared that this current Bengals roster is the most talented he's played with in his career, including the team that reached the Super Bowl against the Rams in 2021. Do you guys think the Bengals bounce back this year? They missed the playoffs last year. Do you think they win the NFC North, and are they legit contenders in the AFC this year with a healthy Joe Burrow?
Can he stay healthy? And the question is, can he stay healthy? They may have talent, but is the offensive line better? I think he's been the most sacked quarterback when he's played over the last 2 or 3 seasons. And I just don't think that can continue and then be a viable candidate.
I think the Browns and Steelers will both be sort of mid. I don't know about the Ravens. New coach with the Ravens. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to go. He's got a great shot. He's got a great shot.
The year they went to the Super Bowl, remember the crazy thing was, I think in the AFC Championship game he was sacked 8 times or 7 times, and in the Super Bowl the same thing. I don't think in today's time, if you're sacking a quarterback, especially a guy who's missed part of 2 seasons now because of injury, you got to keep him upright. And if they haven't done anything to keep him upright, I don't know if they can win anything.
I don't know. I'm just not a big believer in that organization, obviously.
Yeah, they're a lousy organization.
I'm not a big believer in the head coach. I think that he has survived longer than he should have, and I don't think they're going to do anything of real consequence.
When we
Is he talented enough for them to do something?
Of course.
Oh, he's
Aaron Rodgers or Joe Burrow?
Right now, today, Joe Burrow by a landslide.
No, that's not what he's. Is that what you're asking?
Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm just saying.
That's not what he's asking.
Career?
You can put him
He's
in their
just
prime.
saying prime. He's just.
Oh, in their prime?
That's a tough call.
Oh, that's a fun one. In their prime. Damn, son. Just like as who's a better quarterback in their prime? Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
I think Aaron Rodgers likes football more than Joe Burrow.
Burrow's pretty damn good.
He's good, but you're right. That's
a good one.
Quarterback show he was on, it seemed like there was a little apathy in his.
Yeah, but that's kind of his
Joe
personality.
Joe Burrow has so much Jay Cutler in him.
Yeah, but I don't think he's a jerk.
Well, he's a little bit of one.
I think he's. But don't you think he's just kind of a weird little introvert that likes style and fashion, and he's just a little quirky and different? Cutler was a jerk. Cutler was a flat out jerk. He didn't get you a suit.
I agree.
Joe Burrow's not a jerk.
Joe Burrow would have got you a suit.
I think
I
think there's a lot of similarities, though.
Well, maybe because they may have a little on the spectrum sort of thing going on there. There might be a little something there, but I think that's more like I think Cutler was just a jerk. I'm being nice here. There's other words. Yeah, I mean, I think Jay had a lot of personal issues too. Yeah,
you got some demons.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things going on there. I think Burrow's a quirky dude, though. I think he's more quirky than a jerk.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Burrow would have got you a suit.
Burrow's got a little jerk to him, man.
You think so, really?
Yeah, he's got some standoffish.
All right, but that could just be like, a thing,
That could just be definitely a face card, definitely.
There could be a little of that. There could be a little of that.
Joe Burrow might have a little Rain Man.
Yeah, it could be that. Okay, why is EJ called Big Horny? Find out next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We're all fired up for tonight, that's for sure. But if your life, you don't feel fired up at all, or just down in the dumps and just your workouts stink and just everything is just not happening for you, it might be because of low T. Low testosterone comes for men younger and younger as time goes on, and your game just isn't what it used to be at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There are advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. It helps you get back to feeling your best. Don't be older. Take control. Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work, better in the bedroom, more confident in every part of your life with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Get it going today. Don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Here we go. In just a few minutes, we'll go to Ball Point inside a Ball Arena where Nate and Andy will walk you right up to the pregame and then hear game one of the Western Conference Final exclusively on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahee. And Riker. I think it's Riker. I think John Michael Lyles is joining Connor on the road. They're figuring it out one way or the other.
Yeah, Lyles is on the road, I think.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, so it's Connor and Riker, and then when we go to Vegas.
I think it might be just Lyles this series on the radio.
Oh, I thought they were splitting it up a little bit. Yeah. Well, we'll find out at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
It'll be great no matter what. And then Avs Alley will be packed.
Well, will
it? Yeah.
Sun's come out a little bit, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Let's see what Steve Jobs says about the weather.
Are we done with that now? That weather's still hanging around?
It hangs around all weekend, I think.
Yee.
So that's a yes?
That's a little well, I mean, high of 35% chance of rain, according to Steve Jobs and Chris Bianchi. 35% chance of rain, high of 55 at 6 p.m. But the rain is supposed to stop by 7. So 7, 8 is clear.
So your second, third period, you should be good.
All right, don't you think? 50s is all right.
If you got your snow gear.
Sure. What do you
Kitty cat
is snow gear waterproof?
Hell, of course. What? Did you, huh?
Well, it doesn't rain.
What, you ski in jeans?
Yeah, but you don't. I did.
Did you ski in jeans?
The one time
You're a jean skier?
Yeah. Well,
jeans in a jersey?
I was a jean snowboarder.
Are ski clothes waterproof? That's something.
Well, it doesn't rain when you ski.
Huh?
What do you think snow is, bro?
Frozen rain?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Ski gear is waterproof for the most part.
I'm thinking of your wife. I'm sorry I'm concerned about your wife.
No, I got you.
I want her out there. And I know it's going to be warm because it's ski stuff.
I got you.
But I don't want her to be soaked at the end of the day and catch her death.
Well, I don't want her to
go catching your death now.
And speaking of being soaked, let's talk about Eric Johnson, who she loves.
Wow.
Just let it go.
Jeez.
This is EJ talking. Just let it go.
I can't.
The joke has made its mark. You don't need to overemphasize it. Here is Eric.
Just let it go.
Just let it go.
Like EJ did.
Just let it go. Here is EJ explaining.
What?
Nothing. It was a funny joke. All right. Here's EJ saying
We're on two levels right now.
Why his nickname is Big Horny.
Well, do you think it's the Canadians that make the hockey lingo as good as it is, or do you think it's the hockey culture that creates the lingo from the hockey world that makes it great? What do you think it is?
I actually have a nickname that actually a coach gave me. So here's the backstory. As a defenseman, I would jump up into the play a lot offensively earlier in my career. And a coach called me out in front of the whole team. He said, "Johnny, you're being way too damn horny out there." I'm like, what? I'm horny. So horny meaning I'm jumping up in the play too much, sacrificing defense for offense. So then a bunch of the guys just started calling me Big Horny. And that's actually my Instagram affiliate is Big Horny. So literally I'd have Nathan McKinnon on the ice. I'm out on the ice and I hear him calling for the puck. Horny, horny. I knew that was my teammate. Because no one calls me horny.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Big Horny. Let's do Big Horny.
Big Horny plays, I think. Yeah. That one will stick.
Maybe Horn Dog.
Did you guys have any clue that one of his nicknames was Big Horny?
That's the first I heard it.
I did not.
That's an inside locker room nickname right there.
There was at the time that he was here, he was the longest rostered athlete in any of the 4 major sports here in Colorado. Like, he was it. I had no clue that one of his nicknames was Big Horny. But there you go. Big Horny. On the broadcast with his fake spray tan.
Wonder who some of the greats EJ played with.
Well, he was on the worst Avs team of all time, and then he saw it all.
But if he was
was
longest tenured, he was here during the Duchesne years.
Everybody, yes.
McKinnon, obviously.
When he was a baby.
I'm trying to think.
Everybody.
Trying to think how far back we could
Why
go.
does he still look so young?
He's had some work.
Tan and teeth.
I don't
Tan
know.
and teeth.
He does look great, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's doing a killer job. And he's having guest spots on the Pat McAfee show now.
Oh,
the legend of Eric Johnson is
grown.
Oh, my God.
He made a lot of money playing. I can see where he makes as much money broadcasting now.
I could easily see it.
Yeah.
His price tag for being a full-time broadcaster is
gone up.
We're going to remember the days when he was on altitude for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he was at altitude literally for 2 games.
Holy cow.
And ESPN saw him and said, hey, would you like to do some of ours?
I mean, he's going to live here forever, I think. Well, actually, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, he might have some crazy opportunities in his life as a broadcaster. Maybe beyond hockey, too. Who knows? I don't know. But he's killing it. Absolutely killing it. All right, what's your vibe for tonight, guys? What do we think? Now that we know everything we know, what are we thinking?
I'm bummed out by Cale, but that doesn't really impact the way I feel about the series. I think for you, you might feel a little bit different. You might have lost LeBron, but you still got Kobe on the team, and this team is so stacked and so talented. My confidence couldn't be higher in the squad right now, so I feel fine.
3-1 win, scoring an empty net or late.
I like the Avs tonight, too, with the energy. I'm not sure about game 2, but I do like the Avs tonight because hopefully our fans all wear their T-shirts.
You and your buddies.
We'll
Bill
see,
and Sally.
We'll see about Bill and Sally. I don't know.
There is a part of me that wonders, will there be a little bit of rust here and it looks better in game 2? It's been a long break.
Well, when they had a long break before Minnesota, look what happened. They were like jackrabbits. They got out to an incredibly fast lead, and then they it got sloppy, yeah. So my guess, if anything happens, it'd be somewhat similar to that. Like, I think they're going to come out like a rocket right off the bat tonight. I think the atmosphere is going to be unbelievable, and it's just going to be. But the key is, can they, sort of just hang in there defensively and be all right and, not blow a big lead or anything like that. Wedgwood, by the way, was in the starter's net. We anticipated it's Wedgwood. We all good with that? You fine with Wedgwood?
Yep.
Right?
It's going to be him until there's a reason.
So I think we're talking about a win tomorrow, too. And then we'll rinse and repeat. It goes every other day now for the whole series. We don't have any long breaks again, which is great.
Unless you can sweep. And then hope Carolina and Montreal go 6-7 games.
That would be great. We'll see. Andy, how are you feeling about things tonight?
Unsettlingly calm. I don't know. Look, man, I don't know. All my usual angst that I'm famous for. This team just doesn't cause it. I don't know what it is, man. I know Makar's out tonight, and I know that's a big deal, but I just really believe this is the best team in hockey. And if they just choose to play like it, like they did against Minnesota, I still think it's a 6-game series. I've been warning Avs fans all week, don't take Vegas for granted. They're starting to play like they were supposed to play all year after that coaching change. I mean, they're still a very tough hockey team with a lot of really good players, but I don't think you have enough to beat the Avalanche. So
it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Nate, you feeling the same way? You feeling different?
I'm a little worried about this Cale thing. And I wasn't until today, maybe because in the back of my mind I was telling myself he was just going to play, and he's not going. And, yeah, it's not ideal to be missing the third best hockey player in the world with everything that he does for your team and what he does for your power play and what he is offensively and what he is defensively and everything that you need and with the firepower power that Vegas has. So, yeah, that's not ideal. But to Andy's point, the Avs they're better, they're deeper. They still should win the game. It's a Vegas team that I think still doesn't have Mark Stone back. So, yeah, you should win. But you sure would like to have, the best defenseman on the planet.
Is your concern level for more tonight or hey, he could be out for the whole series?
Yeah, like day to day. I mean, I guess we're all day to day, right? Day to day is what we have to go off of right now.
Day to day in hockey is not what it is in literally anything else.
It's concerning that it's 6 days and he's not good to go.
Right.
But are you surprised?
Yes.
I'm surprised. I was surprised, Andy. I was surprised being down there this morning. Everybody was surprised. I'll play it real quick. When this reporter asked the question, here we go. Wait a second. Here we go.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, well, I guess.
So you can hear that hesitation by the reporter that asked the
Second of all,
question.
why? That's what he wanted to say,
No,
right?
it was like, there was a little like, you could hear it, you could feel it in the room when he said he is not. First of all, why would Bednar even say that? Why wouldn't he say it's, game time decision, or I'm not really talking about it, or we'll see. I don't know. But he just comes right out there and says he's not? And then
I think Jared feels good about his team.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah, is it psychological? It's the pump it in there?
It's you know what? Listen, I DMac, and Nate knows too. Y'all know. I knew a lot of guys on that 2015 Broncos team, all right? The one that eventually won the Super Bowl. One of them just left your studio. One of the things guys would tell me is, you know what they love the most? Gary Kubiak walked in when we were going through the Manny or Osweiler thing. He told the team Monday morning, here's who's playing. It's going to be Osweiler. He'd go out to the media. It's going to be Osweiler. We're not screwing around with this. You know why? Because we know we're good enough to win. And to me, there's a little of that in Jared Bednar going, yeah, he's not playing tonight, but we're not worried. So that's, I think, the message it sent.
Okay.
So
all right.
Now, would you like to have him? Yes, you'd like to have him. But,
Yeah. No, I can see that. It makes sense.
You got to understand, too, like, Cale was on the ice today. I mean,
right.
Granted.
But he was before everybody else.
Correct.
Right? He skated before the rest of the team, which to me is always the indicator he ain't going. DMac, you see it all the time. It's like that early warm-up crew at a Bronco game, and those guys never play either. So.
Right, but, like, I don't know. I guess you're right. Like, if he that raised my eyebrows a little bit that he just didn't hang, because it was an optional skate. It wasn't like a hard practice. They actually, from what I understand, had a hard practice the day before, and this was an optional morning skate, not too intense, and it wouldn't have been a big deal for him to hang out, I suppose, a little bit afterwards, but he didn't.
Give me, by the way, guys, give me the minute total tonight for Jack Ashawn.
Well, over 3.5 was what it was last game.
Yeah.
So
how's it going? I think is are you looking like you're swimming in the pond? Because if you're drowning, you're out of there.
I'll be surprised if it's more than 5. In all honesty, because I think they're just gonna rotate 5D. I think they did it before, and I think that's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah. First power play unit, is that going to be Taves or Burns?
It'll
be Taves.
Well, Taves was taking all the reps.
Okay.
Running the power play. Yeah,
then it would be.
I mean,
so he'll run point on the power play tonight. They'll go with Taves. Malinsky will skate with Taves.
Yeah.
They'll keep Kulak and Burns together, and then the Manson and Sean combination will do what they do.
I think I don't know if there'll be a consistent defensive pairing rotation. Right. Period. It might.
No, I agree with you.
Sean
will get in enough to give guys a breather, to reset the thing, and then
He is tiny, and they brought up Alex Gagne, which was like, what? Because he is the exact opposite, guys. Okay. Exact opposite. Big, tall dude, 220, that whole thing.
So for fun from the text line, and we know how hardcore our Colorado Eagle fans are, everybody was telling us it's Gagne.
Yeah, because he's from New Hampshire.
But I'm with you, dude. Every time I've seen that name, it's always been Gagne.
Is it Greg Gagne or Greg Gagne?
They're saying, well, I think Gagne.
I was told too it's Gagne.
Were you guys confused as hell when Andy's from here, but when you first moved here and you were like, what the hell do you mean it's Louisville?
Tell me about it.
What are people talking about?
Yeah. Make sure you say Arvada the right way, too.
Arvada.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Louisville. Yeah. Right.
Speaking of Vegas, the people out there, they're very sensitive about the Nevada thing.
Really?
That's a big thing. Did you watch Veep? That was like a running joke throughout that show. It was really good.
Well, look, guys, I think if everybody else is healthy. I think they're still in great shape. Mark Stone's out for Vegas, so that that's a little tet for tet. And look, you're the better team. You're the better team. And it's not like they didn't have injuries. The last 2 cups they've won, remember, Peter Forsberg didn't make it out. If I'm remembering right, Peter Forsberg did not make it out of the semifinal round when they won in 2001 because he blew up his spleen.
Yeah.
And Kadri was trying to fight through his deal, with the finger back when they won the one against Tampa Bay. There were other, if you really, Val, we all saw Val in the foot thing that he had going on. I mean, this is just part of the deal, and hopefully Cale is back in at some point in this series.
And he'll instantly go to the operating table.
Oh, yeah.
After
Half
they
this
pick
team
up the
will.
cup.
Probably Kadri will, too.
But see, what you're saying, Andy, is why people are really concerned about Cale, because look how many other things guys have fought through to play at this time. and he's not going.
Well, to be fair, Forsberg didn't fight through the spleen. He kind of had to sit that one out. So.
My duodenum.
All right, boys. Enjoy. We'll talk to you.
Hey, tell your wife to enjoy Avs Alley tonight, DMac. I heard that.
She's got her. It was real quick. It was comical because I'm picking her up at work and we're going down together. It was so funny to see her just take her ski bag that has all of her ski clothes, a big, huge, ski bag thing, and just take it and throw it in the back of the trunk and be like, all right, I'm ready. It's like she's going duck hunting or something. Like, I'm taking everything.
You need to be ready for every variable condition that Avs Alley can throw at you.
I said to her, well, when are you going to change? Because I don't think you can take ski bags into Avs Alley, and it's not a clear ski bag. So I'm like, well, when are you going to change? What is going to happen here?
Could you imagine being behind her if they were looking through that thing, trying to make sure everything in that bag is clear to go in?
Ma'am, we require a clear plastic bag.
We need. What if she did have the big clear plastic ski bag? It was so funny yesterday because the guys were asking DMac about what he was going to do, and he's like, I'm picking her up and I'm dropping her off. I'm not even going into Avs Alley.
No.
Well, here's the other thing about it, though, and I'm actually looking at the weather app right now. It's actually going to warm up as the evening goes.
We're finally through some of the crap.
I mean,
okay
how bundled up do you got to be to survive 52 degrees?
Right.
Well,
and crammed in with everybody and probably with a couple of drinks in you.
Let me tell you about my situation. If you're on the GLP-1 shot, as Nate knows, you're cold all the time. So it doesn't matter.
That's why we bundle when we come in here to Ball Arena.
Oh, if you remember a week ago, DMac, Nate and I were wearing this very same kind of clothing, and it was 90 degrees outside. But you've got to survive the rink show.
It's It's bundle weather.
You want to set the scene? Oh, by the way, I got to ask you guys, because you guys are experts on this type of stuff. How do you think the crowd is going to do wearing or not wearing the assigned T-shirts tonight? Because if you see the setup. It's not only critical that you wear your colored shirt, but you really got to wear your white shirt to fill in the gaps between the colored shirt for it to make sense. And these are the primo seats. These are the best of the best seats in the building.
I think we're going to get business guy in his collared blue shirt with the tie that has the white shirt on, and it's not quite going to – I don't think it's going to look as seamless as San Antonio.
Well, it's not going to be – it's got –
I'll put it that
Andy,
way.
it's everybody loves their Avalanche sweaters that they wear.
Yeah?
Everybody has their customized –
You take a lot of pride into it.
Oh, they
so
much.
That's your guy.
So much.
Where's that price tag? We were all talking about it. There's a price tag sitting out here. They love it so much they're willing to spend – $275 to come get that jersey.
Andy, it's unreal. So will you ditch your custom Nordiques Avalanche throwback for a white T-shirt so you stand out between you make sense in the O of Colo
Sean
and
Payton
Rado?
Boys. No.
What about the couple that sits right behind Bedsy?
Oh, yeah, with their baby?
Will the
baby have the shirt on?
They dress like they're going to the Lee Greenwood concert.
They got to have those are white T-shirts for sure. Right behind the bench are white T-shirts.
DMac, those colors don't run. Okay?
I'll see you later.
You don't mess with that.
And with that, golly, most Texas thing he said, and DMac's out of here.
I'm proud to be an American.
Well, then you don't cover it up with a white T-shirt. Welcome in, everybody. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live at Ball Arena. That's right. We're at Ball Point today.
You can come and point at us.
It's because it's pointy. By the way.
Yeah, it does point, doesn't it?
And this is
south.
This is the assignment for the audience. Is if you're coming into Ball Arena tonight and you go up the escalator, we are immediately to your right. When you get to the 100 level, turn, mile high salute.
Boom.
Just give us a mile high salute, and that way we know you're on the team.
Yeah.
We know you're here. You're a K&L head, and you're ready to watch the Avalanche tonight.
Here's the dangerous territory we're entering into. Sometimes, well, you know what? They're gone, so I'm not afraid. I think they're gone. I don't know. I've been killing off people left and right. Poor Mar Levy sending me notes. Hey, dude,
alive.
I'm still here. Here's the email to prove it, you jerk.
Who are you killing now?
Village Inn. Or was it Denny's? Who had the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity?
That was Denny's. And Denny's is still around.
Look, I may want it, but I'm pointing to that thing. I'm not yelling that out at 2 a.m. Here, just give me that. And are we going to get to the point where what we require is just so I'm not doing that?
I remember one. I don't know if it lasted multiple summers. There was one particular summer in college where my idiot friends and I, there was a lot of going to Denny's at 3 a.m, and my best friend George and I had an agreement that we would order for each other.
Okay.
That when we were inebriated enough, we thought this was funny, and so we had to order for each other. And so we always ordered the weirdest thing off the menu, which included a lot of Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruities, Moons Over My Hammies, a lot of chicken fried chicken.
Yeah, which never made sense, but it does.
I would assume that it's chicken fried. It's chicken. However, there's also a chicken fried steak.
Sure,
which is also an item which is on the Denny's menu.
It's a good Bob Evans thing, too.
Oh,
I imagine
yeah.
a lot of older couples heading
Village
to Bob
Inn,
Evans for
Baker
the old
Square,
chicken fries.
Yeah, whatever your yeah.
Did you ever do a
also
Rudy?
Village Inns are still plentiful, Andy?
Are they?
That's what I've learned.
Well,
from
the one
internet.
by me is gone, which
Okay.
I get angry about because I do like the pie come Thanksgiving.
Was it?
But it's probably gone because I only go there at Thanksgiving to get the pie.
Was it a Village Inn or a Perkins for Tiger Woods?
What was it? Do we remember? I think it was a Perkins.
It was in the parking lot.
Village Inn would not allow such behavior.
With a waitress.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think once you're outside the doors, it's you're outside of their jurisdiction. You're saying that Village Inn is more morally upright than a Perkins?
As I dive into my mom's covenant at her HOA to figure out who's paying for the sewer pipe, updated it'll probably be us. They've got what's my insurance buddy was like, you got to look for a walls-in policy. Is Village Inn requiring you only behave inside their walls?
Inside the walls.
Once you're in the parking lot.
Once you're in the parking lot.
You can have at it.
Whatever behavior is required.
You can fight like you're at a hockey game if you'd like to.
Well, that's more of a Waffle House
Is that where
thing.
you pull the sweater
Yes.
and then a couple of shots to the guy?
Hey,
All right, Andy, let's start here. The Vegas Golden Knights. As we've gotten to know them over the last
VGK. You know what? Eric
old
Johnson
VGK.
is a friend of the show.
Yeah.
For this 2 weeks or whatever it is, hopefully only 5 days, we're going VGK.
Honestly, I write it in the notes because it's easier shorthand. Yeah, it's generally what I go with. VGK, okay, the Vegas Golden Knights. Have you decided yet, or do you need a game to decide what you hate the most about these guys?
Oh, I hate. Who is it? Braden? Who got suspended?
Braden McNabb.
Yeah, I hate him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's a throwback.
Yeah.
I don't like him at all.
I think he's played more minutes than any defenseman in franchise history.
Boy,
he's a legend.
A lot of their hateable guys are gone. Like Carrier, I think, plays for Montreal now, right? He was either Montreal or Buffalo. I can't remember which, but he was a guy I hated. Nick Waugh is ours now, so I love him.
Yeah.
To the point where I think about at least getting a Nick Waugh jersey.
Okay.
We know that. I'm
yeah.
not going $275 for the Nick Waugh jersey, but I think about a reasonable $125, $150.
William Karlsson, does he make the list?
You know who we're going to hate. You know what? I don't love Jack Eichel because he's their best player. We're all going to hate Jack Eichel. We're all going to hate Mitch Marner. Come on, do it.
Marner.
There we go. We'll hate him by the end of the series. We may hate Carter Hart by the end of the series. Some already do.
Yeah, most do. Pavel Dorofeyev.
Yeah, Dorofeyev. Dorofeyev, yeah.
9 goals in
His
12
name
playoff
bothers
games.
me.
He has scored 9 times.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
He's a sniper.
You're not going to like him.
Yeah, no, it's old number 16 of the Vegas Golden Knights. I don't think people are going to like that guy too much. Shea Theodore has been hateable forever. One of the new Knights, Rasmus Anderson. Great sports name, but still.
Hateable name.
Hateable.
You if your name is Rasmus, your goal is for the other team's fan base to hate you.
Yes, you have to.
You're Rasmus.
You're basically, if you're Rasmus,
Yeah.
you're a Viking that is
Yeah.
there to pillage and plunder.
Yes.
Nobody's happy that guy's
Nobody
coming
likes
over.
you. Nobody invited you to dinner,
I like
Rasmus.
my shack that I'm living in right now. I
Leave
don't
me
need it
alone.
burned at the stake.
Yeah. Go back to your boat.
Yeah. Rasmus. I really do think that Hurdle, Brandon Saad line. Brandon Saad's been a hateable player for a long time in the NHL. He's not very.
The Sod father. No hearkening back to the 1 year with the Avs when we had the Sod father.
Yeah, he was a good Av.
What did
but I
Connor
hate
say to him?
I hated Nico Sturm by the end of the
Oh
last
yeah, Nico
series.
Sturm was pissing me right off the
Yeah.
other night. Are you kidding me? What now? All of a sudden you're a Conn Smythe candidate?
Yeah,
Where
now-
was this?
now you score
Fourth
goals?
line guy?
Right.
Now you're all over the ice and can't be defended?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yeah, so Brandon
You jerk.
Saad is a lot of people are going to hate him. Tomas Hertl?
Isn't it Tomash too? He's got another one of those weird names. So yeah, I hate his name.
Is he related to Clint Hertl?
No.
Okay.
I don't think it's spelled the same, is it? I
Spelled
think
diff-
he's got a T, doesn't he?
It's spelled completely different.
And I think he's a sh.
Okay.
I hope he's sh.
Clint Hertl?
You want to hear Berto's nickname for him?
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Hurdle.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how that hits me.
I think that nickname can kick rocks.
Should we all use all the Bertoisms now? You know what? When we're here Friday, we'll have you tell us to kick rocks.
Hey, you know when I hate that nickname? Tonight.
And every day after.
We're out here at Ball Point. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. It is the Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. All right, Andy, we joked around a little bit. It was some lighthearted conversation there with DMac about the absence of Cale Makar, but
I'm not letting you stress me out there, Nate.
Let's get real
We're
about
not
this
doing it.
when we come
You
back.
jerk.
And let's talk about, and not just worrying about Sam Malinsky or Kulak or Devon Taves or Brent Burns or anybody else, but who are you circling and saying you got to have a big series? And you can't say number 29. Who's going to have a big series? Who needs to have a big series for the Avalanche to take care of business against VGK, as we are calling them now? It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer back at the shop in Lone Tree. We got the whole crew out. Dixon is engineering. Kevin is here to wrangle the guests and give us dirty looks when we get off topic. We are Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. We are with you today until 5:30. Then we hand it over to Mark Bertinoli. That's all coming up on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And look, if you're worried about your sexual health, if you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction, things like this, then it's time to pay a visit to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We tell you all the time there's no need to live a life that isn't as fulfilling as you like, especially when it comes to problems with your sexual health. And you want to get back the intimacy in the relationship, look, it's summertime. That's the time to go. If you need a new relationship, now's a great time. You know what? You're going to be out there. You're going to be sunning at the pool. You're going to be mowing without your shirt on. You're going to be attracting all the ladies, all right? If you need to get in and have a conversation with somebody so that everything works the proper way, that person is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to give them a call. Schedule that first visit at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's $99. It includes medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. And look, if you've tried other things and it hasn't worked, don't worry about that. They've got other options when the pills and herbals fail, and options with success rates well over 90%. And a lot of men are ready to go the day after their visit. So let this be you. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today. That main number, 720-440-7900, will get you in touch with any of the 5 locations, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from Ball Arena. Thanks to the Dan Caplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. We have a serious hockey game coming up tonight. Game 1 between the Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. We are going to check in with the Golden Knights coming up at 4:45. Danny Webster, he is the beat reporter traveling with the Vegas Golden Knights for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Andy, earlier today, I texted our good buddy Adam Hill, who, even though he covers the Raiders full-time, he usually chips in with the Golden Knights during the playoffs. So I just texted him today, and I said, "Are you in Denver?" And he sent me back a photo of Fernando Mendoza warming up at Raiders OTAs.
So that was a no. Did you write back a simple no would have done?
I went with that's not Denver, and then I added, I could tell because that quarterback has clearly not had multiple ankle surgeries in the last 3 months.
Wow. All right.
So our buddy Adam Hill is not here, but he set us up with Danny Webster, who covers the Las Vegas Golden Knights and is one of the media that was barred from entering the locker room after Game 6 when they beat the Ducks, and the NHL said yesterday, yeah, you're still going to have to pay $100,000 there, Torch, and you're still not getting your second-round pick back.
You're not sorry enough, my friend. Sorry about that.
You need to be more sorry. So, yes, you got Vegas having violated the media policy and refusing Edmonton and L.A. to interview Bruce Cassidy and the LTIR thing and being good way too fast and signing Carter Hart. And there's just a plethora, a multitude of reasons, Andy, to go back to our keywords from a couple of weeks ago. There are several reasons to dislike the Vegas Golden Knights, which, by the way, the poll that was released did indicate Vegas is the most disliked hockey team in 12 states, which led all NHL franchises.
That is quite the footprint. I mean, good for them. That's doing quick work for a new franchise.
I mean, honestly, like, what do you care as long as your fans like you, right?
Yeah, that's a badge of honor, frankly, right?
Well, for example, Andy, the LTIR thing, my perspective on that was always like, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, maybe shore that thing up.
Which they did.
You know what I mean?
Which the NHL adjusted it because, again, Vegas was, they were better at it. Like, that is something that I want out of my front office is I want shenanigans. I want whatever cap shenanigans are afforded to you. I want your whoever your capologists are, I want them to be able to find those loopholes and take advantage of them.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to really be true to our roots here in Denver, a little of that went on with the first Super Bowl.
I believe the term was circumvention.
Sure.
Yes.
So, yeah, and look, you want – how many people, not now, not the current version, but once upon a time you wanted a Bill Belichick that seemed to know every little stupid rule that you'd never heard of and would call you on it at the most opportune time period.
That's what you want.
And so, listen, and we got to be a little bit careful in Avs country because Avs territory, excuse me, how many years did we spend saying LTIR Gabe, uses money, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you can do it, you do it so you can get as many players as possible because really what's stupid about it all is how tight the NHL cap is in my mind. I wish it was not that tight.
You need, as a fan, what you want is your team at every level, at ownership, at front office, coaching, players, down to the equipment and video guys. I want you to know every single tiny little loophole available for you and exploit it. Do you remember? Okay, for example, and something that still infuriates me to this day, the stupid Landeskog offsides against San Jose. But remember, those Sharks video guys, they knew that.
Because that bench was notorious for being right on the line
for where the door was.
Yep.
At the Shark Tank.
Yep.
And they won the damn series, so good for them. And then I yelled at Gary Bettman about it.
Who had nothing. He's not been on since.
He hasn't.
Should we see if he's wandering around this very venue?
He's got to be here somewhere, right?
At some point, you would think.
Yeah.
Didn't good old Raj show up at the AFC Championship? Wasn't Raj there? Goodell?
I was like, hey, he hosts our show from 10 to noon.
No, he still didn't have a voice then.
Oh, yeah.
He's on that one. He's got the thing I had back in the December.
He's got a thing going on.
He's got a little of the Godfather.
It's Poor guy. He's like Mr. Hockey, and the team's in the Western Conference Final, and he can't talk. Yeah,
this is the equivalent of having a game to call and you aren't sure how you're going to get through it.
Cale Makar's not playing tonight.
You're bummed.
You
really are surprised.
I am. I am surprised he's not going tonight in game. I just assumed he'll be good to go. He'll warrior his way through this thing. Now, I'm not expecting him to look like he's 100%. He didn't look 100% in Game 5 against Minnesota. I wasn't expecting that, but I did figure he'd play. I was surprised he's not going tonight.
Yeah, here's the thing. You know what? Maybe we need to reach out and get a doc on at some point. I am not so sure shoot it up in hockey works the same way as shoot it up in football might. You really don't control how you're going to fall as well as you might in football. And you're not always getting to control how well you're going to fall in football either. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, dumb things happen.
It's also it's a touch sport. And when you take that away, are you going to be as effective of a player?
And the bottom line was, here's why I guess I'm not shocked he's not playing. Two things from Game 5. When he wouldn't shoot and was called out on the broadcast that he doesn't look like he wants to shoot because there were a couple right in the area of the net that he was sniping all season and playoff long. And when he bumped the guy and the thing came out, and I'm positive it did, and he went down the tunnel and they put it back in and did whatever, wrapped it, whatever they had to do, they did.
Did he slam it against the wall like he was Mel Gibson in
Maybe.
Lethal Weapon?
Yeah, maybe. Just the old tough guy look. But when that happened, I just was like, that cannot be happening. And especially if you don't love your options for his fill-in, they didn't want to play as Sean the other night. That was clear. No. And then all of a sudden, he's hurt and he's out.
I don't think they want to play much tonight.
I don't think they want to either. But, he's going to be there in case of an emergency. And, look, you don't want this thing getting furthered. Bottom line is, if you're going to beat Carolina in the presumed cup round, although I still think Montreal's got a chance to surprise them, and I'm not putting anything past this Vegas series. He's got to get past this first. But you're going to need him. You're going to need him. And you got to rest him as best you can.
Devontae's going past 30 minutes tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And Brett Burns may sniff it too.
Right, yeah. Kulak and Malinsky too. I mean, here's the other thing is like how healthy is Malinsky and how much can you get out of him?
All right. How healthy is Josh Manson?
Yeah, good question.
Because we all know what went on with McCarron. A healthy Manson would have had it. He would have fought that guy right away.
Yeah.
And he certainly wasn't looking to do that, it didn't look like.
No. That's why he tried to jam a stick into his ear.
Sure. He scraped him.
So wait, what was it? What was the term? It was a
attempted.
Attempted.
Yeah.
Yeah, an attempted butt ending.
Right.
He didn't officially butt
You weren't
end.
successful.
Yeah, you merely tried.
Had the butt end connected.
Yes.
Then we'd have a problem.
Got to be careful when the butt end connects. Network coverage of Game 1 of the Western Conference Final begins at 5:30 today with pregame powered by Ramos Law. Tune in for the only local broadcast of the game on your home for the Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, the national crew, they're giving us Sean McDonough, Ray Ferraro, Emily Kaplan. So that'll be the national ESPN crew that will be calling this series.
Do we need to bookend? Well, hopefully it's not a full appearance, but maybe we ought to hit up Stormy again. Why is Stormy not doing this series? Is she doing the other one?
I would think
you would think as a West Coast-based person they'd have put her on this one.
I would think it would be Leah Hextall would be on the.
No, I would think it'd be Stormy. Just saying.
Very fair.
Just saying.
I won't.
I'm not, I'll leave it at that.
You know what, Andy? I will not push back on that.
You know what I'll say? Here's a plate of nachos. I'm just going to leave it right here.
But actually, no, the Eastern Conference Final is that's a TNT, True TV,
well,
HBO
there you go.
Max affair.
All right.
Yes.
So is EJ's on tonight, right, or no?
No.
Who are we getting?
Sean McDonough and Ray Ferraro.
Oh, that's right. I like Ray.
Yeah, he's good. We've
Not
had him on the
as
show.
much as EJ, but I like Ray.
Yeah, I mean EJ's, Avs legend.
Is Ray going shirts out, shaved chest? I mean, is Ray modern enough?
EJ really is he's the new Elway.
Oh, he looks like half the guy when he interviews him after the game. Yeah. It's like you guys are wearing the exact same thing.
Yeah, just blast it out there. See, I mean, that's the thing about EJ is, some guys the playing career ends and it's like, I don't mind hitting the buffet an extra time or two. EJ was like, I'm going right to TV. I'm staying hot.
I think he's in Mexico. Judging by all his McAfee appearances, he's by a pool of some kind.
Okay, so he's happy.
Yeah, and there, as you know, no pool weather this week.
Yeah, he's nowhere near these parts. Andy, who is the Avalanche, not Nathan McKinnon, that has to have a big series?
Well, assuming health, I think. Look, it's a tough question. I'll give you a three-headed monster, but it's got to be an Arturi Lehkonen. It's got to be the captain. It's got to be Nick Waugh. It's got to be the grinder guys.
Yeah.
Okay? This isn't going to be every round you go through. The Stanley Cup playoffs is like playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and every round gets tougher. Okay? Yeah. And this is going to be tough. I don't care what – I know Minnesota had the higher point total and all that. I'm just telling you, Vegas is playing like they were designed to play beginning of the year. So I think the grind guys have got to be on their game. I think there's a rebound to be had in front of the goal, especially Carter Hart's gotten a little bit better, I think, as the playoffs have gone along.
Yeah, he has.
I think you cannot afford to leave pucks laying by the crease that don't find their way into the net.
Yep. I think there's a lot of truth to that. I'm thinking grindy guys too, but I'm thinking about them in a slightly different context. Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin.
I'll take it.
And the reason why I say those names is you got to kill penalties in this series. The Vegas Golden Knights have the best power play success rate in the playoffs of the teams that are still going so far in the playoffs. You've got to be able to slow them down. And that Dorofeev dude, I'm telling you, man, that guy is a problem. Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin, that top PK unit. And look, it's probably going to be, when it comes to the defensemen, and especially without Cale out there, if Taves is spending more time on the power play, it's going to be all hands on deck. I still think it's going to be a lot of Taves and Burns out there. But either way, like, I'm looking at Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin, your two top penalty killers on this team. And I'll put Parker Kelly in that conversation as well. He's done a very good job in that role. Jack Drury in that role. But those guys, you got to win 5-on-5, and you got to win PK, which is what this team did all season long, but you've got to continue to have success with it. You know, on the flip side, when you talk about special teams, the obvious one is don't give up shorthanded goals, which Vegas has 4 of them so far in the postseason, and they've only given up 5 power play goals, which is kind of incredible. They're only -1 so far this year when they're shorthanded, which is absolutely incredible. The Avs PK right now is only number 11 in the playoffs.
Don't like that.
But you got to look at the circumstances of it a little bit. I think they gave up 2 goals where they were down 2 men because the goalie was pulled, and they gave up the goal on the double minor on Manson for the attempted butt end. They killed the first, but they gave up the second because it was a damn 4-minute power play.
Right.
So there's a little bit of skewing of the numbers. Straight 5-on-4, they've been pretty good. They have to be in this series, but they got to kill penalties.
Well, you got to stay out of the box. You got to be disciplined. You've got to stay out of the box. You cannot afford. I don't think Vegas's power play is going to be missing nets the way the Minnesota power play did. And let's be honest, the goalies were good and the PK was good, but Minnesota did a lot of missing the net in that series. And that's one of the reasons why they're off on the beach joining EJ. So Vegas right now, what you just laid out there, especially in the playoffs, they're not missing the net. So you can't be giving them these chances. And especially, you've got to at least, the power play for you can't be a curse. It started to slide back that direction a little bit this back half of that Minnesota series. So don't let that happen. You were good against the Kings with it. You got to stay good with it against Vegas. And at least try to be hitting 50%, Nate, you know? Gosh, there were points in the season where I thought, just turn down the power play. Just stay 5-on-5.
Decline the penalty.
That's how bad this has been, you know?
Speaking of sports where you can decline the penalty, Andy, I know you love this stuff. We got a preseason football schedule today.
Boy, let me make my August plans now.
All right, here we go. The Broncos will open the preseason Friday, August 14th, on the road at Atlanta.
Now that's a weird one.
A Friday night showdown with the Falcons, if I was Han Solo, or Falcons, if I was anybody else.
He likes a Falcon.
He likes a Falcon, too? Okay.
The Air Force Falcons.
You know what? It does sound good when Mark says it when you do it in Mark's voice. So they're on the road at Atlanta Friday, August 14th. Week 2 of the preseason at home against the Packers.
Another interesting one.
Green
Bay finally gets them out there, gets out of the altitude.
Are we going to get another intra-squad practice with Jordan Love out there?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Yeah. LaFleur and Peyton seem to vibe practicing together.
Yeah, they did.
Now, are we going to get revenge for the Broncos being better last summer? Is it going to be we're going to take up old summer grudges in the middle of August?
I love summer grudges.
Yeah. Can we get the big voice guy from NFL Films to announce it?
And then finally, week 3 of the preseason. Oh, these people don't know how to leave us alone. Broncos and the Minnesota Vikings.
What?
Friday, August 28th at 7 o'clock. The can't-miss final game of the preseason.
Is it just did the Broncos get confused? They saw Kyler Murray at quarterback and like, well, we always schedule his team. Let's just get it. Oh, wait, that's not the Cardinals?
They're used to playing the Cardinals, and instead now they get Minnesota. So Friday, August 28th, Broncos, Vikings at 7 o'clock. So 3 Friday night affairs at Atlanta, home against Green Bay, home against Minnesota.
Again, I asked the question, was this, the Vikings, we learned through Mike Kliss's tweeting and reporting that the Vikings did try to talk to George Payton and all that. Was there something?
Now they're talking to Reed Burkhardt.
Right, now they're talking to Reed Burkhardt. But is there something inside that where they're like, hey, by the way, since you're out here, you want to schedule a preseason game? No Cardinals to finish it off, huh?
No. Well, they got the Cardinals in the regular season.
Okay.
This year.
Nobody plays in the preseason anyway.
Week 7 at Arizona. So you can't do that.
Or you could. Did they just not want to deal with, were they worried? Is Hackett back there? Where's Hackett? Did Hackett end up in Arizona? I think he did because we thought Rodgers might try to go there. Did the Penners just say, no way are we looking at the face of Nathaniel Hackett inside our walls ever again?
Nope.
I have not followed the travails of
I'm
Nathaniel
pretty sure
Hackett.
Spring, check it out.
He's their OC.
He's their OC?
Yeah, Mike LaFleur will call the plays.
We'll call plays and manage the clock and call timeouts. And does Coach come with Hackett to do OC?
So Hackett's just in the meeting room showing like clips from Wayne's World 2?
Hey, remember? Hey, there's a new movie out this year. Did you watch The Mandalorian? It was awesome.
Hangover 3. It was underrated.
You believe it.
So that does mean, Andy, Friday, August 14th, the Broncos kick off at 5 o'clock Mountain Time, meaning the final hour of our show, should we still be on the air, Friday, August 14th, we'll be doing double duty of trying to watch a preseason football game and entertain a city. Can we do it?
I'm not sure I like that.
I know. You lock in on these
Guess
things.
what, though? We can actually pick our preseason fantasy team right before they play.
Beautiful.
We'll see
We'll do the draft right at 4:45.
4:45.
And
book
boom,
it
we're
now.
going.
August, what'd you say, 14th?
August 14th. Friday, August 14th. Everybody set your calendar reminders now. Tune into K&L Friday, August 14th at 4:45. It's always important, the PD sitting right here, it's always important to give very specific directions to the audience. Appointment listening, Friday, August 14th, 4:45, preseason fantasy draft.
If we're here.
Or if we remember, otherwise we'll probably do it
or
at like
if
3.
someone else is there, write in and suggest it.
Yes. Tell them the
Say
show.
that, hey, they used to do that.
They
we
did this
liked
bit.
it. Would you just do this?
It was great.
Nate and I will be at the sad condo yet to be made in Burnham Yard. It'll be a tent just at the time. We'll do it on our little what's the little swing they put up?
I didn't know we were doing that in the condo.
It won't be a condo yet. I'm not even sure what's there. Do we have any idea where we're buying said sad condo?
I don't know. We need to get out ahead of this thing, though. Those things are going to be in high demand. We got to beat DMac to the best condos in Burnham Yard. We need the best view.
So DMac, Kreckman, and Lindahl will all be in a tent city in Burnham Yard as construction goes on.
Over at Denver's Del Boca Vista. It's Kreckman and Lindahl live at Ball Point. Game 1 between the Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights coming up tonight. Pregame at 5:30. We'll drop the puck at 6 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. What are you seeking for your truck or 4x4 or, that's a Jeep. That could be a 4Runner, a Land Cruiser, whatever you got. Maybe it's a Ford Bronco. Matter of fact, they did some work to Ann Sanford's Bronco while she was out for a while. Go check out that video on the Colorado Off-Road Facebook page. Matter of fact, like them on Facebook, like them on Instagram, and you could see some of the work that they do. But, summer's coming. Camping season's coming. If you need maybe a camper top for the trucks, if you need a bed cover that I'm always talking about to just keep the camping equipment in the truck so it doesn't have to go in and out, or maybe you got the paddleboard like I do. If you maybe want to get the lift kit going, or you want to level out your vehicle, any of this can be done at Colorado Off-Road. Get the fifth wheel set up with a tow ball or whatever you need it done. It's all over there at Colorado Off-Road. Jerry Jones and his business has been in business with Colorado Off-Road for a long time. These are good Colorado people you're going to want to deal with, and I'm proud to have represented them for going on 7 years now. Get on over to Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, 303-764-12. You know what? I got their number right here. I'm screwing up the number right now. It's 303-761-1264 or cooffroad.com.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say we're a bit battle tested. I mean, we went through some adversity there. We know if we get down, we can just stick to what we kind of did in that game and bring some of the lessons we learned from it with us into this series. So every series, there's a lot to learn. Every game, every shift, there's so much to learn. You know, watching video, etc. So you just got to learn from it. Bring what you can from each series, each shift, and bring it into this series.
Kelly Selly, Parker Kelly. Avalanche going tonight, and they're doing so without the services of Cale Makar. That's the story, really, of Game 1 coming into this thing. And, yeah, it's a pretty big deal to not have Cale Makar out there. Avs are still the better club, but this is a large absence. Eric Johnson, former teammate of Cale Makar, went on McAfee earlier today, and he talked about the kind of impact this will have on the Avalanche to not have Makar tonight for Game 1 against Vegas.
Having Makar out, the best description I can give, if you're not a natural hockey fan watching the show right now, it would be like a prime-time LeBron James not being in the lineup. That's how big Makar is for the Avs and for the NHL. He's just as good on the offensive side as he is defensively. He's a guy that's out there when you need a goal and when you're defending the other team trying to put one in your net. So he's just that good at both ends of the rink. He's an electrifying talent as far as what he can bring offensively. But sometimes you see these guys that are so good on one end and they sacrifice for the other end. He's not that guy. He can do it at both ends of the ice. I don't know if Mark Stone's going to play tonight for Vegas, their captain. I don't think he is. He's got the back issue, but I think it's going to be a heck of a series. I have it going 6 or 7 games, and it's going to come down to goaltending at the end of the day for me. I don't know if Carter Hart can be a guy that can shut down the Avs in this long series like it's probably going to be, but it's going to be 2 heavyweights squaring off.
Okay, I actually I want to get a little bit granular on what EJ said about it, because as I listened to that right there, I really did think about it. And he's absolutely right. And let me tell you why. Because Cale Makar is your best defensive player, which, think of prime LeBron James, every team he was on, Miami, Cleveland, wherever, hell, even early LA, he was their best defender. And he's is it hyperbole to say he's your second best offensive player?
No. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
I mean, look, with Marty Nate just not sniping the goals the way he has in the playoffs.
He only has 1 goal.
Yeah, I think now he's done other things.
He leads the team in assists.
He's done other things, and Marty's adjusted his game to do what he needs to do, and he's playing certainly better than he did a year ago. But Cale, listen, you and I have talked about it. We could have a real debate as to who's the better player on the team, Nathan MacKinnon or Cale Makar at times, depending on who's going at their top peak form.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like when they won the Cup the first time, Cale was peak, and
he was the Conn Smythe winner.
MacKinnon was a slight tick above or below peak. You know, him and Mikko were just like right there, but Cale was the best player on the ice. So far in these playoffs, MacKinnon's been the best player on the ice. But to your point, Andy, which whoever's game is going, yeah, they're the best at what they do.
Well, but see, here's where, again, I'm not going to pure panic mode. Now, you know how it is. Easy one. My opinion today can be changed by 24 hours from now and what we see tonight in Game 1. And if Marner's all over the place, and if Eichel's all over the place, and they're just desperately missing Makar, then we're going to have a different discussion tomorrow. But right now, here's what I love. You know, the guy, we've talked about it. The guy that, in my mind, is locked in and is also playing maybe his best two-way game of his career is Nathan MacKinnon.
Yep.
And he's on course for the Conn Smythe if they can get the Stanley Cup. And so there's something about how locked in and serious that Nate is that I guess has me feeling kind of comfortable. Look, nobody wants Cale Makar out, but I don't want to panic just yet because, and look, if Malinsky looks gimpy, that changes a lot of things too. If Lehkonen doesn't look quite himself and all of a sudden you've got 3 guys that, 2 are just trying to gut it out, I'm going to have a much different opinion tomorrow. But we were told they were slightly banged up. Both Malinsky and Lehkonen are back in the lineup. So those are the guys that I'm counting on to look a little bit more like themselves as we get back into this series. And we'll just see how it goes, man. We'll just see how it goes.
Okay, so we are, by the way, the guest list is quickly loading up as we're out here.
Which is good. That's why we're out here.
At Ball Arena. Mo's going to stop by next hour. We're going to check in with the Vegas Golden Knights. Danny Webster, the beat reporter for the Review Journal, is going to sit down with us. We'll be talking to Sportsnet. We'll talk to NHL.com. Everyone's going to be down here. This is the center of the hockey universe tonight.
We love hockey.
We do. That is.
You know what I want to get? Let's just do an on-air production meeting.
Okay.
Because I was going to ask you in the break anyway.
I'm available. Spring, you here? Are you present?
Spring, are you around?
Okay.
I'm trying to update my stupid computer.
Are we going to do Big Pens?
Well, you know what? Maybe that's a Friday thing.
Okay.
Should we get the goal horn, the guy that runs the goal horn? I would like to know what is the recipe for how long and how many times the horn goes.
Well,
I'd like to hear it from the man that makes the decision himself. You got to hit it one time.
I was going to say, Andy,
when we were out here
on our show, I am the only one with goal horn experience.
You are.
Yes.
But I mean, like the other, and I get it. It just, but
hold on. I just thought of something. Is that when they shove us down at ball point now? Because do you remember back when they used to put us up in the press box in the radio booth? I was always bugging the game ops guys.
No, they like us. It's Connor that got tired of us.
I got to do the lights at the Nuggets game. I actually got them to, with their spotlights, write my name on the court at a Nuggets game, and then with the goal horn guy, I badgered him until he let me push the button.
He let you push the button.
Yes.
And it looks like if anyone's seen the easy button or else that little red plunger button, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's Connor does not want us in his space.
It's a Connor thing?
Connor meditates. He stretches out. He reads Sun Tzu. He does all this stuff that
Art of War?
does. Yeah, he gets all fired up and in his feels right before game. He didn't want us in there.
I think he Cloroxes everything,
I think he's got a tanning bed that he unfolds and jumps in. He's powdering the face. He's powdering, he's making sure not a hair is out of place. There's a lot of primping that goes into
powdering
Connor
every
McDavid.
area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we're out of it.
Okay.
But seriously, don't you? Because it does feel like there's a little bleep you in some of those horns that get going.
You got to do it to excess.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know. I'd like to maybe Friday talk to that person and just see, do you have carte blanche, or is there an unwritten rule for how many times you let the horn go at the other team?
Interestingly enough, our guest wrangler just wandered away as though he knew these jackasses are about to ask me something.
Well, that's why I thought we'd talk about it, because if we didn't want it, now we just act like it never happened.
Well, now
because he's not. Well, he might be listening.
Now we make we'll make the plea to him, and we'll see if we can get goal horn guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, do you like the concept?
It's a great concept.
Because at the end of the Minnesota game, he really gave him a "how do you like that" a few times.
Oh, he sure did.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And look, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
That's our guy. Now, I hate it in another arena when you're doing it back to me.
But that's home ice advantage.
I know.
Yes.
But I want to know, is it you, or is there like a guide?
Great question.
We all have a guidebook we read at any job.
Or is it merely unwritten rules?
Thank you.
That's what I
By the way, you know what, speaking of that, I got a question for you on the other side.
During the high five?
After the high five.
During Moj?
Well, I'll ask Moj, too.
Okay.
Is there going to be an unwritten rule?
Write this down so you don't forget it.
I think there's going to be another unwritten rule in baseball.
Okay.
Or another way to violate an unwritten rule in the newest of technologies.
I'm excited about this.
Because I saw it happen today in the Rockies game before I left.
Yeah.
And I wondered, now, is that a violation of the unwritten rule?
By the way, Rockies coughed up the lead.
This game.
Top 9.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Josh Young with an RBI single to put Texas on top after Brett Sullivan gave up a pass ball.
Did he hit a Texas leaguer?
Well put. Good job. Good job.
Come on. That's a backslapper.
Juan Mejia. No good. At least you're not touching my leg. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Shouldn't have said anything.
We'll do the high five after a meeting with HR in the break. Kreckman and Lindahl, we are live at Ball Point. Ball Arena, Game 1. Western Conference Final tonight. ESPN televising the affair. However, the only local pregame and postgame shows on TV, live on Altitude TV and Altitude Plus. Check out all your favorite Altitude hosts starting at 5 o'clock today for full pregame coverage, taking you up to puck drop. And then when the clock hits 0, you flip it back to see the Avalanche postgame live. Subscribe now at altitudeplus.com. But that's right. Have it on Altitude for pregame. Have it on Altitude for postgame. Obviously, watch the game on ESPN. Turn down the volume. Crank up Connor right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Or, I believe that's the only way you can get it. But, yeah, crank that up nice and loud and enjoy it. Live at Ball Arena, by the way, thanks to the Dan Kaplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. We got a serious case of the high five at 4 o'clock. With the NHL 94 theme in the background, Mark Springer back at the shop in Lone Tree. What's up, Spring?
Hey, Nate, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, I know you are. You need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Let's hear from Jared Bednar. He talked to the media right around 10 a.m. Today, and here's the first thing that he was asked.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Cale Makar playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not. Second of all, I guess follow up on that is, is this going to be something that affects him all series? Do you expect him back anytime soon?
Yeah, I expect him back. I think he's doing a lot better. He's on the ice again this morning, feeling pretty good, so I got him as day-to-day.
That guy was trying to hit the two-part, and then he was like, wait, what? He's not playing?
I got him as day-to-day. I hope so.
I hope so, too.
Do we have the Brett Kane audio for him trying to get an answer today? Because that was outstanding.
Okay, Spring going to pull this up.
You got to, because Nate will like this.
Brett Kane doing the...
Our buddy.
Is it
look,
like
man,
Bones?
Yeah, that guy.
This is a guy that he's talking to an impenetrable fortress that is Jared Bednar. And yet,
they've done this dance together before.
He's got he knows what he has to do.
And so Brett always does it. He doesn't shy away. He doesn't get screwed.
This is Brett attempting to find out a status of Cale Makar for Game 1 earlier this morning on the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane show.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he gave us a yes.
If he had one.
If he had a car.
But it turns out he doesn't have one.
Well, he doesn't have Makar.
He's got.
I have a car.
He's got a car.
I needed Makar.
But he needed Makar. But that was not
if
available
I had
to
Makar,
him.
I had to go for a drive.
Yes.
Actually, with all the rain, I'm going to leave Makar in the garage and take a car instead.
Spring, no need to kill the NHL 94 music. Let
him hear it.
Let's just dive right into it.
You not want to go in now?
Voice of the Avalanche.
That is a sharp green tie.
Connor McGahey joins us right now, and he joins us for the high five here today.
Oh, wow.
No.
So, Connor, let's continue
Much
this.
better.
Let's go back to the shop with Mark Springer.
Hey, Connor.
Hi, Spring.
Welcome to the high five. Here's your second
thanks,
story.
buddy.
You ready for this? Jared Bednar, as we just mentioned, was on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. Bedsy is talking about the Avs' hunger, the hunger that they have. Here's Jared Bednar.
2021 was a really solid team. The way we conducted ourselves that year, I really liked it. We were healthy for the most part, and same thing last year. And then you go through the heartbreak. Like sometimes there's things that you can't control, like injuries and guys going down, and then all of a sudden your depth disappears. But that wasn't the case in those two seasons. And you go through it, and everyone understands it. It sticks with you, and it takes you a while to get over it. And then you come back the next year, and like we didn't shy away from bringing it up. We brought it up, and the focus then becomes not so much on just the short-term goals of winning on a Friday night or a Saturday night, but like how do we have to conduct ourselves consistently, and then what habits do we have to build to be able to win come playoff time?
Okay, is really enjoying this.
I didn't hear a word of what Bezzy said because all I can hear is the synth which I love.
NHL what
94.
NHL 94.
That's what I'm saying. It's part of growing up for me.
It's the hunter hunted analogy to a certain degree, isn't it? It's the you're the hunter before you win the cup, and then after that everybody is out to get you. And does your team then still have the same edge? I mean, Connor, to that point, I do believe that this team's playoff failures of the last 3 years is something that for Nathan McKinnon, for Gabe Landeskog, for Cale Makar, for Devon Taves, for Val Nichushkin, the guys that have been here through the whole thing. Like, I do think they recognize, like, we've got to go get this thing right now because we know how friggin' hard it is to do, and it just doesn't line up every year.
And I know there's different circumstances and different runs.
Yeah.
And the fuel is different. I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about how the loss to Vegas in 21 fueled 22. There's no doubt about that. I am convinced that the loss to Dallas in Game 7 last year is the fuel to this year and winning the President's Trophy. And with a roster that is built this way, your GM is, in my opinion, going to win the Jim Gregory Award for GM of the Year, and he should. Because it's constructed in a way that is a team that should win. And nothing is given. But when you have superstars who have been there, 11 guys who have won cups on your roster, but guys, more importantly, who have fallen short in a time period when a lot of people think that they shouldn't have fallen short. I think that is more of a motivating factor than people are talking about.
Yeah, and a lot of people, I think, bring up McKinnon he's motivated because of the failure of Team Canada in the Olympic Games, and I think Nathan McKinnon wants to I think he's out for blood every single time he takes the ice, regardless of what has ever happened in the past.
I think he's like me, and whether it doesn't matter what sport I was playing, games I'm covering here, I hate losing more than I like winning, if that's fair. And I feel like Nate's the exact same way, where losing is the worst feeling. That press conference in 21, never wants to feel like that again.
Yeah.
Being up versus Dallas last year, then losing to an old friend, never wants to feel like that ever again. He got a touch of that in the gold medal game this year, and so that's too soon. It's too soon for Nathan McKinnon.
Honestly, I think McKinnon's indifferent to winning. His game-tying goal in Game 5, he never cracked a smile. Never won.
He celebrated more from that empty netter in Minnesota, actually.
Yeah.
But he knew that the job is not done at that point. Minnesota could have and probably should have won in overtime. Thank you, Michael McCarron, for that whiff. But the job is not done until they're lifting Lord Stanley again in June.
All right, let's hear from former Golden Knight Nick Waugh, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, Nick Waugh won a cup with the Knights in 2023, spent 6 seasons there. What does Nick Waugh think about going up against his former team?
I mean, it's already third series, so the emotions are already pretty high. For myself, obviously, I know a lot of guys on the other side. I play with them. Good friendship over the years. But we got to put that aside for a little bit here. It's just going to be fun, really exciting.
I don't think that's a huge factor in this series because guys change teams all the time. Nick Waugh is going to have a certain level of institutional knowledge, which obviously is going to help. Just do the physicality thing, man. Just be Nick Waugh. Be who you've been in the playoffs so far. That's all I need him to be in these playoffs.
Well, I mean, on top of it, it gets interesting, too, because Tortorella's there now. I mean, it's not DeBoer, it's not Cassidy, it's not anyone. It's Tortorella. So, the minute the series, whoever wins tonight, we're in the series. I think all the other stuff just kind of goes away, and they worry about grinding to get to the next round.
Yeah, and Nicholas Waugh's build and skill set suits the Stanley Cup playoffs, as we've seen so far, 3 goals, 3 assists.
Yep. All right, so the Vegas Golden Knights, they come in with John Tortorella, who replaced Bruce Cassidy. His forward, Keegan Colasar, talked about him.
High five.
Yeah, Keegan was asked about Torts today. We know Keegan. He's physical. He won a cup with the Knights in 2023. What does Keegan think of John Tortorella?
I think he's hilarious. Laugh my ass off every day with him in a great way, a positive way. He's very encouraging. So it's been, like Colton said, it's been great for the team. And obviously, we're here for a reason, and I think he's been a big part of that.
I bet you John Tortorella is quite entertaining in the room.
Yeah, I have no doubt about it. We saw his interview with EJ. Yeah. I mean, he had fun that last Avs. Wasn't it an Avs game that he?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think Vegas.
TV?
I think it was Vegas, Utah in the first round.
Okay.
Where they were.
Where it's like, oh, how long is this going to take and all that. Listen.
Because EJ played for Torts in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
let me ask you this. I know a lot of people maybe want to poo-poo this opponent because Minnesota had the higher point total and all that.
Yeah.
I've been saying this to Nate. He's sick of hearing it. But to me, this is what the Knights were supposed to be.
Correct.
And this is what happens when you get a coaching change in hockey sometimes. So do not underestimate these dudes.
Yeah, I mean, in any sport. I mean, the Nuggets made a coaching change with, 3 games left?
Yep.
And then they went to the Western Conference Finals. So, that's what happens with teams. And
game short of the Western Conference Finals.
Whatever. You know what I mean. I rounded up for the Nuggets.
Thank you. They need all the rounding up they can get.
They got to look at it anyway, right?
But coaching bump is a real thing. But what's the length on it, right? And Vegas is a great opponent. I think this series will be tougher than Minnesota, if you can believe that. A lot of people are not saying that, but they're here for a reason, too. Utah, I think, was probably a tougher series than Anaheim. Anaheim found it tough to defend at times, pretty much for all 6 games. But Utah able to win 2 games against Vegas, and Anaheim able to win 2 games against Vegas. So the openings, obviously, for the Avalanche are there, but it is going to be, I think, the perfect mixture of L.A. and Vegas wrapped into one opponent, which is why this I think I heard you say the other day, Nate, that Avs in 6, I think I'm right there with you.
Okay. Elaborate on that. What concerns you with this Vegas team?
They defend so well.
Yeah.
We thought there was going to be no space in the Minnesota series, and then all of a sudden it's like you're looking around 9-6, 5-2, 5-1.
Fire wagon hockey.
Right, and I don't know if that's mental fatigue, physical fatigue from Minnesota after they had to play Dallas, but I feel like Vegas is a lot more disciplined defensively, and there's not a lot of room to work with. Their penalty kill has been great. They did concede a power play goal in Game 5, or Game 6, versus Anaheim. Cale Granlund got it, so it has been very good. It's not foolproof, but there's not a whole lot of room. High pressure when the Avs have the puck because they are a possession team. That's why Brett Howden has 3 shorthanded goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs, which I think is tied for the most all time. And we're not even halfway through the
That's like a Logan O'Connor regular season. Yeah, right. It's pretty good.
Exactly right. I think the leader in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the entire thing last year, had 2 shorthanded goals. So the high pressure generates chances like that off the rush. That's how Marner was able to get sneak in the back. The Avalanche, however, defend better than both Utah and Anaheim. So that's why I think Vegas is going to get a little bit of a rude awakening to the. I don't want to see a cakewalk, but it's been easier than the Avs path so far.
All right, Connor, we don't let you walk away without a pick to click. Who's scoring tonight for the Avalanche?
I should know that this is coming when I come sit at the table, and I never do.
That's why.
Let's be honest, you forget about these experiences the moment that headset hits the table.
It's the only way that one can survive and then sleep at night.
He goes through shock therapy, whatever is required of him.
So here's why you're going to keep doing it.
There's a whole 6-step program afterwards that involves some.
This man has a team
some
working
memory
on
loss.
him.
I think that this is Marty Natchez scoring tonight.
Marty Party.
Taking big number 88. Marty Natchez to get a goal tonight in Game 1. That is the pick to click from the great Connor McGahey. He's on the call tonight. This is the only local broadcast of the Avalanche and the Knights. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final tonight. Puck drop at 6 o'clock, pregame at 5:30. By the way, when I say puck drop at 6 o'clock, what?
6:15.
You mean 6:15.
Okay.
6:15.
Okay, 6:15. Tonight we'll drop the puck. So a little extra 15 minutes of Birdo, but nobody's going to complain about that. Connor, have fun tonight, man.
Thanks, boys.
It's a Western Conference Final.
That's right.
It is an Avalanche game day powered by Backus and Shanker, your hometown injury lawyers. In a car accident, call 303-222-2222. By the way, I know Big Voice Guy says high five. Our request, mile high salutes.
The salutes today. We already got one from one of the officers working the inside ball arena.
Well done.
Got one from Connor, although I don't know if that was just Connor.
Could have just been a tick.
That's just kind of what he does.
Just, hey.
Good luck.
He's one of those guys.
He's taking his coat off. And he's
Mile
rolling his
high
sleeves up.
salutes is what we're looking for. Joined right now by El Moserino. If you're not into the whole brevity thing, Mark Moser, the real voice of the Avalanche, the guy that we wish was calling the game tonight. We'll have to deal with Sean McDonough and ESPN. Moj, how you doing, buddy?
He turned it down.
You're just for free to be here.
There he is.
Doing good.
I hear
Hey,
juiced.
This headset.
Yeah,
that was Connor.
Is absolutely smoking my head.
That was Connor. Connor's death.
Jeez Louise.
He's been in too many arenas wearing too many headsets. Mark Johnson is like that. Hey, you sit at Scotty's seat. Does Scotty ever get you?
Yeah, you know what I do in the morning? So this is the God's honest truth. Scott's the last one that sits in that chair every day.
Yeah.
So it's 6, let's say I'm just getting ready, 6:55 a.m. And my stuff is out, and I plug in. I have my headphones on, and I plug in. I'm like, gee, okay, brain damage, all right.
DMac's the same way.
Oh, I know.
I have to check it every single day when I get in. Yeah. That dude, I don't know how that dude hears anything.
Absolute brain damage.
Okay, so
you're very serious right now. You're locked in.
I need you to explain, before we get to the hockey, you had a parking issue today?
According to Keefe, do you even know what's going on? Did you see what Keefe did to you?
So what I
do? You put your business on the streets?
I drove my wife's car today.
Okay.
And I specifically parked it way out in the end of the lot. And Riker was parked out here with his G-Wagon. He's got one of these nice rigs. So I parked out like behind him and then like 3 over. Okay, just out there where nobody is.
Yeah.
Fine. And I'm like, well, nobody, it's morning skate. If they're not here yet, nobody else is coming.
I want to note, and you're talking about the car you're driving is a German luxury model.
It's not really luxurious, though.
Okay.
It's really old. In fact, it's got to go because it's got a battery and it's about to blow up.
I know some guys.
It's about to burn.
Don't have to be good to be a classic.
Yeah.
But okay.
So I parked there. We come out, and somebody in a brown Subaru is parked I'll let it be. I parked it, and I go, I'm a little bit over the line forward, right? I'm a little bit over the line. I go, but there's nobody around.
You're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. There's nobody around.
You got there to stretch out.
That is correct. So I'm like, I should probably I'm like, it's fine. I was going to get back in and move it back, 2.5 feet. I'm fine. We come out, and somebody in a Subaru is parked dude, when I say half inch from my bumper to bumper,
yeah.
I mean very close.
Yeah.
And by the way, so next to me, there are 3 empty spots to my left. There's one to my right. There's one to my left, and then there's another car. Where the Subaru is, there's 2 spots empty on that left, and there's 3 empty on the right. So they chose to park in that spot in front of me.
They didn't need to be there.
So then Riker says, Moser's out of line. He's over the line.
Over the line.
So that Riker that parked, or was that?
Well, you know what it is?
Whose car is that? Do you not know?
No, we don't know.
You literally don't know who's.
No,
I thought that was I thought Kiefer or Riker decided
No, that's
to
some
pull up next to
rando.
you.
That's some rando.
Some dude.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. It had flowers on the license plate frame, so I'm thinking it's a chick. But maybe, I don't know.
It's Karen.
Yeah, it's not Wish. So
you are over the line.
Oh, my God. Here we go.
Okay, here's what it's like. It's like Jamal Murray's bringing the ball up the floor.
Yeah.
And Shea's checking him all the way up the floor. Then Shea flops backwards and slides across the midcourt line. Well, I mean, who's drawing the foul there, dude?
Again,
here comes
Kreckman. By the letter of the line.
This is Denver Municipal Judge Nate Kreckman.
You are over.
Could you be a bigger dork? Is it possible?
I'm just
to be less of a real human and more of a robot.
I believe society has to have rules, laws, and standards.
I completely agree. And listen, if the lot was full, there was no way that I would have pulled up over that. I mean, I wouldn't have left it there. But I'm like, there's literally nobody around me.
Law-abiding guy here doesn't always abide by the laws, by the way. But
also,
of all the people at this station that you think would have an issue with your parking, who would you have picked?
That one.
Yeah. So what are we doing?
Yeah, good point.
You came here looking for,
Well,
it's like you're going into the Golden Knights crowd with your Avs jersey on, going, hey, can we all hang out?
You know what I feel like? I feel like, remember the time Coach Prime goes, that's a setup. Mm-hmm. I feel like this whole thing's been a setup on me.
I'm Team Brown Car. Now,
Really?
do you think Riker waved him into that spot?
Yeah.
No, we came out. We walked out together. No, Riker and I left the rink together to go to our cars.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that car
But
was
did you
parked.
arrive together?
Yeah, that's the key.
We did not. No, he was already here by the time I got
Are
here.
you sure?
I left the show early this morning to get here to do my work.
Okay.
And he was already here.
Okay.
Now we're doing our work.
Okay, so he's not the prime suspect here.
Correct.
So there's.
What about Kyle?
No, he doesn't come to morning school.
There is a second shooter on the grassy knoll that directed that
Has
car
to be.
in.
There's no
to
way
then
somebody was like,
shame
I want that exact spot.
Mark Moser on the internet.
I don't. I did a good
Now,
Could be their spot.
What if it was an employee who very much is superstitious and is like, that's my spot.
The
I
Avs
gotta
will
still
only win
park there.
tonight if
They've
I get my
only
spot.
won the days that I parked here.
Yeah.
They're in their spot. They just didn't have to pull so close to my spot. That Subaru, by the way, fit in with plenty of room.
But again, they
even
don't
with me over the line.
They are trying to be cognizant of their other motorists by not having the back of their car stick out versus you, who seems to think that other motorists don't
That
exist.
part of the lot was empty. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Should we do hockey now?
I guess.
Have you guys, you probably hit on every possible scenario for this series and every possible outcome of what's going to happen and so on.
Here's I have another thing that I don't think we've hit on
Hit
so
me with
far.
your best shot.
How long is Torts going to keep Jack Eichel and Mitch Marner split up?
Don't know. Right now, Marner's developing some nice chemistry with Carlson,
Yeah.
who missed obviously
Who
a
just came
large
back.
part of the season. Yeah. They've got a little something going, and Carlson is the kind of guy that really drives. He's an engine guy.
Yeah.
He really is an engine guy. Now, again, will that be able to continue? Here's what I'm saying. Did they play well in 6 games against Utah? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they have some sketchy moments and pull some rabbits out of the hat? Yeah. Did they play well against the Ducks in 6 games? Yeah. They pull some rabbits? Yeah, a little bit. They also faced the worst goalie in the postseason in Dostal.
Yep.
Ranked 24 out of 24 whatever, right? Into that round. So the point is this, is that, oh, boy, there I am. Hi.
So let him see you.
Hi, everybody. The point is that they're going to face a stiffer competition tonight in a big-time way.
Yeah.
Not that Carlson's not a terrific player, because he is. Wild Bill's been good for a long time. Eichel, obviously, is great. Dorofeyev is playing his butt off. Barbashev is a cannonball. Marner is going insane with 18 points already this postseason. They're playing really good hockey. They ain't seen nothing like they're going to see here tonight. I can promise you that.
Right.
And the meanwhile, the Avs have seen something like they're going to see in the Vegas Golden Knights, because Minnesota's a very good hockey club. I'll leave it at that.
Well, and look, the Kings like to lock down the defense too. Let's not kid ourselves either. Look, a lot of we got it going. This is what we want.
The Mile High salutes are flying already as the doors have opened here at Ball Arena.
I am not having a panic moment just yet with Makar being out, just because I think if everybody else is as healthy, and it feels like they are, this is why you got the depth in there. Now, I'm not saying I want him out the whole series, but I do think you can survive a game or two in this matchup. And I know EJ went on Pat McAfee. We played the cut. He talked about how good a two-way player Cale Makar is, but I also feel like we're seeing the best two-way game out of Nathan McKinnon we've seen in his career.
I'd agree with that.
Where are you in the panic state of the Cale Makar situation?
Not at all. This is why you have so much depth. This is why you do this. Is Vegas in a panic mode because Stone is out? I don't think they're panicking.
I don't know. He's pretty old. His head fell off.
Yeah.
He's not Cale Makar.
Yeah,
He's not Cale
There's
Makar.
no doubt about it. The thing that's tough with Cale and making up those minutes is he plays in every situation. Huge 5-on-5 minutes, big on the PK, big on the power play. Obviously, he runs the number 1 unit. I'm curious to see how that number 1 unit is going to look with him out. Will Devon Taves get the majority of that time? Will they switch it up a little bit, and will they throw Burns out there to chuck the puck to the blue line and watch the old fella just tee off like John Daly and, absolutely bomb that puck? We'll find out.
Yep.
The old Tipperino.
Yeah, I would think it's going to be Taves, but you're absolutely right about that. Burns could see those opportunities as well. What do we know about how Malinsky and Josh Manson are doing?
Did you hear our interview, by the way?
Yeah.
Who called him Malinsky?
Apparently his teammates call him that.
Who was it? Which team was it? It was the one we traded. The one who's in Columbus now. The heavy hitting forward.
Oh, Miles Wood?
Miles Wood.
Yeah.
He goes, "Hey, Malinsky."
Oh, that's kind of
so
funny.
he told us. So when
So now
people
we're
hear
stuck on
that,
it.
that's why we're saying that.
Yes.
Sam Malinsky being back is big because he provides that offensive thrust, right? He's a good dancer with the puck. I think you guys have seen his game grow since he's been at Colorado Avalanche. But even this year, it's grown even more. More confident shooting the puck. Will step into those situations. Had some big goals so far this postseason. Now he missed a little time. So let's see him get back in the flow early.
I told Nate, I'm not going to panic. If Lehkonen and Malinsky don't quite look right with Cale out, then yeah, my concern level 24 hours from now is going to be a little higher than it is right now. I just think, man, you've been around. You've covered this team almost since the inception. You and I go back to the early fan days.
Yep. I started working for this team in the 97-98 season.
You were up there with Narm.
Well, he saw there was a machine aspect to the 2001 team. Obviously, you called the games of the 2022 team. This team's as locked in as any team I remember being around. And that goes with the Broncos Super Bowl teams we've been around, that Nuggets team. When I watched the press conference with Gabe and Nate in particular after that Minnesota series, and they're just like, no celebration. We're only halfway home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the want, it's the focus, it's the need in many regards. That's what this is about right now. These guys, boys, they're so dialed in, and there's such a drive and a want through this club. Now, it doesn't always mean you win, but I mean, Vegas may want it as much as the Avs. I don't know. They may want it as much.
They're not
I
as
can
good.
guarantee you. They don't want it more.
Yeah.
I can promise you that.
Well,
and by the way, Krecker, I felt this from before training camp. Being around the guys, I felt it before training camp. I'm like, oh boy, here we go with one of these type of years, because they were freaking locked in, and there was a serious nature about everything they did.
Okay, I consider all three of us to be pretty good Denver sports historians. When this thing is all said and done, if they do the thing and win the next 8 games, there is going to be the debate, and I'm sure we'll do it on every show. Is this the best team we have ever seen in Denver sports history?
Well, see, I got it.
Got to do the thing.
The 98 Broncos were amazing.
98 Broncos, you're always probably going to go to.
They were a 2-touchdown underdog going into that Super Bowl.
In 97.
No, 98 was the one.
The one that beat the Falcons.
When they
were
13-0.
With TDs, an MVP
Okay,
season.
well, I'm thinking the 98 Super Bowl, not the 98
to me, they're the 98
Okay,
Broncos.
well, okay.
The others were the 97 Broncos.
Yeah, you know,
And
listen,
that's
the 97 Broncos lost to the
Who the
friggin'
hell
Jaguars.
goes by the year of the Super Bowl? They played a majority of the football in 97 and 98.
When did they lose?
They didn't.
The 97 team did.
You know what you're doing right now? You're over the line in
you're
this
parking
conversation.
your car
my
wrong.
bad.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, let me ask you this, because here's the real debate is going to be that 01 team is so good, and so many Hall of Famers. Ray Bork, Adam Foote,
Heard of him.
Rob Blake, Peter Forsberg, Joe Sakic, Alex Tanguay,
there's Hall of Famers
Milan
all over the
Hayduk,
place.
Chris Drury, by the way, who had a pretty good hockey career after
Pretty
he left.
damn good.
But I mean, to have all those dudes together on one team
was sick.
Yeah,
I mean, it was.
So will this team have that many post-career decorated guys like that?
Can I tell you something? Traveling with that team at times was like traveling with Motley Crue.
Yeah,
right.
You know, I say that because I say that not like Elton John. I mean, whatever.
A lot of strippers and blow, huh?
Yeah, right. That's what it was, and that's why they won.
They were doing that thing with
you
burritos.
really picked the wrong band.
Yeah, you're right. What I meant is that fans outside going crazy, and it was.
Yeah. It's the almost famous scene. Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
Well, hey, look, the 2015 Broncos had a little of that. They just were not humming the way that defense was. That offense was not.
Is there a third Hall of Famer on this team?
You've got 2 guaranteed.
Yep.
What about
not
Taze?
yet?
Does
Not
Taze
yet.
get in the conversation
Not
at
yet.
all? No?
Not yet.
Not
No,
yet.
Not yet.
Natchez, not yet.
Not yet.
Work to do.
Trying to think. What about Gabe? Gabe not going to get a conversation?
Well, numbers wise, no.
Yeah, he'll come up short numbers, and especially his cumulative numbers because
Now,
it's 3 years.
You want to talk jerseys in the rafters? Absolutely.
Yeah, he goes
oh
up.
yeah.
Yeah,
Half
he
this
goes
team's
up.
going in.
I mean,
there,
Milan
are they not?
Hayduk's not the Hall of Fame. I mean, he had an unbelievably awesome
right,
career.
you're right.
Yeah. No, it's tough to do. But this is a cap era team that scored more points than the 01 team did, and as of right now, they're 8-1 in the postseason. Let's see what the final number looks like.
Yeah.
But
if they get better than the 4 losses that they had in 22, it's going to be tough to argue with.
Did you hear Beds the other day though? He goes,
Oh, I heard it about how every game felt like a must-win.
Yeah,
and
he
all
goes.
that.
He goes. You look back, we were 16-4 in the postseason. It didn't feel like that.
Yeah. But he's not
wasn't.
wrong.
No.
Think about St. Louis Game 6 and Tampa Bay Game 6, which I know he cited. But remember, we were all St. Louis in particular. St. Louis was a little bit like their Dallas right at that time. They had trouble with stupid Bennington and all the dumb faces on that St. Louis team in the playoffs in the past.
I don't have to tell you guys. When he laid out all the things that you need to have to win it all, I mean, you need to have luck to it.
Yeah.
You think back to last year in Game 7, that third period, and Mikko makes one great play, makes a great goal, okay? He's sweeping behind the net. He crashes himself into the inboards and just, as he's falling, throws the puck up the ice, and it goes off. It happens to hit Sammy G's. Why Sammy G's parked there, I don't know, but it hits his skate. You're like, you kidding me? You see the other night, Montreal. I mean, the first dude he whiffs on the redirect, and it hits the toe of his skate and goes in. You're like, are you serious?
It's a weird sport.
It is, dude.
Moj, pick to click. Who's scoring tonight?
Brock Nelson.
Well.
Number 11. All right. I like it. Moj taking Brock Nelson. El Moserino, Altitude TV, Altitude Plus, pregame, postgame. Moj can have all the coverage right there. Of course, tomorrow morning, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Moj, park it in the lines, my friend.
We're going to make him come on the Hot Mic podcast tomorrow, too. We're excited.
Dude.
No? Is that a no?
No, that's a yes. But, dude, there was nobody around me.
I know. I'm more on your side.
Literally, there were empty spots all around me, and they chose.
I know.
Yeah.
They chose to pick me up at half.
Hey,
they chose to pick me up three-quarters court and guard me all the way to and then flopped.
Just you and me talking. Here. That's the guy right there that when you're trying to scratch golf, he doesn't even let you have a foot wedge. Nope. I saw that. Nope. That's a stroke. That's 9 strokes.
Cheating at golf is, to me, the greatest indicator of poor character.
If we have bread on the line, I won't touch a thing.
Yeah.
Good.
But without bread on the line, if you're not going to let me pull it out of a squirrel's dung hole, then we have problems.
I one time I was out with Stink and Putzier golfing with the dude that owned Hofbrau.
Yep.
I took up. Listen, this story's worth it, Kevin. I took up a chunk of grass so big we hung it on the back of the cart and called it the bearskin rug. I don't play for money.
Well, let's go play. Bring
Indian Hills is like, we're going to need you to maybe not come back.
Yeah,
here.
ever again.
That's Mark Moser, everybody.
Mother Earth is still angry at you.
Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll check in with the Vegas Golden Knights coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Southern Steer, and it's a good time to get out to Southern Steer for so many reasons. First off, you want quality meat you're going to be proud to serve this weekend when you do the Memorial Day barbecue. Do you have a young one that's either graduating from high school or college and you want to maybe hook them up with a great meal or have a great have some kind of great get-together? Well, you got to get to Southern Steer. You want good quality meat to barbecue, you can go out there and get it. They've got their hot honey days going on right now, so if you're into hot honey, now's the time to get on out there and talk to them about that. And it's also Marinade Mania here at Southern Steer. I'm always telling you about the steak tips. Get in there because this week you can save $5 off per pound on those steak tips, and they taste so good. The marinated chicken and pork tenderloin, it's only $5.99 per pound, and they vacuum tumble their meats when they marinate them so that it really locks the flavor in. You got to get out to Southern Steer. It's a great place. Really enjoyed all the selections that I've had there. You want some great burgers? The maple bacon burgers, the bacon cheeseburgers. They had black garlic burgers. My son took great notice of that last night when we had some. They'll get you some ribs. They'll take the silver skin off it if you need it. They'll also trim up whatever you need. They've got bone-in. They've got the bone-in pork butt. Whatever you need, it's Southern Steer. Find them on Arapahoe and Dayton. That's 2 streets east of I-25 on Arapahoe. Go and find them. It's going to be your new favorite butcher shop. That's Southern Steer or southernsteer.com.
All right, guys, we are jam-packed. We're live at Ball Arena, Ball Point, Game 1, Western Conference Finals. Avs, Knights. Berto's got pregame at 5:30. Connor McGahey on the call. Puck drops after 6 o'clock. This is the place to hear it. We got the round table. Let's do this thing. We are joined right now by Danny Webster, covering the Vegas Golden Knights for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and Nick Kotsanika of NHL.com. Danny, welcome to the show.
Appreciate it.
Nick, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Let's start right here, guys. And Danny, I'll start with you. We've been talking all day long about the absence of Cale Makar for the Avalanche tonight. Vegas has an issue of their own. Their captain, Mark Stone, is not going to play tonight, or at least all indications are he's not going to play tonight. He's not the player that Cale Makar is, but what is the impact of his absence for Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, you lose your captain, right? He's the emotional, leader of this team. He's a guy who's one of their best 200-foot players. He's someone that is, reliable offensively. He, does the work defensively. He does everything that you need him to do as far as the little areas go. Like you said, he's not the best skater. He's not the fastest skater, but he's always making impact plays at impact times. And if he's not in the lineup, they managed to do it at the end of the Anaheim series, but going against Colorado, that's a different animal. So we'll see if he's in tonight or not.
All right, so Mark Stone likely to be out. We know that Cale Makar is out. Nick, you wrote about the absence of Mark Stone today at NHL.com, but break it down for us. For the Avalanche, besides just missing one of the best two-way players in the world, one of the best players in the world, where do you think the absence of Makar hurts them the most?
Well, right there, you just said it, right? Like, he's an irreplaceable player. He's a unicorn. He may be the best defenseman in the world. So, obviously, that takes away from their greatest advantage, which is their speed and skill, right? Like, he moves the puck up the ice. He gets their attack going. He jumps up in the play. He makes highlight reel plays. I mean, all those elements are gone. Now you still have a guy named, Nate McKinnon. He's pretty good.
Pretty good.
And this is an incredibly deep team. I mean, to have 17 goal scorers in 9 games speaks to their four-line depth, and they're deep on D. So can they absorb the loss? Yes. And maybe giving Cale another game, helps him down the road, because you're hoping for 2 more rounds.
We hope that's all it is,
right?
Yeah.
So, but it's obviously serious if he's missing a game, right? He's never missed a game for injury in the playoffs in his career. So obviously it's a big deal, but we'll see what happens.
All right, I want to do a little bit of a piggyback question as well. I want to start here. Let's do, Danny, what has Carter Hart brought to the team? How has he been throughout this series?
It's been a very interesting ride because he was injured back in January, really didn't have a lot of leeway to get back to full health. John Tortorella comes in at the end of March, and he has that familiarity with Carter Hart. He believes in him from his days in Philadelphia. And since then, he's given them stable goaltending, which the Golden Knights did not have for the majority of this season. Aiden Hill dealt with an injury that kept him out for a few months. They had Akira Schmid that kind of stabilized it a little bit, but nothing to the extent of what Carter Hart's been able to do. He's won games. He's made big saves. It was just about, a little over a month ago they were in this building, and he probably had his best game since coming back. And, even if they didn't have Cale Makar, he still made big saves on McKinnon, still made big saves on Natchez. Like, he's just taking his game to another level right now. And the fact that the Golden Knights are getting timely scoring, but also getting the saves that maybe they weren't getting a few months ago, it shows where his game's at right now. And he's played really well. He's definitely one of the reasons why they're 4 wins away from going back to the final.
All right, so Nick, I'd ask you then, as someone who's covering the entire league, who do you think would have then the advantage in the net in this series?
Oh, that's a good one. Probably Colorado. Just have 2 good goaltending options, but don't overlook Carter Hart, right? And don't look just at his numbers. He's had some games in these playoffs where his numbers don't look great, but he's made big saves at big times. So I kind of think the goaltending's fairly even in this series. It could be the determining factor, but before game 1, I'm not circling that as like that's a huge advantage for one team or the other. I think the big matchup in this series is Avalanche speed and skill versus, Vegas' structure and whether they can turn the tables on them. And that was a theme through the first 2 rounds against Utah and Anaheim. The speed of those 2 teams overwhelmed Vegas early. Vegas figured it out and got better as each series went on and advanced. So Colorado's a different challenge.
That is the voice of Nick Kotsanika of NHL.com, Danny Webster, Las Vegas Review-Journal. Danny, who are the real Vegas Golden Knights? The team that we saw most of the season, or the team that is 15-4-1 over the last 20 games under Tortorella?
You would like to think it's the one that's played the 20 games, because this is the team that they envisioned from the start of the year.
Yeah.
When Bruce Cassidy was leading this team, and they had all these hopes and aspirations that they were going to get to this point. But they made the change because they needed someone to come in and say, hey, guys, you are much better than where you were 74 games into the season. So you would like to think it's this version now. It's a very interesting route that they've taken to get to this point. With 8 games remaining in the regular season, you make the most shocking coaching change we've seen in recent memory. But it's paid off. You know, they've bought into what John Tortorella has sold to them. They've bought into the vision of what he wants to bring to this team. You know, as someone who is very impassionate, someone who kind of wants to believe that they can get the job done. And so far it's worked. And, you know, like what Nick said about them being better as the series has gone on, I do think that that's a little bit of the way that they've played in the first few games, and Tortorella being like, all right, guys, let's get into gear. You know how good you are, and they've done it in both of those series. So you'd like to think, if you're a Golden Knights fan, it's what they are the last 20 games.
Yeah.
But there's always that extra part of you where it's like, you know they're probably going to fall off at some point. Is it going to be against Colorado? We'll find out.
Well, and along those lines, and Danny, you could touch on this. Nick, I want you to hit this as well. Your best offensive players for Vegas are Jack Eichel and Mitch Marner, currently skating on different lines. How long can Tortorella sort of keep that up? Do you think that that's something, an adjustment he'll be forced to make at some point in the series?
Well, Tortorella has not been afraid to go with Marner, loading him up. And,
Yeah.
Well, before Stone was out, he would go Marner, Stone, Eichel. Like, he has not been afraid to touch that. But I think what you're seeing right now with Mitch Marner being on a line with Brett Howden, who is right there with atop the league's goal scorers in the playoffs, and William Karlsson, since he's returned, has created a dynamic line that not only can beat you offensively, but they are so good defensively that it makes it hard for any team to get past that line. So it would not shock me if they're pushing for offense. If they want to load up with Marner and Eichel, and eventually if Stone comes back, you'll see those three. But the way Karlsson, Howden, and Marner are playing right now, I don't see any way that line gets broken up.
All right, Nick, weigh in on that. How long can he keep this up?
The whole series.
You think so?
I think they're a way better team with those two guys apart. And
Yeah.
look, Bruce Cassidy tried it off the hop, playing Marner with Eichel. John Tortorella started out game 1 of the playoffs with those two together.
Yep.
It doesn't really work. They're both pass-first players.
Okay.
And they need to play with shooters. And if you look, like Marner's bounced around. He's been a wing. He's been a center at even strength and looking for a partner. And I think he's found one with Brett Howden. Brett Howden has 8 goals, 3 shorties. And a big reason for that is Mitch Marner. Marner's assisted on all his shorties. They found some chemistry. You know, Howden complements his skill set. He gets the puck. He forechecks. He finds open space, and Marner finds him. So I think they're a much better team with them apart. I'd be surprised, frankly, if they put them together.
Nick, I want to sneak one in
Yeah.
before we let you go. I want one national perspective on the Montreal Canadiens. Part of me feels like, despite the dominance of Carolina, and it feels like Colorado and Carolina are on this crash course, but look, Vegas has done the no space to go to Colorado in the past, right? Back in 21. So I don't think Colorado fans should take this series too lightly. There's just something, the word I can think of is plucky, kind of like their coach in St. Louis, that I would not take lightly about the Canadiens either.
Well, they're a great story. There's something special about that team, right? To win 2, game 7s, to advance. I do think the fairy tale ends here, though.
Yeah.
Right? And I love that building in the playoffs. It is the best place in the National Hockey League to see a game, especially in the playoffs. But, you think they've played 14 games, right? It's a lot of wear and tear. Now you're playing a Carolina team that's going to have the puck the whole game when they play Montreal. It's going to be a very difficult challenge. Maybe Carolina's rusty off the hop, but that's a really good hockey team, and I expect Carolina to advance.
Is Dobresh for real, their goalie?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, I definitely think he's for real. He gave them a chance in that Game 7 against Tampa. I mean, that was unbelievable that they won that hockey game, right? And he kept them in it, gave them a chance. Yeah, it was insane. right? But they've been.
Then the Avs turn around and score 9 goals.
I mean, they've been charmed to this point, and it's an awesome story. But we'll see if they can get past Carolina.
All right, you guys are writers. You guys have real jobs and have to go do them. But I don't let you go without predictions. We start with Vegas guy Danny Webster. What's your series pick?
I got Avs in 7.
7.
I think it's going to be a long one.
Okay.
I think Makar's absence, however long it goes, even if he comes back, I think it's going to take him a game or two to get back. But I do think that Vegas is playing a lot better right now. They're going to make it a long series. But as I wrote today in my series preview, Colorado is Thanos. They are inevitable. The Golden Knights might be some weird variation of the Avengers right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's more Infinity War than Endgame. Thanos gets it done. Colorado wins in 7.
Too much Paul Rudd. Nick, who do you got?
Those are some awesome references. I can't compete with that. I had Colorado winning the Stanley Cup before the playoffs.
Yeah.
I see no reason.
Bold pick, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I didn't go real bold this year. It was Colorado over Carolina, and I see no reason at all to deviate from that. That said, I think Vegas will be a good test for them, right? I think they're a better team than Minnesota. You know, so we'll see, right? But Stone's a big loss, just like Makar's a big loss. So those are a couple wild cards. But you know, I could see it being a long series. I hope it's a long series for the fun of it. But I think Colorado's the better team.
Yeah, I'd be good with 4 if the
Yeah.
Avs got done. I don't need the stress.
Yeah.
I think the odds are like if one team makes it a short series, it's definitely Colorado.
By the way,
Yeah, but I'm with you. I think it's at least 6.
When you pick Avs in 7, that's basically a Vegas pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You know who your
He's from
readers
Vegas.
are. Yeah, you know who your readers are.
No,
Yeah.
but he's also seen them for 2 rounds, just like I have. And I'm telling you, don't be fooled by Colorado can come out tonight and dominate these guys.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled. It happened in 21. Colorado blew them out in game 1, won in overtime in game 2. Vegas won the series. Early in each of the last 2 series, Vegas has looked shaky and can't handle the speed, and then they eventually, find a way, right?
Yeah.
So just, be patient before you make judgments.
A puck off Grubauer's butt changed everything in 21.
Changed history.
Yes.
Guys, read Nick Kotznika, NHL.com, and do whatever it takes. Sneak behind the paywall and read Danny Webster at ReviewJournal.com, or, support local journalism as well. Danny, thanks, man. We really appreciate it. Nick, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, man, good hockey talk. Kreckman and Lindahl back to wrap it up after this. Guys, it's Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. That June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicle and Equipment Auction is going to open up on May the 27th. That is next week. You need to get registered to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You sign up right there, then you get the emails. They'll let you know when the auctions are going to open up. I love that process. Honestly, you get a lot of spam emails coming into your inbox that are completely worthless. With Roller Auction, they're telling you when things are going to be opening up, telling you what auctions are becoming available, and you need to know those things up to the minute because there is always good competition at Roller Auction. But it's the best place to get a used car. I've been telling you, the entire buying process is online. These are well-maintained used government vehicles direct from government service going to online auction. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up and get your next daily ride, sedan, SUV, pickup truck, van, whatever you're looking for. The June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicle and Equipment Auction opening next week at Roller Auction. Conference finals are here. You have got it. The home for game one, the home for every game the rest of the way. And the Avalanche's march to the Stanley Cup. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli jumps on with pregame coverage 23 minutes from now. That's at 5:30 Mountain Time. And our friend Connor McGahee will call the action tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman and Lindahl, we are live at Ball Point inside Ball Arena. Again, we remind you, if you are headed up the escalator, turn directly to your right when you get to the top and give us a mile-high salute. And we shall salute back to you.
Or point. Just to acknowledge that we saw it. We've had a high hit rate today.
Sometimes I just give a point. The salutes have been flying so far. You guys are doing great.
No dude sup nod.
No. Sup nod. By the way, live at Ball Arena, thanks to the Dan Caplis Law Firm, a serious firm for serious cases. All right, let's dive into the nuts and bolts of this series. First off, if you have not heard, this is going to be crushing news. Also, have you been in a coma all day? Cale Makar is out for game one tonight between the Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. It is expected that our friend Sam Malinsky will skate on the top pairing along with Devon Taves. That'll keep Brett Kulak and Brent Burns on the second pairing. Jack Ashawn gets a uniform tonight. He will skate with Josh Manson. I can't imagine we're going to see a ton of Ashawn on the ice tonight. I think it's going to be really heavy duty. Honestly, Andy, like what I expect is by the time this game ends tonight, I expect the minute counts to be highest for Devon Taves and Brett Kulak.
Got our first yell in response, so that's good. I'm with you. I don't know how much Ashawn plays. Are you a little surprised, though, if you're not going to play Ashawn a lot, why not Blankenberg back in there?
I don't think they want to play Blankenberg
at
all.
Yeah, right.
I think it's the answer.
They don't like either one. That's why Gagne is up from the Eagles and at least getting a look. I guess we probably should ask Moser about that because Moser's pretty passionate yesterday saying he doesn't think Gagne's really in the mix even though he's around unless they think they really need some size that they're not getting. But he brought up a good point. Be really tough to play your first hockey game in the NHL in the Western Conference Finals. So you got to hope that Makar heals up and you can run with the top six the six defensemen you'd really like to use.
The return of Arturi Lehkonen tonight
huge
for the Avalanche. He will skate on the second line with Brock Nelson and Nick Waugh. We assume that is going to be the grouping, and they'll keep Nichushkin with Kadri down on the third line with Ross Colton. Since going to Landeskog and McKinnon together with Natchez, that's worked out very well for the Avalanche. But suddenly, Andy, that Brock Nelson line looks a lot more dangerous with the large patouche of Arturi Lehkonen getting in front of Carter Hart.
Yeah, and look, he's a playoff performer. I really think if you were to look at the history of what folks do in the playoffs, Arturi Lehkonen is one of their best playoff guys, period. He scores big goals. He scores grimy goals. He is the guy you need for this series. He's the guy you need for a Stanley Cup run. It's huge that he's back.
It's interesting because and both Nick Kotzanika and Danny Webster talked about this. The tight skating of Vegas, they're very much a system team. The Avalanche, Andy, have the reputation of the free-flowing, fast-skating team, which is a well-earned reputation. Nobody does those things better in the NHL. Nobody can skate with the Avalanche. Trust me, the Minnesota Wild tried to do it. Didn't work out for them real well. That said, I think the Avs are just as good a system team as they are a skating team.
Yeah, I'm with you because they went into lockdown mode when they chose to against the Kings. They went into lockdown mode when they wanted to get it done in Game 4 against Minnesota and not give them a lot of space.
Yep.
So they can do both as well. And what the Avs are going to have to do is the only thing, and it's been disappearing more and more as the playoffs have gone along, and that's certainly how they got back in the game in Game 5 against Minnesota. You can't be looking for the highlight goals this time of year.
Nope.
Get the puck on net and just get the darn thing across the line however you got to do it.
Yep.
And you may not have that pretty open backside pass that's unsavable. You may not get that one. Just get the darn thing in the net.
Good news is, I mean, really, you look up and down. You have Landeskog on the top line to do just that. You have Lehkonen on the second line to do just that. You have Nichushkin on the third line to do just that. Like, That's what Parker Kelly is going to do that for the fourth line. Like every single line on this team, you can see exactly what Jared Bednar is thinking, the machinations of his brain, what kind of line he is trying to build. And in a lot of ways, every single line is constructed to be able to score every kind of goal that you have to.
Yeah, and look, don't forget Nick Waugh. Ross Colton. I think Ross Colton got told, you want to keep your jersey in the playoffs, keep doing this. You know, that's interesting. I'm taking a look at that. No Kiviranta, it looks like, in these projected lineups here tonight, huh?
Yeah, I don't think he's going. Yeah, I think it's going to be Drury, O'Connor, and Parker Kelly on that third line. So I think Yoel will be out tonight for the Avalanche. Cale Makar is not playing, as we know. Scott Wedgwood. We fully expect Wedgie to get the start tonight in goal. Andy, what is and you're known to be a little nervous, a little neurotic around this time of year, as many Avalanche fans are. You're not alone in that. You're just
you're just me.
You're just excessive. How are you feeling about Scott Wedgwood tonight?
I love Scott Wedgwood.
Okay.
I have no worries about Scott Wedgwood. His play has not bothered me in the least.
Okay.
I didn't think he needed to come out at the time when Bednar chose to pull him in Game 3, but again, I understood that was a get your act together, the rest of the team kind of move.
Yep.
And I think once Blackwood only allowed the one I'm not backing off this. I still think in a perfect world, if Jared Bednar could wave his magic wand, if he had one, his Harry Potter wand, and make things the way he wants them, Blackwood would be the one playing like Wedgwood, and Blackwood would be the one that would not be coming out, and we wouldn't be doing this, and there'd be no questions to it. But the reality is, I think the better goalie of the two, by whatever measure you want to make it, a lot or a little, it's been Wedgwood.
You can go with goals against, you can go with save percentage, you can go with wins.
And not giving up rebounds.
Yeah.
Just not giving up the kind of chances you can't afford to give up in the playoffs. And you cannot give up, as I call them, the big gumballs, like Blackwood was given up the other night that got him pulled. So, and you and I said it yesterday. I still fully expect to see Blackwood in this. I still expect he gets a game or so unless they go for a sweep, and Wedgwood's just incredible.
Yeah, Wedgwood, 6 goals in Game 1, bounced back, great in Game 2, and then Game 3, 3 goals on 9 shots, boom, he's out.
Let's say we had for people that want to know why would I see Blackwood, all right, let's say there's a 2-1 game or a 3-2 loss for the Avs. I could totally see Bednar making the move, all right, I'm switching goalies next game. Even if there's not even like a lot of goals given up, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I could see just Bednar saying, I'm going to try the other guy.
Power play's got to be successful in this series.
Yeah,
and that's a good PK.
I'm telling you, Nate, the flaw, the Achilles heel, the weak spot for the Avs, if they, for some reason, we're not hosting parade coverage in June, I fear it'll be because of the power play, so please get it together.
Vegas, number 5 in the playoffs, killing off 87% of opposing penalties right now. So we need the Avalanche to be better in that regard. I have one other just quick request for this game tonight. This is for Jared Bednar, for Nathan McKinnon, for all of them, okay? So we've got a 6:15 start tonight in this game.
No overtime?
No overtime, because Game 2, Thunder Spurs, starts at 6:30, and I would really like to watch the fourth quarter of that game. So just take care of business, just keep the puck moving. Not a lot of stoppages tonight. Win in regulation, and then I can watch hoops.
Do you have a DVR function?
I do.
You got time in the morning?
I don't want the spoil. I want it fresh. Like last night, I tuned into Knicks Cavs, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And then 44-11. Over the last 12 minutes plus of that game, and the Knicks came back and won.
The Denver Nuggets want to know what the hell happened to shooting at that point.
Dude.
That was brutal. That was unreal.
I don't see a planet in which the Cavs can win a game in that series now. How do you come back from that?
I don't know. Because that was you had them down. What was it, like 3:41 when they were still?
It was a 22-point game with 7:52 to go. Then they rip off a 9-0 run. All right, Jared Allen hits a 3. All right, you stabilize it. Fine. Another 9-0 run.
Yeah, they were brutal.
By the way, Sam Merrill missed that 3 at the buzzer. Did you hear? Breen was halfway into a bang because that thing was halfway down. I called the Sam Merrill buzzer beater when Utah State beat San Diego State in the COVID Mountain West Championship.
We'll never know if Breen's was better than yours.
I know. It's because
he could have had a comparison.
He had to go, but no, it didn't go in.
What just happened there?
Exactly. I feel like the internet would have rated Breen's bang higher than mine.
We'll see.
Probably.
You got your people.
Hey, I'm pretty good.
Now, not some guy that just came out of Twitter retirement from years ago that he doesn't love us.
Who's that?
I got to go find his name. I can't remember.
Oh, okay. Somebody hates us on the internet?
Well, yeah,
no way.
Scratch Ace.
People hate us on the internet?
You responded to him.
Did
I go, who responds first, you or me? And you went ahead and did it. Don't misspell insults at us. That's all we're saying.
Being hated on the internet
is just part of the deal.
It's a part of this show's DNA.
It is.
Okay?
Yeah, and this
sometimes
time,
being hated in person is a part of our DNA.
Well, our own PD did give us a single finger salute. So do you want to get into my little unwritten rule thing real quick before we wrap this up? Because it happened today. Should we do it?
Let's hear it. By the way, Rockies lost. Gave it up 5-4. Gave up 2 runs in the ninth. Juan Mejia blew that game along with Bernardino. By the way, have you heard Jack Corrigan say Brennan Bernardino's name? Bernardino.
The at-bat's over by the time he spits it out. So, all right.
Not a syllable missed.
Yeah, no, yeah, he'll let you know. Everyone is touched on.
Not a syllable not emphasized.
So here's what I'm wondering about, because I saw this. So I told you, Ezekiel Tovar at one point thought it was ball 4, got called a strike. He challenges it.
Okay.
And kind of gave a nice little reaction. I think the reaction was just simply, yeah, I got it right.
Yeah.
But it looked like it was at the pitcher at some point as he took his walk. And I just wonder how long – oh, Mark Moser in the crowd. He's got everybody fired up. He's coming up the escalator. How long before we get unwritten rules guys saying you celebrated the challenge and now I'm going to plunk you?
Oh, okay.
Scherzer getting all red rear and deciding he's throwing heat at somebody.
All right. Well, first off, Scherzer's going to do that.
Right.
That you can be positive.
He's just looking for reasons to plunk you to begin with.
Yes.
Right?
But this is okay. So I've given this some thought. This is my theory on this. And granted, I didn't see this because I didn't turn on the Rockies game today. But if you get a called third strike, sometimes the pitcher's going to give a little.
Yeah. Got out of the inning.
Yeah, a little grunt, a little
Sure.
fired up.
Sure.
I'm assuming it was Jack Leiter at the time. Okay, so you're a little jacked about it. Well, then if you get the tap, and it gets called ball 4,
boom.
Then you, as having won the challenge, you get to give it back to the pitcher. Now again, you could wear it,
right?
Which that's going to happen sometimes because sometimes pitchers are jerks, but. I would say if you challenge it and get it right, you get to give the pitcher a little FU on the way down to first.
And then at what point does an ump take it personally that I gotcha. And then we have although the umps can't go personal anymore because you can just keep challenging everything you think's a personal vendetta.
Dude, the umps are just the Washington Generals in all of this.
Yeah.
They just suck.
You want to talk about wearing it. They certainly are just wearing it.
Yes.
So
it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live at Ball Arena. All right, Andy. We've kicked it around. We've kicked predictions around. We have kicked ideas around. It's time to get real. Okay. It's time for a real series prediction. All right. Avalanche, Vegas Golden Knights, Mile High salute. Well done. Who is winning this series and in how many games? Andy Lindahl.
Avs in 6.
6. You're going 6. I am too because that was my prediction yesterday, and I'm going to stick with it. Because the absence of Makar tonight has me nervous. They might lose tonight.
They might. I don't think they will. I'm more worried about, again, I feel like this is a fairly traditional, the old we get 2, you get 2, we take the last 2.
Okay, so close it out in Vegas. Okay, in Game 6. All right, interesting.
Now, it could go split here, split there, then
Sure.
we handle business last 2.
Sure.
Yeah, look, I'm telling Avs fans, get ready. I think, the real playoffs start tonight where you're not going to be real comfortable.
No, this is...
The Minnesota series was surprisingly comfortable for you taking on another 100 points.
There was no... Again, the way the Game 1 went, it took Game 1 nerves out of it.
Yeah.
And then you just, owned them in Game 2. Game 3, so what? And then Game 5, Game 5 was pretty nervous.
Don't be giving up breakaways to this Vegas team, or you're going to have Dallas vibes to this thing.
No,
I'll tell you that.
You're right about it. Don't give up shorthanded goals.
Yeah.
My God.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't go out there and do that. I'm nervous about tonight. I really am. I am concerned about the Makar absence in this game.
Can I tell you, I finally figured out why I'm not as concerned as you, which is
Okay.
very odd because I'm the nervous Nelly of
That's
this group when
true.
it comes to Avs hockey.
That's okay, though.
I don't think Makar was right most of the Minnesota series, and they did just fine. I think this thing has been bugging him for quite a bit. I don't think it just showed up game
He's
5.
got multiple injuries.
Yeah, I don't think – remember they were putting whatever – he had to wear the glove and put on whatever the heat stuff was on his hip. But I think the shoulder things – I think it was bothering him 2, maybe 3 games, and he's just been playing through it. And I think it was only noticeable in Game 5 because, A, he wasn't shooting, and B, it popped out on him or whatever it did.
50% of Cale Makar is still pretty damn good.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm just telling you, I still think this team, I think now it makes Smolinski all the more important, so he better look right.
Another guy coming back from injury.
Yeah, but
Manson
if he's
coming
right,
back from injury.
But if he's right, I think you're okay.
Okay.
Now, again, I wouldn't be expecting any 9-6 games or even, if you win a game by multiple goals in this series, I could see it being because you got the second goal lead, that 4-2. That would be because it was an empty netter. I think these teams stay within a goal of each other most of this series. Because, again, Vegas is really good, guys. Really good.
Avs in 6. I'm with you. I'm going to go Avs in 6 as well. I've got a funny feeling about this game tonight. Maybe I'm leaning too into Doomsday Nate. I don't know, but I got a funny feeling about this game tonight. But I'm going to take the Avs in 6. Andy, who is your pick to click tonight? Who's scoring a goal tonight for the Avs?
First off, shout out on the text line to Strick Dog. Happy B-Day to Strick Dog with 2 G's. He wants a shout out from the show, so we're giving it to him.
Okay.
Who is my pick to click? You know what? I've been riding it most of the year. Who do you think? Who do you think I got? Who do you think?
If it's whoever you've been riding most of the year, it's me, all right?
If you're betting the trends of my picks to click, who is it?
Come
on.
You going Arturi Lehkonen?
Whoa, almost.
That's who you always go with, I feel like.
Nicholas Waugh.
Oh, you're taking Nick Waugh. Okay, you're taking Nick Waugh, old number 10, Nick Waugh.
I'll go Leckie on Friday.
Okay. So Connor went with Marty. Moj went with Brock Nelson. You're taking Nick Waugh.
We're all grinding it, man. You going to stay grindy or are you going to go superstar?
I'm going to go Devon Taves.
Look at you.
Yeah, I'm going to take Devon Taves on the power play.
I was going to just ask, is it a pee-pee?
Pee-pee goal.
Little pee-pee goal?
It's going to be a pee-pee goal. Mm-hmm. Spring, who you got? Pick to click.
I'm going to go with Malin Sky.
Oh, that's our dude. Number
Yeah.
70, Sam Molinsky,
That's
to
your-
get a goal
that's your
tonight on
Cale
the top defensive
replacement
pairing.
tonight.
Okay.
He's your Cale
Spring.
avatar.
Okay, Spring is going with Malin Sky. Pre-game coverage with Mark Bertinoli starting up here in 5 minutes. Connor's got the call at 6 o'clock. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, Avs Knights, right here on Altitude Sports Radio.